Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching from in the world. Happy Father's Day. Welcome back to Glan Y Gors for event 4 of the 2025 Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. It's the 4th round of the season for the IAME classes and the continuation of the 3rd round of the season for KZ2 here today. Good conditions. We had a lot of mixed conditions yesterday, but it's sunny conditions at the track at the moment. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again is Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, we are ready once again for a big day of action, even more racing with KZ2 in race trim today. We're looking forward to it, aren't we?
Absolutely are. We're in for a treat. Of course, it's a double header setup for our IAME classes, so those fathers out there are blessed with a bit of a Father's Day present. More racing action here at GYG, which of course is a 1.1 kilometre circuit with 13 turns. Very undulating track then. Some drivers refer to it as being a bit like a roller coaster with a 39.4 foot elevation. Track was established in 2002, but I think it was an ongoing project from about 1999. Lots of history here at the circuit that you can tune into on our social media channels. Some fast facts up on our channels about the history of the circuit and how it got to how it is today.
Here's your weather forecast. Far more stable than it was yesterday. A little bit warmer. Overcast. There are still some clouds in the sky, but they're nowhere near as threatening as they were yesterday. So fingers crossed, no rain for us today. But again, we are in North Wales after all. Bit of a light breeze over the circuit as well. All looking good for a stable day's racing. Timed qualifyings have already been carried out for all of our IAME classes, and KZ2 of course had their timed qualifying at the end of yesterday. Plenty of action to come up. We've got 2 heats for everybody today and those finals. And if you missed it last night as well, a replaying of the paddock show from last night. Here is your timetable. Do take a screenshot of it, send it to your family and friends if they can't be with us throughout the whole day. 11:45 we'll see the start of race 1. That'll be the first heat for KZ2 here this weekend. Then we're into the same rotation as we had yesterday. Juniors, then seniors, Water Swift restricted, Water Swift. That order for the IAME categories. That'll take us through all of those heat 1s through to just after 1 o'clock. When we do the whole thing again, KZ2 Heat 2 setting off first, then that same rotation again. I'll repeat it for those at the back. Juniors, seniors, restricted, and then non-restricted Water Swift. Those second heats will take us through to the lunch break. We can enjoy the paddock show from last night and a bumper edition of the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. And then the big ones, the finals from 3 o'clock. KZ2 will be the first final to go off. And guess what? It's that same rotation order again. Juniors at 3:30, seniors at 3:55, Water Swift restricted at 4:20, and then Water Swift will be our final race of the weekend at 4:45.
Well, the first race we'll be heading into then is our KZ2s. Those drivers on the grid getting themselves primed and ready. But let's see some onboard footage from Oliver Stewart's round the GYG Glan Y Gors circuit. So it is down the Dragon Straight as the first sector. You can see the drivers just tightening up that line as they head up the hill. This is a blind section of the track. The drivers really can't see what's going to arrive for them until they get to Spoon Corner. They then head back down into the double apex left-hander. This is a tricky one for those drivers, and they've really got to be fast on their feet and fast on their hands. Controlling the slide as they head into sector 2, and this is the stage of the lap where you really do start to flow downhill. This part, these curbs, really do need to be perfected, and it's important that the drivers don't over lean on the tyre. They don't want to fold the sidewall too hard because there is a section where a lot of load really is put on that rubber.
Yeah, and additional tyres for the KZ2s today. There were some challenges the last time KZ2 raced here for one of these British Kart Championships races, so we'll be seeing those in use today. Let's introduce the third member of our broadcast team. You can see him down there on the grid, and you can tell the weather's changed because he's got his shorts on. Piers Prior, over to you.
Welcome back to the grid here at GYG for round 4 for the IAME classes, round 2 for the KZs, which we'll get onto in just a moment's time. It's a new day, same circuit as yesterday, slightly different conditions. We'll get onto that in a moment. But those drivers that had a poor day yesterday, redemption opportunity today. Those drivers had a good day. Well, chance to prove that it wasn't a fluke. And my hope today is that we were going to have to chat about the weather a little less. And so far, so good. Sunny, warm. I've got my legs out, which means that it's not freezing. And I'm looking forward to a great day's racing. It's going to be dry. Those slick tyres are going to get a bit more of a battering on the abrasive GYG tarmac here in North Wales. Round 4 today, which means that we're approaching the halfway point in the championship for the IAME classes. We'll have a good idea of where the championship lies, and I'll let Andrew and Nicole in the commentary box keep you up to date with that throughout the day today. I mentioned a moment ago, KZ is back. Their second round, they're on the grid. They're going to be the first race up for their first heat of the weekend. We all know how much I love KZ. Very much the fastest short circuit karting class in the UK. Nearly 90 miles an hour up the hill towards Spoon. 6 gears on those karts. I've been doing over 30 gear changes a lap around this circuit. Very much looking forward to having them back racing once again. I'm here, same as yesterday. I'll be doing grid walks for the finals. I'll be getting the reaction from the drivers who have done well in the heats, and also just keeping you up to date with anything that I hear and see down in the paddock and Parc Ferme area, while Andrew and Nicole keep you up to speed with all the on-track action. And without further ado, back to them to build up for the first race of the day.
Thank you very much, Piers, here in the comms box, getting ready for our first race of the day, as you say. KZ2 going first. We've done a lot of talking about KZ2 so far this weekend, Nicole, but now we get into the cut and thrust of the racing. The first interesting point for me really is Noah Wolf. Yes, the eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed he's not wearing his helmet. That is Teddy Porter's. Long story. Basically, Noah's lid didn't pass scrutineering, so he's borrowed that one, and it seems to be serving him pretty well because he's on pole position for this race.
Well, it's equally as fast as his bright yellow one that we normally see Noah sport. There you can see the VAR branded Birrell Art Kart that normally is out in Europe being used by Noah, but he's come over to the UK, his home country, of course, with the O plate. He's been here and Noah Wolf is doing Noah Wolf things so far this weekend on pole.
He is, but I wanted to just note, I had a chat with Noah's dad earlier in the weekend, and it's wonderful to have Noah back, but I must admit I was a little bit surprised to see him on the entry list, because he's had a very, very busy campaign out in Europe, and Noah's dad's answer was quite simple. He wants Noah to have more race trim. Practice and testing and going to South Garda karting, that's lovely in far better conditions than here. But you can't replicate race trim. You can't replicate race starts, the pressure, especially with a very strong field here, with the likes of Ollie Stewart, Ella Stevens, Jake Weston, Miles Murphy. Miles has been really quick this weekend so far. I like that approach from the Wolf family, that they've got him here to race.
Yeah, of course. And next weekend, we can expect to see Noah out in Italy, in Sarno, for the KZ2 European Championships. So like you just said, it is replicating that race situation of those starts, of getting off the line, and of those tough and harsh battles, which I'm sure we can expect to see this weekend. And absolutely, I think we're going to see that between the 3 Birrells for this KZ2 Heat 1 of this weekend.
So here we go then, the drivers primed and ready then. Heat 1 for KZ2, race 13 of the weekend, but the first one here with the gearbox categories, it's next. Let's take you through the grid then, determined by timed qualifying yesterday afternoon. British O-Plate holder Noah Wolf is on pole for his first run out in the British Kart Championships for 2025. Scotland's Oliver Stewart joins him on the front row of the grid. Championship leader Ella Stevens, winner last time out at Dunkers, starts third. Look out for Jake Weston there, starting also on row 2. Miles Murphy, very quick in warm-up this morning, starts on row 3 alongside a rejuvenated Jessica Edgar. It's already been a very successful weekend for the Edgar family. Nat Thomas and Charlie Turner form up an all-rush performance row 4.
Row number 5 will look like Ashley Lewis versus Ralph Youngling. From 6 we have Derek Morgan versus Daniel Sapula for Rush. And then on 7 we have Lee Ward with Nino Curley. Rounding out your grid then on the final row, row number 8, we have Bryn Kinch and Ryan Green.
So, same format in terms of 2 heats leading into a final that we were talking about with the X30 competitions yesterday. The slight difference, though, is this will be 10 minutes plus 1 lap for the KZ2s, and, of course, a standing start here at GYG. There's our first proper look at the circuit on your Alpha Live broadcast here this morning, and you can see, yep, light breeze over the circuit, but very good track conditions. Nicely rubbered in, not as much rain overnight as we had 24 hours previous. And as I say, it's dry here at the circuit at the moment. There's Jake Weston. That's a driver that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on in this race, Nicole, because that Sodi Vitesse machine has looked very, very quick indeed. Maybe looking for a bit more consistency here in this first heat. Very short run to turn 1 as well. It's not the wide expanse of space like you would have at, say, Dunkeswell or a Shennington or other places like that. How's that going to play into this first race of the day? There's your back row of the grid. Bryn Kinch and Ryan Green. Ryan Green's had a really tough week so far, but that can all change when we get into race conditions. Looking like we're pretty set for the first race in KZ2 here this weekend. There's Ralph Younging in the 25. Green flag in the air at the back. Round 3 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for KZ2 is go. It's a very good start for Wolf. It's not a good start for Stewart at all. And through immediately goes Jake Weston into second place. Miles Murphy has got a decent start as well. He's already up to 4th. Stevens down to 5th. Battle going on behind for 6th with Edgar and Lewis in there. Ryan Green trying to go around the outside there. Has already gained 2 positions. But a solid start there, Nicole, for Noah Wolf. He is away. Not fully gone yet, but Jake Weston's going to be trying to hunt him down. That's a solid start for the O-plate holder.
Absolutely agree with you there, Andrew. Wolf then really did react to that wheel, but Jake Weston was like a bullet out of the gates there. He really did swipe across Oliver Stewart, caught Oliver Stewart a little bit asleep, I'd say, who's getting a little bit out of sorts out of the final corner. Jessica Edgar now promoting herself up the line. She has overtaken Ella Stevens for that 5th place. You can now see the 3 Birrell Arts heading up the hill, being followed by Charlie Turner. Turner then, this season, it's not quite what we typically see from Charlie. He's not quite been at the sharp end of the field so far. That could be down to that chassis change we saw in the winter months and the development that has been going into things. Maybe he is just affecting Turner's performance ever so slightly. He's not really been at the front, been a bit of an average season so far for him. Sat there in 7th currently, and the next driver he is thinking about is Ella Stevens.
Good start for Miles Murphy as well, has got up to 3rd place. He got that move done on Oliver Stewart about a lap or so ago. Murphy looking to improve on a 5th place finish last time out at Dunkeswell. Has been a bit off colour so far this season. Oh, now that's a change. Plus 5-second penalty. And Nicole, I think you spotted that one, didn't you?
I was questioning then for Noah Wolf that race start, if he looked maybe a little bit eager before the lights went out. It's maybe a question for the replays later on, but he looked like he maybe nudged the kart forward slightly. Of course, it can't be for any kind of contact. He has been out there alone so far within this race, but maybe that is what that investigation is for, as Ralph Youngling is your next driver to be given a penalty also. Yeah,
I would imagine that is for the same thing. There's been a change for 2nd place, which at the moment is also the net lead of the race with that 5-second penalty for Wolf. Miles Murphy has got through the final corner yet again. That looks to be where Miles Murphy is particularly strong round this Glan Y Gors circuit. You can see him there with the More Racing prepared machine, sponsored by Demon Tweaks. It's great to have Demon Tweaks in the paddock here this weekend. Let's have a look at the replay. So this is back to the race start. Oh yeah, there's a little move from Noah Wolf there. Ralph Youngling was out on the grass, so did jump the start. We can't quite see because of the boarding there, but I think you were absolutely spot on there, Nicole. There was a little move for Noah Wolf. Could have been as simple as him just shifting it into gear, and it just did enough to break the boundaries of his grid box and constitute a false start. Now, Wolf can still win this race. He's effectively in time trial mode now and has got to get 5 seconds up the road. Let's head down to Piers Prior, though, for our first trackside report of the day.
I haven't heard what you guys have been saying about the start there, but Noah Wolf 5-second penalty, I think was for that jump start. I was right by the start line. He just dropped the clutch a little early, although granted, I think he actually was stationary when the lights went out, but maybe he was just over that grid box. Still a good start. He still has a chance, I reckon, to get that 5-second gap to the rest of the group because he's looked very consistent, especially in this final sector down here.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that thought for the second half of this race. The gap is currently 2.6 seconds. That's an update through the first sector. In fact, yeah, Wolf has gone purple through sector number 2. Now, the interesting thing for Wolf here, Nicole, is we've been talking about tyres a lot. We know how they've got an additional set coming up for the final. That could actually be always. We'll come back to that because this is a good scrap. This is Cebula and Green getting together, and Cebula out onto the grass and does very well to pull that one back onto the circuit. That was all over 10th place. Very tight exit out of club corner there. Through will go Green, but I don't imagine Daniel Cebula will be too pleased about that one. Wolf
then continues to go fastest through sector number 2. The gap is 2.6 seconds, so actually that 5-second penalty would only drop him down to that mid-pack section of 7th place. So watch Wolf actually continue to push ahead. He will be aware of this 5-second penalty and he will be continuing to try and breach that gap and make it larger and larger so that he's not affected too much. Miles Murphy now, your Demon Tweaks back driver, up by 3 places to be sat in second, has overtaken Oliver Stewart, who started on your front row of things. So actually Murphy having a good race within this one so far. And Murphy sat there on the 3rd row at the start of this race, was kind of in a sea of the young guns. Your top 4 in qualifying were your drivers that are under 20. You're seeing a bit of that throughout the KZ2 racing this year, where you've got the more experienced drivers who have got years of KZ2 racing under their belt, the likes of Murphy and Turner, up against the likes of Noah Wolf, Oliver Stewart and Ella Stevens, who are younger and really are growing into KZ2.
Absolutely. Miles Murphy, I always like to pop this little fact out, has been seeded at the end of every year in the modern era of the British Karts Championships. Obviously, he's seeded number 5 from 2024, and it's just a little bit lower than that in the championship standings heading into this weekend, but these kind of performances from Miles Murphy could very much elevate him up the standings. It is a key point of the season, of course. Round 3 for them, not many races to go, of course. I think we're heading off to Kimbolton next to the KZ2s later on in the season, Nicole.
Andrew, then, so the gap to Noah Wolf and Miles Murphy is now 4 seconds.
Yeah.
We've got over 3.5 minutes left to go, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if he can actually grab himself a 5-second gap and not be affected too much by this penalty.
Well, this is where we go back to the tyres and them all having another set for the final. We'll just watch Wolf coming down the hill here, because it's this part of the circuit which really punishes particularly the rear tyres. All of this undulation, all of these changes, the rears do have a tendency to slide. What Noah Wolf, I was seeing earlier in the weekend, had very good control through that part of the course, but he's definitely pushing on his Lacan tyres at the moment. Let's once again, though, head down to Piers Prior. Apologies there. I think we've lost Piers for a moment. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Wolf's lead now 4.7 seconds. So this is trending in the right direction for the youngster. O-Plate winner. Did that back in late March. That was the same weekend as the IAME classes had their O-Plate meeting at Wilton Mill. The KZ2 one was up at Shennington that particular weekend. But now Wolf, who's doing a dual campaign as well in Europe of both OK Senior Racing and KZ2. As you mentioned, Nicole, he'll be heading back out to those European Championships for KZ2 after this race meeting. He now has the 5 seconds. So Noah Wolf has cleared the 5-second deficit from that penalty. His lead is effectively 0.12 seconds. This battle on your screens, just heading towards the compression and Devil's Elbow complex now. This is now definitely fighting over second place.
Absolutely is. It is Miles Murphy that is having to defend from Oliver Stewart and Jake Weston. Weston then in the Sodi for 2024. Wasn't at a couple of our previous rounds, but has come to GYG and had some good pace so far. But watch how he responds to the two drivers in front of him as the clock is now ticking and we are just over a minute and a half left to go. But it looks like Weston is applying more pressure to Stewart than Stewart is to Miles Murphy as they head down the hill. Murphy then looking settled as they head back up towards turns number 7. Nothing attempted by any of these drivers just yet, and of course this is a section of the circuit that's really, really tight for the drivers. They have to focus more on the driving and the tyre as they head down the hill, and it's not a wide part of the circuit. You really don't see those moves happen until you get to the last corner where maybe they can be applied. And
Miles Murphy has used that last corner to great effect. He's definitely very strong through that part of the circuit. He's pulled away from Oliver Stewart again. Jake Weston hasn't got a lot of time to find a way. That's the driver second in the championship at the start of this weekend. Oliver Stewart, who's made a great comeback to racing action in 2025. Superstarts at Warden Lawn, was strong at Dunk as well. Also, down the hill once again, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Noah Wolf can now start to just back off a bit, preserve this first set of tyres because they've got to take it through heat number 2 as well. They'll have used them for timed qualifying yesterday, we should note. Another new fastest lap of the race has gone in, and once again it is Noah Wolf on that 40.20. That was actually the previous lap. He would just put in a 40.26 that time around. Weston really starting to trouble Stewart now through the carousel, uphill now, brilliant sequence of corners into compression. Can't run too wide out there. The track starts to drop away to drivers left, and you can see Weston frustrated at the moment. He can't find a way through Devil's Elbow. He's going to have to set a move up, I feel, Nicole, up into Spoon Curve.
Absolutely. Needs to get the run down the Dragon Straight through the 90 and flat right-hander where they're hitting about 90 miles an hour. This could be the stage through Spoon if he can go in from far enough away, and it doesn't happen. Down into Carousel though, double apex corner. Could have a look down the inside, but not close enough yet is Weston. Heading back up the hill then towards turn number 7. Nothing typically happens here, but we are on the dying stages now. This is the final lap. Wolf, though, your race leader, who was given that 5-second penalty, has not been put off. Crosses the line with a 7.4 second lead from Miles Murphy, your Demon Tweaks branded driver, who finishes in second. And that penalty then, the 5 seconds given to Wolf for that jump start, really hasn't affected him. He is your race leader.
Very good stuff from Noah Wolf. Overcomes the early trouble of that penalty to win that race, even with 5 seconds added to his race time. The history books will show he won that one in the end by 2.5 seconds, on the road by 7.5. Wolf from Murphy, that's a big step forward for Miles Murphy, and hopefully he'll have a smile on his face after that one. Ollie Stewart third, Jake Weston and Jess Edgar all in the top 5. Decent points for Ellis Stevens. Nat Thomas P7, the first of the Rush Performance drivers, home there in the number 73. Turner, Lewis and Morgan all in the top 10. Ryan Green was 11th at the end of that one, ahead of Lee Ward. Daniel Sabula recovered to 13th place. Ralph Youngling 14th. And Nino Piccoli in 15th. I'm just going to note here, because Nino's story is all about progression across the course of the season. 41.45, the best lap for Nino in that one. Less than 1.5 seconds off a driver who is racing right at the top of the sport at the moment. That is a really good effort from Nino. Likewise for Bryn Kinch. Yes, 16th out of 16, but 41.51 a best lap. Those guys definitely improving. Here are your race highlights. This was the race start. Very good one for Weston. Good one for Murphy as well. Wolf, that little move there, constituting a false start, would get him the 5-second penalty. I was really impressed here, Nicole, with the moves of Miles Murphy through that final corner. Not once, but twice, making his way up to second place. Absolutely, and did really catch out Oliver Stewart at one stage, who then Ella Stevens bumped into the back of. We saw early drama for Daniel Sabula, who got pushed onto the grass, did recover back onto the circuit, but finished in 13th place, a 1 position loss from where he started. Wolf, though, met the checkered flag later on with that 5-second penalty, so on paper would have finished 2.5 seconds ahead of Miles Murphy in second, but it was on the road, a 7.5 second race win.
Continuing throughout the race, though, was the battle between Oliver Stewart and Jake Weston. They were your drivers who finished in 3rd and 4th. Weston was applying the pressure later on in the stage, really did try and challenge in that final sector heading down the hill, but it wasn't quite enough.
No, not this time. The KZ2 drivers will have another race, of course, for their heats. That will go off from 1:10 For now, though, let's head down to Piers Prior.
Our winner. First winner of the weekend, Noah Wolf, from pole position. Made it look easy on circuit, but as we were discussing in the commentary, 5-second penalty for the start, but didn't make a difference in the end.
No, I'm just learning. I've never had the feeling of that before. I just wasn't fully on the brake, I think, a mix of a couple of things, but it's an easy fix for next time. Learning, I guess, you got to make the mistake to know how to fix it. It was a fucking amazing pace, and it was really good.
Very good indeed. I mean, a 7.5-second gap at the end of the race, helped by a little bit of scrapping, but surely that gives you a lot of confidence going into the remainder of the day.
100%. It's a big gap that they've got to close up, and the pace for me, I'm the one to beat now.
Absolutely the one to beat. I was watching to the final sector here, and it looked like the rear of the kart was particularly glued to the circuit compared to a lot of your competition. Clearly working well underneath you.
Yeah, 100%. Jade had given me the best package this weekend, and with me dancing around the track, I'm just really enjoying it.
Absolutely, and forgive me for saying, I think you've probably been quicker in that session than you've been at any other point for the rest of the weekend, comparatively so. Is there anything you've done overnight that's put you a step forward?
I think it's just the mix of the wet conditions through the testing and yesterday, and now today is dry and it's not rain, so I think the track's getting better and the kart's getting more grippy, so the lap times are coming down. Clearly it's suiting you well. Noah, congratulations, first win of the day. It's only a heat, but we'll see how it goes, but that pace is looking pretty ominous. We've got our first heat for first heat of the X30 classes. Junior X30 is up first. But before then, a word from our partners.
Thank you very much down there in the paddock. Apologies for the language there. Noah got himself a little bit excited. I'll blame Teddy Wilson's helmet and him wearing that one. It's clearly a bad influence for him. Right, let's move on. X30 Junior is up next. So this is their second round of Cause of the Weekend. Yesterday, brilliantly won by George Edgar. That was the success for the Edgar family that we referred to earlier when talking about Jess. Should note as well, there's another Edgar racing this weekend and has been doing pretty well out at Le Mans. Johnny Edgar, of course, for TF Sport. Anyway, let's focus on X30 Junior. Nicole, some good racing from them yesterday.
Absolutely. It was Edgar versus Riley Cranham within the final, but it was Edgar that took it. For this time, though, it's our Junior X30 Race 14 Heat 3 of the weekend, but their first heat of today's racing.
Let's take you through the grid then for the first heat in X30 Junior. It's an all Mick Barrett racing front row. George Edgar and Ty Buckley on it. Aaron Richardson and Finlay Lines go from the second row of the grid. It's an all Fusion row 3 as well. Sukmani Kira and Riley Cranham on that one. Wales's Archie Owen on home soil starts on row 4 and is joined by Nat Johnston.
Row number 5 looks like Mayim Patel versus Isaac Sayer. And then from 6 we have Max Yule alongside Harley Musk. Going from row number 7 is Rocco Leon Shenton with Jack McLaughlin. And from row number 8, we have Archie Rogers-Tyler with Alfie Brown.
Row number 9, Zach McDonald and Oliver Meek. John Foley Jr. and debutante Ollie Vo go from row 10. Jack Crockwell and Jacob Backler are on row 11. And then it's an all Jamie Green Racing row 12. Freddie Wood 23rd, Will Green was fastest in timed qualifying, but was underweight, therefore disqualified. Starts this race on his return to the British Kart Championships from the back. We Are Green racing in X30 Junior. Great start for George Edgar, immediately into the lead. Communicates with his teammate Ty Buckley to work together and push away from the rest of the pack. Good start for Aaron Richardson as well. I think he's up to third place. Through Spoon Curve for the first time. Will Green already making up positions, around 4 positions gained for last year's IAME Water Swift British champion. Out of the carousel for the first time, Nicole. Solid start once again for George Edgar.
Watch Freddie Wood then maybe use his teammate of Will Green to push through positions and go through the doors that are opened for him by Green. Eyes on the front of the field though, George Edgar continuing to have a really strong day of racing so far within this early stage. Headers up the hill once more as your race leader ahead of his Mick Barrett teammate. Here we have, though, Richardson starting to challenge for that second place, and now Riley Cranham is making moves down the inside of Finley Lines to jump into 4th. Cranham finished on the podium once more yesterday, but for the first time this year, it was not a race win. Here we go then, down the inside at Carousel goes Richardson on Buckley, so Buckley loses that position and is now going to be under pressure as your O-plate driver is right there and is pulling along Finley Lines, who is pulling along Sukhmani Kira, who's having a great weekend of racing so far.
Sukhmani Kira, very consistent, always in the top 10 and looking to build on a positive day yesterday. So it's Fusion Motorsport versus Mick Barrett Racing at the front of the order. Apologies for a little bit of a problem there with the live timing. George Edgar hasn't disappeared. He's so quick, the timing can't keep up with him. There we go, it's back to the top of the tower. Leads by just around half a second at the moment. Richardson P2, position he was very familiar with at Warden Law, of course, on what was a really breakthrough weekend for Aaron Richardson within this class. There's the driver that beat him back at Karting North East, Riley Cranham. Yes, it wasn't a win yesterday for Riley Cranham, but I think Riley will have been quite happy with the result. In terms of net championship lead, he extended his championship lead. Here's Sukhmani Kira going for 5th place down the inside of Finley Lines. Lovely move there by the Alpine Race Her Academy driver. Here comes Mayan Patel now for the MDL team. He gets down the inside of Finley Lines. The 240 of Archie Owens in there as well. Oh, it's all getting a little bit scrappy. Isaac Sayer out of shape in the Jamie Green Racing machine through Spoon Curve. But some good speed in this top 10. Finley Lines, though, looking like he's having a few problems out there.
That is something that can catch those drivers out as they head up to Spoon. It really does go in tighter than it looks. The drivers are on the limit as they head into there. It's a very, very fast corner as you go up the flat 90-degree right-hander up the hill. So actually see that happen time and time again this weekend. Drivers catching each other out as they carry so much pace up there. Once more, though, they'll head into Spoon. No major dramas just yet. You can see the way these drivers actually get it wrong quite often, as sometimes they turn in a little bit too early into the corner. Lines now having to think about Rocco Shenton behind him, looks over his shoulder as they head through Carousel. Although those graphics don't look like it, actually Owen and Lines are now teammates. They're both racing for Ben Platten's BMR branded team. Lines is still sporting the Argenti graphics, but maybe watch those two try and work together and push away from Shenton sat there.
Yeah, indeed. Finley Lines had a really good run at Wera a few weeks ago in the IAME Euro Series, and this team effort now with BMR starting to bear fruit. 4 minutes to go. There's Rocco Lee and Shenton. We've not seen too much of Rocco so far in this race. Qualified a little bit further down the order, but that's now 5 positions gained for the privateer on the Birrell chassis, and puts him up to 8th place. A little bit further down the order, changes for 14th and 15th. Jacob Backler for the MDL team and Will Green have both got past Oliver Meek. Back at the front of the order, end of lap 6. Edgar leads by half a second from Aaron Richardson. Pace very even, both in the mid 41.9s. Riley Cranham, though, is now up to 3rd place and looking to press on in on a 41.84 last time around. Mayan Patel, again, is on the move. Is now up to 5th place, is found away there on your screens. You can see past Sukhmani Kira. Plenty to be sorted out here with 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock.
Here we go then. George Edgar still continues to lead the way, but like you said, Andrew, it's actually Cranham that's faster than the two drivers ahead. No change so far within that gap. It's still 0.5 of a second, and now Richardson has actually lost half a tenth. It is Edgar and Cranham that really are matching each other for pace in that 1, 2 and 3. But maybe you could question if Cranham now is being held up by his teammate of Richardson in second. I think a promotion into second is going to be what's needed if Edgar is going to be caught for that race lead.
It's almost a bit of roles reversed, isn't it, from last year? Because the junior campaign in 2024, it was the two fusions. It was Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham often had to be the groomsman for that situation. He is now the older member, the more experienced member of the team. Aaron Richardson may have to just let Riley Cranham go here to give them a better hope of closing that 0.6 second gap into George Edgar. And Riley Cranham's going to want to do that as well, because Richardson is his closest rival in the championship at this stage of the season. As I say, very similar situation to what we saw with Harrison Mackie and Riley Cranham through 2024. Other changes further down the order. There's Rocky Shenton, who's now ahead of Archie Owen. That is for 6th place. 7 places gained for Shenton. I think there's also been a bit of movement for Nat Johnson. Oh dear, as soon as we say that for Rocky Shenton, 5-second penalty for the 286. Well, in fact, I think that's a double 5-second penalty for Shenton. You can just see on our screen. So 10 seconds right now would drop Shenton all the way back to the back of the field.
You know, as commentators, we can't call what the penalty was for, but questioning if actually maybe Lines, when he was overtaken on top of the hill into Spoon, it looked a bit ambitious by Shenton. He did look like maybe he loaded Lines up slightly, so that could be what that 5 seconds is for. But it is good news for Owen and Lines, who are sat right there behind him. Lines down the inside of his teammate now then to get himself into 7th. This is your battle from 7th then to 10th, who Isaac Sayer is now getting involved with. Further down the order, big promotion for Will Green, 11th place gain for him. He's now in 13th. Has he got enough time to maybe get himself into that top 10? Other promotions include Jacob Batchelor, who's having a good race, up by 8 places to get himself into 14th.
Yeah, decent moves from them up the field. Finley Lines trying to find a way through there into that right-hander. Very tricky to do, of course. It's one of those corners that you approach very, very quickly indeed. There's not much of a braking zone, if any braking zone at all. You've got to be fully alongside as Sukmani Kira goes down the inside there of Archie Owen. Archie Owen over the curb. It's quite a sizable curb off to driver's left out of the final corner. And Owen now drops to P10. His line's going to have an attack here on Shenton. Doesn't necessarily need to do so because Shenton has those 5-second penalties from earlier in the race. Has another little look into Carousel Corner. This is a circuit that I think can quite suit Finley Lines. He's now trying to switch back again into the complex downhill. This is good stuff from both Shenton and Finley Lines. Very forceful racing. We're on the final lap. Well, we're going on to the final lap now. George Edgar is up the road and clear by a second. Has weathered the storm of Riley Cranham. By the way, the fusions have switched. So Cranham now ahead of Richardson, as we thought might be the case, and Cranham has slightly dropped Richardson. The gap is about half a second. But here is George Edgar, won the round yesterday. He's looking in really, really good form here in North Wales. Down the hill once again, navigating his way through the downhill part of the circuit. Brilliantly positioned there through Devil's Elbow, and it's going to be another win for George Edgar like it was 24 hours ago. Edgar wins from Cranham, Richardson, Buckley. Mick Barrett Racing and Fusion Motorsport share the top 4 spaces. Patel, Shenton, Lines, Sayer, Kira and Johnston complete the top 10 on the road.
Great stuff once again then from your race winner Edgar. Of course, last time we were here with the IAME classes in 2022 in the cadet class, Edgar took a win. This is clearly a strong circuit for him. There he is on your screens, takes that checkered flag once more as a race winner this weekend. I think he is your driver in Junior X30 that is the one to beat the drivers around him, the likes of Cranham who finished in second, the likes of Richardson who finished in third, need to evaluate how they are going to put a stop to Edgar this weekend, because he's on top form.
Absolutely is. There's the second page of your finishers. Archie Owen from Harley Musk, Will Green, Max Ewell and Archie Rogers-Tyler all in the top 15. Jacob Backler, Zach McDonald, Freddie Wood, Ollie Meek and Jack McLaughlin in the top 20. Alfie Brown, Oliver Vaux, John Foley Jr. and Jack Crockwell make it 24 finishers from the 24 drivers who started. They will wait, of course, to go through scrutineering over the weighbridge here at Glan Y Gors, and we will hopefully soon hear from our race winner down in Parc Ferme. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that one. Very good start for George Edgar, that was key. Starting on the inside line on driver's right here today, a little bit easier, Nicole, it would seem.
Yeah, it does look like that. Sukmani Kira made the most of the track at turn number 1 to overtake Finley Lyons, who in the early stages actually got hustled quite hard. He did lose position originally to his teammate of Archie Owen, and this is where it really got busy in our midfield section. That involved the likes of Sayer. Kira was lucky to miss that one, but Johnstone and Musk were all involved as well. This was the move by Rocco Shenton, which we think has awarded him that penalty for. We could be incorrect, but I would maybe say this was the moment. Archie Owen got bullied halfway through, then pushed out wide at the final corner, did get back onto the road and finished in 11th, but a bit of pushing and shoving going on for our Junior X30s.
Yeah, I think Shenton may also have been in a bit of bother with the moment with Isaac Sayer earlier on in the race. Let's once again, though, head down to Parc Ferme. Piers Prior, over to you.
Winner once again, George Edgar. George, you're making a habit of this.
Yeah, after yesterday qualifying pole, winning the first heat, had an unfortunate second heat, but then won the final, so managed to pole again this morning, win the first heat. Hopefully we can win the next one. It's not going to be easy again. I just saw that race. Luckily, there was a little battle at the start and I got a gap, and then just managed to just keep the pace going and manage the gap and win the race, so it was good.
Was that a little bit less stressful today with the non-changing conditions?
Yeah, a little bit.
Also, I assume you're probably going to be looking for some Welsh citizenship after this weekend?
Yeah, I've had a really good weekend here in Wales. Obviously, round 1 at Warden Law, or round 1 and 2, it didn't go amazing. We ended up third in the second final, but unfortunately just had some mistakes and some penalties which were unfortunate, and it didn't let us maximise our performance. But here we've managed to get starting 5th for the final yesterday, win the final, and then now won the first heat today, so hopefully we can just keep going.
Do you reckon that's the difference? It's just keeping it a bit cleaner, everything going a bit to plan, no mistakes?
Yeah, I think it's more down to qualifying. I think if you can qualify at the front, it just halves your work, because obviously you don't have to do as much racing, which then makes it harder to get a penalty when you're out front the whole race, so everything's just a little bit more calm.
Well, we'll see you go from pole again in Heat 2. Congratulations, another win this weekend. We'll see how you get on, George. That is Junior X30 Heat 1. Next up, Senior X30 after this.
All set for Heat 1 then for Senior X30. Here is your grid. Gus Lawrence is on pole position for this one. Harrison Whitcomb back on the front row starts second. Freddie Lloyd is third, and it's a commentator's nightmare. Another Harrison there. Harrison Mackie this time starting P4. Gabriel Stilp and Lewis Bird, they go from row 3. Zach Green and Tristan Powell solid there on row 4.
Japan meets Ireland with Morgan Moore and Sarah Matsoy on row number 5, and then on 6 is Jack Buckley with Aaron Brown. 7 includes Harry Cottrell with Joey Brown, and 8 looks like Hadrian Eldridge with William Antrobus.
Row number 9, Theo Lestrange and Sam Lewis. Row 10, Rhys Newburn and hopefully Luca Manu, who has been having some problems getting going. Laith Khan and CJ Bennett on row 11, Joao Castro and Harrison Morrow on row 12. Jack Nettleship, Thomas Min-Spearing and Cadman Edmonds completes the 27-strong field. We have green lights on our screens. We have green lights out on circuit. Here we go then for Senior X30 Heat number 1 of the day. Gus Lawrence immediately into the race lead. Harrison Whitcomb there in second place. Are they all going to find their way through Spoon Curve? Looking okay at the moment. Bit of a movement in the middle of the pack there from Joey Brown, but it's a good start for the reigning British champion. Gus Lawrence looking to build momentum here, Nicole.
Lawrence then this weekend so far, his Achilles heel has been that race start, but being on that pole side really has helped him heading into this race. Down the hill they go for the first time within their first heat of today's racing. Lawrence leads the way, and now we've got a change for second position because Freddie Lloyd has a bit to say to his premium karting teammate of Harrison Whitcomb and goes down the inside at that final corner. That's then brought Still and Mackie into the fight, and it's getting a bit busy going into Spoon now as Mackie overtakes Still, drops 2 positions because Zach Green is now within the fight. Green didn't have the qualifying he would have wanted yesterday, didn't get the result, but now he's further up the order after he returns to the British Kart Championship this weekend from a stint in Europe and is now just outside of your top 5.
Let's head down to Piers Prior. Piers, what do you have for us?
We saw Gus Lawrence go from pole in the final yesterday. Jack Nettleship tried to go around the outside, got a penalty. This morning, it was Harrison Whitcomb. That was as close to a false start as you're ever going to get. I think he was actually ever so slightly ahead, but still within the margins, as we haven't seen a penalty. But I think that's what we would class as a perfect start from the outside of the front row.
Indeed, it's given Whitcomb the base to fight here. It's the battle of the Harrisons. It's Harrison Mackie trying to find a way through past Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb there in the bright red helmet. Zach Green looking to get involved as well. 3 drivers here who've all been racing out in Europe in recent times as well. Whitcomb last week representing the United Kingdom, the choice from Motorsport UK to race in the new FIA Karting Academy category for the senior age drivers. Went to second place on the podium in Viterbo. Harrison Mackie, a few weeks before that, was a winner in Wera. Oh, was a change there for 5th place. Was that Lewis Bird having a fight with Zach Green?
Well, I don't know if Bird maybe has an issue there, Andrew. It looked like he just put his hand up as they were heading out of Spoon. I don't know if he's got re-going. There he is. So no major dramas. Maybe he just gave the position up. But something a little bit strange was going on top of that hill, and I think he's lost position to Still. There he is then, so he's lost a couple of positions. Now I think that's Jack Buckley that has overtaken him again as well. So Bird, yeah, dropped down the order a little bit on that lap.
It just shows how competitive this field is. New fastest lap of the race from driver number 2, Freddie Lloyd. And could we be about to have another Lawrence v Lloyd battle here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships? There they are. Then it's the battle between Whitcomb and Mackie. Both strong point scorers so far this season. Harrison Whitcomb still has the lead in the championship, even though he wasn't right at the front yesterday. 6th through the heats in the intermediate classification and then 7th in the final. Gus Lawrence was able to close in slightly. So at least by my quick maths and state, this is unofficial maths. We'll get more updates from Ian Rogers and the Motorsport Timing team later on in the day. 373 for Whitcomb, 362 on the championship points for Whitcomb and Lawrence. But more on that later on. Here is your battle at the front of the order. 4 minutes remaining in this heat. We're at the halfway point on time. Gus Lawrence leads from yesterday's race winner, Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd, cool, calm and collected, trying to close in and take the race lead at the end of lap number 6. The gap is 0.35 seconds.
Well, it's your 1 and 2 that is sat in is knocking on his door now as they head out of Spoon. Back down the hill they go then, and this is the opportunity for Lloyd to really get it right on the brakes and start to close that gap up ever more. It's a battle between the two Harrisons there in third and fourth. No attempt just yet by Mackie. Is being a bit patient within that one, but I actually think Zach Green maybe is now sat there in third. No, he's not. So he's still sat there in fifth. I thought on the screen that maybe there had been a big change there, but Green is still really trying to chase. And as well, somebody who's having a really good weekend, I'd say, Andrew, is Tristan Powell. He's been up there within the top 10 quite consistently throughout heats this weekend, and I think we've seen some progress through him here at GYG.
Oh, absolutely. When I was doing a prep for the start of the race week, I looked back through the results at Warden Law and I went, hang on a minute, Tristan Powell properly went under the radar, and he's kicked on again. You know, we were talking about 10th place, 9th place for Tristan Powell back at Karting Northeast. The fact that, you know, he's now into the top 6, very impressive run. The only rookie, for those wondering why is his 388 number a different colour to everybody else, that's to note that he's a rookie. It's the first time we've seen him have a full campaign in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Lawrence, Lloyd, Whittaker, Mackie, we've seen these drivers in previous seasons as Lloyd goes down the inside, takes the race lead. Brilliant stuff from Freddie Lloyd. A magnificent move into Spoon Curve. Nothing that Gus Lawrence could do about that. And Freddie Lloyd back to the front of the order once again, Nicole.
Masterclass of overtaking there by Lloyd. Trusted the grip in the tyre. He knew that he could get the kart stopped, even though he was going in from a bit further away, and absolutely got that move done on Lawrence. Is your new race leader then, and has bridged a gap of 0.3 of a second. So quite settled now for this lap, I would say. And I'd say maybe Lawrence would be a little bit put off by that now, Andrew. It was a good, ambitious move from Lloyd to watch Gus maybe not respond to that one. Still, no change between our two Harrisons in third and fourth. Zach Green sat there in fifth, chasing both of those drivers as your new fastest driver on the circuit.
It is indeed. Closing in on Mackie there. Mackie with the purple and white helmet. Whittaker with the bright red, the unmistakable red helmet. Some might confuse them out there in the world, but not here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 60 seconds to go. Lloyd leads from Lawrence, Whittaker, Mackie and Green completing the top 5. Jack Buckley's got through past Tristan Powell. That's for 7th place. Thomas Min Spearing up 11 places further down the order, is now back into the top 15. Who else has made good progress in this race? Cameron Edmonds up 7, is now into the top 20. And again a 5 as well for Sam Lewis for the ever-growing Evolve Motorsport team. Sam Lewis now into 13th place. Back with our battle here. It's the two Harrisons and the Zach. Whittaker still ahead of Mackie and Green. And not able to hold with the pace forwards. Green goes down the inside of Mackie. That's a lovely move from Zach Green. Puts him up to 4th place. Harrison Whittaker, not able to hold the pace of Lloyd and Lawrence, but this is a much better result on the potential cards here for the championship leader than 24 hours ago. A
bit of an average day yesterday for Whittaker. Didn't really do anything spectacular. Maybe it can connote that he was just kind of, developing as the day went on. Of course, last week he was in the OK category out in Italy. Very different from X30 racing and a very different circuit. So maybe today he's finally on top form once again, as we're going to go down and hear from Piers Prior.
Not relevant for the front of the field, but I think keeping half an eye on Thomas Min Spearing. He's the only one that's able to live with the pace of Freddie Lloyd at the front. Currently sitting in 15th place. A good recovery drive from him so far.
Very good drive indeed. Whittaker having to be defensive there ahead of Zach Green. We are on the final lap. Whittaker checking one way, then the other. This could be a big result in the context of the day, but he could still lose out here to Green, Mackie and Still. Leaders heading down the hill once again. This has been a very good run for Freddie Lloyd. Heading round the final corner. Now there is the checkered flag, and there is another big result for the driver, the number 2 on the line there for 3rd place. Whittaker does hold on ahead of Green. In between those mentioned, Gus Lawrence records a 2nd place in this first heat. So it's Lloyd from Lawrence, Whittaker, Zach Green, Harrison Mackie, your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gabe Stilp in 6th. Jack Buckley, solid result there for Mick Barrett Racing 7th. Tristan Powell, again, solidly in the top 10 in 8th. 9th for Lewis Bird. and 10th for Morgan Moore, the mystery man, Freddie Lloyd. He does have a physical presence, believe me. Yeah, he's at the top of the order once again. Aaron Brown, a quiet race there for Vismo International, but both of their drivers coming home 11th and 12th. Brown ahead of Eldridge. There they are on page 2. Solid run for Sam Lewis, up 5 places to 13th. William Antrobus having a quiet weekend as well. Has got a brand new lid though that hopefully we'll be able to see later on in the day. It was P14 in that one. Thomas Vince Spearing, your biggest mover, up 11 to 15th. Joey Brown, Theo Lestrange, Jack Nettleship, Harry Cottrell and Sarah Matsui all in the top 20. Cameron Edmonds 21st, up 6, and then drops down the order for Reece Newburn, CJ Bennett, Joao Castro, Harrison Morrow and Laith Khan. One driver did not start, the 391 of Luca Mann.
There he is though, your driver number 10 on your screen. That is Hayden Eldridge having his nose cone taken a picture of. That shows 5-second penalty will be given to the driver sat there in that Kart Republic. Dropped front fairing is an instant penalty for our drivers, and something that they drive into Parc Fermé always a little bit nervous of. This is your race start though, and this was the stage that Gus Lawrence really did get it better than he did in yesterday's racing. Up onto the hill, Harrison Mackie wasted no time overtaking Gabe Stilp, who really did get it wrong out of that final corner and lost 3 or 4 places in the end of things. Joey Brown trying to hustle the likes of Morgan Moore going through turn number 1 and almost actually clipped the rear of Morgan Moore. Didn't suffer too much from that one though. This was the stage where we were talking about that Lewis Bird was signalling up on top of the hill. I question if maybe he had some sort of mechanical issue, but it looked like maybe he was gifting the position back. Green, though, who finished in 4th place, overtook textbook moves through that last corner. You really can dive down the inside and make it stick, and we saw multiple decisions by Green to demonstrate that to us.
Yeah, very good run for the seniors. We will see them again, of course. They've got another heat to come before the afternoon break. That will be at 1:45. Let's head down once again to Parc Fermé and to Piers Prior.
Freddie, a winner. Just having a look at the results there. Another very good race, to be honest. It, again, didn't get away in the front at the start of the race, but the pace seemed excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I got a good start. Gus went away a bit at the start and then managed to creep at him every lap, and then got him in the last couple of laps and managed to pull a gap.
If anything, I think your pace today seems stronger than it was yesterday. Have you made any changes?
No, not really. Just managing the tyre a bit better than yesterday, but it's all right. I mean,
well, clearly it was all right. You won the race. Of course, the starts, qualifying wasn't quite there, but clearly the pace is in the car. What happened in qualifying that didn't allow you to show the pace you had in the first heat?
just didn't really get the full lap. I mean, ideal was a 7, which would have put me pole, I think, but just didn't manage to hit the lap. Just made a little mistake, but still consistent.
I suppose if you can do what you did in the first heat, it doesn't really matter, does it?
No.
Right, good start to the day. Freddie, congratulations, the first heat winner of Senior X30. Next up, Water Swift Restricted after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back to GYG. Getting ready for the next race. It's the first heat of the day for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here is your grid. LBJ Stubbs on pole position is joined by Corey Lyons. Ollie West and Bodie Batch start on row 2. Jaden McElhenney and Harry Chapman on row 3. Louis Williams Mabs and Toby Biggs on row 4. Row 5, Logan Hodgetts and Leo Russell. Row 6, Benjamin Schliver and Freddie Baker. Row 7, Patrick Wood and Frank Morris. Harry Murphy completes the 15-strong field. We are racing in IAME Water Swift Restricted for the first time here today. Good start for LBJ Stubbs in this 8-minute plus 1 lap heat. Up the hill, through the Dragon Straight, towards Spoon Curve. The first time, whoa, big moment there for Harry Chapman out on the curb. Recovers it and is still holding it around 5th place. But Nicole, another solid start for LBJ Stubbs, continuing to have a very strong season.
Solid start further down the field for the likes of Leo Russell, who is battling in amongst that 8th place position. Really good stuff out of that first turn on the earlier stages. Down the hill for the first time then, and Stubbs, your driver who finished 2nd yesterday and took 2 race wins in finals at Warden Law, leads the way and has given himself some breathing room in this first part. Ollie West, your driver of the day for Warden Law, sits half a second behind Stubbs. West is your highest up rookie driver so far within this race, but it's Batch that he has got to think about, sat there in 3rd. Down the inside, drivers go at that Spoon Curve, trusting the grip on the inside as things tighten up. Once more into Carousel, and Albie Stubbs is giving himself a little bit of breathing room, but here comes Brodie Batch, the driver that he couldn't beat yesterday in yesterday's Water Swift Restricted final. Batch now into 2nd.
That's a good move there from Bodie Batch to once again make it an Excel Motorsport 1-2 round the final corner to complete the 2nd lap of the race. There's your winner yesterday in the IAME Water Swift category, Alfie Davidson. We'll be seeing him later on. Keep your messages of support coming in. Let us know who you're cheering on here today. Moves further down the order. Harry Chapman's through past Toby Biggs for 6th place. And you saw Louis Williams Mabs is on the move as well, just going wheel to wheel there with Logan Hodgetts. That's all for around 10th, 11th and 12th positions. So it's Stubbs and Batch once again, this Excel Motorsport 1-2. But the difference here, Nicole, they've got company. Corey Lyons there in 3rd place. Very quick yesterday, but didn't have a lot of good luck, particularly in the races. Deserved a lot more than the results that he got. He was classified 15th in the final yesterday. He could really be a threat in the second half of this race.
Yeah, we're not really seeing that 2-car breakaway from our restricteds that we've seen so far this weekend. It's normally been Stubbs and Batch that have sort of pulled away from the rest of the field. But within this one, it really is a battle between your top 5 as moves down the inside. That now is Harry Chapman overtaking Ollie West to get himself into 4th. Chapman, along with Corey Lyons, one of those drivers that had some good pace yesterday, but like you said, for Lyons, no luck was really on his side.
No luck at all. There is Harry Chapman in 4th place. Harry Chapman looking to build some momentum, I feel, with the results. The finals have really not gone his way at all over the past 2 rounds, the one yesterday and the Sunday round at Warden Law. But we know he can win races. We know he can score highly, and he's got to keep doing so and believe that he can pull his way back into the title picture. Just looking a little bit further down the order, we'll come back to that because that's a nice move. That's much better from Harry Chapman. Takes 3rd place away from Corey Lyons. So it's the usual 3, Stubbs, Batch and Chapman, with a new friend, Corey Lyons, there in 4th place. Those are going to be your drivers who will fight over the win here with just over 4 minutes to go.
We're not having the same weather conditions we had yesterday, as I'll stop myself and just focus on Corey Lyons overtaking Harry Chapman, now taking that position back, going down the hill. So Lyons gets himself back into 3rd place. But I think as the weekend and the track develops, as drama there between our drivers in 3rd and 4th, Lyons and Chapman almost get it really wrong going down Dragon Straight. And that has now given your front 2 of Stubbs and Batch a little bit of breathing room. I think, Andrew, because we've not got the adverse weather conditions we had yesterday and the track is going to develop, we're going to have more slick rubber being put down. You're going to see the overtakes in each corner get a little bit more ambitious as these drivers can trust the grip out there. And I think that's why you're seeing on top of the hill into Spoon, these drivers starting to get quite confident for those overtakes, like what we just saw from Harry Chapman.
It's one of the things I really enjoy about this circuit. It's why, from a driving perspective, this is one of my favourite courses in the entire country, because that track surface, as it evolves, it really builds your confidence. You can attack GYG and get a lot out of it. Is there going to be a move here from Chapman down the inside? Yes, there is, for third place on Corey Lyons. Goes through past the Daily Motorsport number 14 and the other DMS machine, the number 77 of Jaden McElhenney, having a good run here once again. Had a bit of misfortune yesterday in TQ, missed the closing of the gate, had to work from the back of the field in every single race. Started this one from 5th on the grid and shows that his pace is very much there. Has held that position in the top 5. A little bit further down the order, who else is making progress? Leo Russell, we mentioned earlier, is still on for a net gain of 2 positions. There he is in the red, white and blue Energy Course machine, kart number 63. He's actually just lost one of those positions to Patrick Wood, who is your biggest mover in this race. Patrick Wood in the number 36 is up 5 places. A bit unfortunate yesterday was Patrick. Looking to get back into that top 5. Oh dear, we've got a problem. Leo Russell and Louis Williams-Mabs have come together at Spoon Curve, and the number 63 kart up on top of the DAP number 22. Both drivers are okay. That is the most important thing, but that is going to be them both out of the race, Nicole.
No challenge just yet from Bodie Batch on his teammate of Stubbs. They're not what we saw from him in yesterday's final, where he did make that overtake, but it was very late. So it does just show that maybe Batch has got that confidence to leave it a little bit later. Up the hill they go then into Spoon. Nothing attempted in this lap for Batch through that overtaking hotspot, but he really is now a shadow on his XL teammate, who is more than aware that he is pushing him round through Carousel. Under 1 minute 10 to go then, the clock is ticking. I'd actually question, team tactics between these two, Andrew. I think they're great friends off the track, they trust each other, and they're going to want to start on that front row for the final. So Batch maybe might leave this one a little bit later. He might even decide against making that overtake.
He may do, but again, you've got first and second in the championship here, Nicole. They're going to, at some point this season, start fighting. I'd imagine they both want to be IAME Water Swift restricted champion and succeed the likes of Alfie Davidson and Austin Gibson, who've done very well in this category in previous years. 20 seconds remaining on the clock for this one. It's the Excel Motorsports drivers 1 and 2 once again. No other further changes in this one. Harry Murphy has gained 3 places in this race, just to note, the number 65 up to 12th place. Drivers will see the last lap board this time around. I tell you what, Harry Chapman's having a very quick finish to this race. There he is in the yellow and black liveried number 32 machine. What was that last time around? 48.06, 0.2 quicker than Stubbs and Batch. That is going to be a worry for the Excel Motorsport drivers. They can't fight too hard on this final tour of the circuit.
Well, what Stubbs is probably unintentionally doing at the minute is actually backing Batch up into the clutches of Chapman. There we go then, defensive goes Stubbs on this final lap into Carousel, and it really now has turned into a 3-kart battle for this race lead. Chapman is right there on Batch. Stubbs continues to defend from his XL teammate down the hill. Overtake for P2 attempted, but not enough room for Chapman, and Batch does keep hold of it. Stubbs, LBJ Stubbs, your O-Plate champion, takes the checkered then for this first Water Swift restricted heat of the day as your race winner, half a second ahead of XL Motorsport teammate Bodie Batch. And Harry Chapman, with a net gain of 3 positions, finishes in your top 3. Corey Lyons up in 4th place ahead of Jaden McElhenney, and they are your top 5.
Back on top then, LBJ Stubbs, championship leader, gets his Sunday off to the best possible start. It's another Excel Motorsport 1-2. Chapman, Lyons and McElhenney, as mentioned, all in the top 5. Ollie West, P6. Another good result there for Evolve Motorsport. Toby Biggs was second of the privateers in that race, P7, ahead of biggest gainer Patrick Wood in 8th. Benjamin Schlivar and Logan Hodgetts all in the top 10. Freddie Baker, Harry Murphy and Frank Morris all coming home. If you didn't see the paddock show last night, give it a watch at lunchtime. There's a very, very good moment in with Frank Morris. What I will say though for Frank is make sure that you wish your dad a happy Father's Day, as he's working very hard on the cards. Here's the highlights.
Here we go then. LBJ Stubbs was light to flag. Early stages was Chapman that got caught out down the Dragon Straight, but as we saw him finish in third, he did recover very nicely. It was a good start for the likes of Leo Russell, jumped into 8th position round Spoon Curve. But later on we did see a retirement from him after an incident with Louis Stubbs. Here we go then, moves down the inside on top of the hill. Like we said during the race, that is going to develop into an overtaking hotspot as more grip gets put down. Chapman and Corey Lyons were battling it out at one stage and both almost caught each other out as they were heading down Dragon Straight, and this was the stage where they lost that time to your top two of Stubbs and Batch. Stubbs though, doing LBJ Stubbs things, which is winning so far this weekend, and it's another win that he can add to his belt. Yeah,
it's looking like he could have a good haul of points in the championship come the end of this round, but there's still more racing to go, of course. Second heat for IAME Water Swift Restricted will be at 2 o'clock local time here in the UK. We'll be with you for that. Let's head down once again though to Parc Ferme and to Piers Prior.
Down with our winner, LBJ Stubbs. Albie, another XL driver taking the win, but today it was you in the heats. That must feel pretty good. Good start to the day.
Yeah, it feels good.
Absolutely, and of course yesterday we saw Bodie. Of course you were trying to beat him. This morning it looks like you've had a slightly upper hand. Have you changed anything in your driving in the car? What's going on?
I think we changed the gearing, but at the start we managed to stay on the inside. They didn't cut across, and then Ollie West pushed us through as well, and then Bodie got in front of them and the team gave him a signal to push it, and he just pushed me the whole time.
It's even though you two are fighting for the championship, you're happy to work together, it seems.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, maybe not until the last lap.
Not quite the last lap, but he usually pushes till the last lap, and then there's the battle.
Absolutely, we look forward to that battle in the final. Congratulations, first win of the day.
Thank you.
LBJ Stubbs, winner. Water Swift Restricted. Water Swift next, the 10 to 13-year-olds. That's after this.
Getting ready then for IAME Water Swift, race number 17 on our timetable for this weekend. It's the first heat, though, of this new round, this fourth round of the year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in this category. Full grid of drivers ready to go. In a short moment's time, we will read you through the grid. But there is your pole sitter, Christian Kobe for Fusion Motorsport in the 199. A brilliant timed qualifying performance from the Irish driver earlier on this morning across those best 3 laps, the average of those laps taken. There is the driver who will be sharing the front row with Harry Williams, the O-Plate holder and current championship leader, will be on the outside. Austin Newstead a little bit further back on the grid. Once again, it is a flurry of Fusions and Excels at the front of the order. Here is your grid then for heat number 1 of round 4 for Water Swift. Christian Kobe and Harry Williams on the front row. Colby Patterson and George Clark on row 2. Clark got his first podium yesterday. Alfie Davison and Austin Newstead on row 3. Ozzie Gibson and Callum Graham on row 4.
Row number 5 looks like Oscar Kenny with Mason Hibbert, and then on 6 we have Daniel Ferguson with Effin Owen on home soil. Row number 7 includes Henry Clark with George House, and then 8 is Joseph Davies with Johnston Stewart.
Sophie Campbell had a decent day yesterday, starts on row 9 for this one alongside Ilias Sami. Luca Narroway and Chester Fawkes form up row 10. Danny Dempsey and Margaret Kvetskis on the Apollo kart start on row 11. It's Charlie Clough and Nathaniel Hodges on row 12.
Drama out there on the circuit though, but from 13 we have Orion Meta with Ethan Robinson. 14 is Ian Carey with Jack Harney. And then going from row number 13 is Jensen Ackerman with Andy Stewart. Ada O'Brien and Ruben Sago go from 16, and rounding out your grid and on the 17th row all alone will be Oscar Miller.
So the drama is for Colby Patterson, due to start this race from grid 3. Can Colby Patterson get it going? No, I don't think he can. So our first bit of drama of the day in Water Swift is one of the front runners will not take the start for this 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat. Away we go. Great start for Harry Williams round the outside of his teammate. Has he got the move done on the run up the Dragon Straight for the first time in this one? The Fusion train has formed already as they run into Spoon for the first time, and it's the O-plate holder Harry Williams who leads here on lap 1. Oh, big spin at the back for one of the DMS machines. It's the 123 of Ethan Robinson who went round there. That tight exit out of Spoon Curve, claiming a couple of drivers there. Very dramatic start here, Nicole.
There's more drama out there on the circuit then. That is Ruben Sago, who has retired onto the grass. Early stages though, and it really is a race of the Fusions because they are your top drivers. It's Williams from Kobe. Kobe has lost that race lead then. Alfie Davidson is sat there in 3rd, and then Ozzie Gibson in 4th. Austin Newstead 5th. George Clark in 6th. And then Oscar Kenny is your only driver within the top 8 who is not for the Fusion Motorsport team. Down the hill they go then, and it's all getting a bit scrappy further back down your field between the likes of Nathaniel Hodges, Andy Stewart and Jensen Ackerman. Ackerman was your driver yesterday who polled it, but not having a great day so far. Down the hill they go. Nothing too untoward going on at the further end of your field. It is still Kobe that is chasing around Harry Williams, your O-plate driver. But watch these drivers push each other around until the later stages because they're teammates and they're going to want to push away from the likes of Oscar Kenny, who is in there in 8th place and not for the Fusion Motorsport camp.
There was a driver spinning in the background there, and I worry it may have been Chester Fawkes. Chester's fallen down to 29th place as there is a change for the lead. Christian Kobe takes P1 in this 5-kart breakaway all Fusion Motorsport. It's appeared.
Yeah, just having a look at the last corner, and there was a crash at the back of the field. The 138 was the one that was caught out worst. He was actually the one that was avoiding the incident. So unfortunately, Chester Fawkes, as much as he lost out, it was in avoiding action. So he did very well, not helped his race situation.
Thank you for that, Piers. 5.5 minutes of this race to go, and it really is a dominant performance at the moment from the Fusion Motorsport team. Dan Hazelwood is going to be very pleased with this. It's a top 7 lockout at the moment for the team. There was a change there for 6th place. George Clark threw past Daniel Ferguson for that spot. His new race leader, Christian Kobe from Harry Williams. Alfie Davidson, your round winner yesterday, really got his championship charge back on track. Had a torrid time the last time we raced on a Sunday for this championship back at Warden Law. He's sat there in 3rd place. Then Austin Newstead in the dark red helmet. Austin Gibson immediately behind in 5th. End of lap number 4. No other changes in the top 10 apart from that previously reported one between George Clark and Daniel Ferguson. George Clark now the fastest driver in the race, Nicole, and it was really great to see the smile on his face yesterday. A really big result, his first podium in the Vera Tools British Kart Championships. I hope this is a kind of result that then kind of just gives him almost a bit of a boost, that confidence boost that a driver sometimes needs.
Yeah, I think a little while ago George had a bit of a roll at one of the circuits and it put him off making some of those overtakes for a little while. He needed some time to build his confidence back up, but hopefully after yesterday's results it's shown him that he can definitely be in the sharp end of the field, and I would say from this point onwards you're going to see some good progress from Clark, who is sat there in 6th place. Yesterday then, Andrew, the story was Fusion versus Excel within our Water Swift class, but today actually it's a Fusion versus the OMS racing team, who's recently been taken over by Danny Curl, previous FIA world champion, who's taken over that OMS branded team and is doing good things so far with it, because both drivers, Kenny and Graham, are sat there in the top 10. I questioned at what stage the Fusions would start battling it out, and I think as we head through 3.5 minutes left to go, it is now, because in this front train of karts, Davidson, Newstead, Gibson, Clark and Ferguson starting to get all involved with each other, and it's given Christian Kobe a little bit of breathing room to get himself sorted as they head out of the final corner.
It is indeed. There's your view from Marshall Post 1 here at GYG. A couple of drivers coming through the field that we should note. Luca Naure, just at the back of this train for the Evolve Motorsport team, has gained 9 places so far in this race. He's up to P10. Up 9 as well, Danny Dempsey. That's taking him into 12th place. Charlie Clough is up 8 into the top 15. Ian Carey, Jack Harney, Andy Stewart and Ada O'Brien, they have all gained a big number of positions in this race. Not such good news. Colby Patterson and Ruben Sagu, we know, out of this race. Ethan Owen also out of this race. Joseph Davis and Mason Hibbert have also had problems, but it's hotting up here in the front of the field as Williams goes for the race lead. Can he make it work? No, here comes Davidson. Brilliant stuff from Alfie Davidson. Read that one on the approach to the final turn and got 2 for the price of 1. Austin Newstead followed through as well into 2nd place. Ozzie Gibson holding 3rd. Here goes Newstead down the inside on his teammate. Takes the race lead. Gibson through to 2nd. It's the experienced drivers coming through the order in this one. The number 4 seed from last year, the number 5 seed from last year, now at the front of the field.
I think that last lap was perfectly read by Davidson as Williams went for the move, just overshot it, and it gave Davidson that position, who is now out there driving a good race. Back round they will come out of the final once more, and we'll take you through your top 5, which is Newstead from Gibson, Davidson, Harry Williams and Daniel Ferguson. Kenny still in there in 6th. Can he pluck off some Fusion places? Up the hill they go, and Newstead decides to go defensive from his teammate of Ozzie Gibson, who is just tightening things up from Davidson sat there in 3rd. Back down the hill they go. Once more, Newstead tightening things up, looking over his shoulder. He doesn't care that Ozzie Gibson is his teammate. He wants every point. He wants this position, that number 1 spot, because it's also a large promotion for Newstead, up by 5 places, matching Gibson in 2nd.
Well, Austin Newstead, the last time we had a race on a Sunday for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in this category, was your round winner, was top of the intermediate classification after those 2 rounds of heats at Warden Law, went on to win the final. Is this the start of a Sunday repeat? There was a driver who did that a lot in 2024 as well. His name was Will Green and went on to be the champion. Right now, though, Austin Newstead has got to hold off a big train of drivers that goes all the way down to Callum Graham in 10th place. We're not even on the final lap of this one yet. Still 30 seconds remaining on the clock here. Newstead leads from Gibson, then Davidson, Williams, Ferguson. Oscar Kenny starting to work his way through the order. He is starting to pick off some of those Fusion drivers, as you noted, Nicole. Oscar Kenny up to P6. Out of the final corner, 2 laps to go. Davidson has a little look on Gibson. Always a slight touch there, bit of tyre smoke. That's going to open the door for Harry Williams to get down the inside and take 3rd place. Davidson may be in a bit of bother here because he's going to slide down the order as everybody else flies on through. And there's more tyre smoke between one of the OMS karts. That may have been Oscar Kenny into the back of Harry Williams. It's starting to break down a little bit in this top 10 battle. That's good news if you're Austin Newstead. The numbers are starting to dwindle. Last lap board will be out next time around. There's the 148 of Oscar Kenny, who's been able to recover. Is in 4th place, but you've got to imagine now, Nicole, that it's down to these 3, Newstead, Gibson, Williams, for the win in what has been a pulsating first Water Swift heat of the day.
I think these drivers have been trading paint on these previous laps. You couldn't even get a hair between any of these karts, and it was Daniel Ferguson that really got caught out on that previous one and is now dropped to 10th. Here they go then, final lap, and George Clark is not letting off because he's your fastest driver out there on the circuit in 5th. Kenny sat there in 4th, and it is a gap between Kenny and your top 3. Kenny is leading this next pack of karts. Newstead looks over his shoulder as they head out of turn number 7 to the gap. of Gibson behind him. Williams is still sat there, but they're heading down this final stage through this tricky and undulating part of the track where there is no room to get it wrong. Is Gibson going to be able to get the run to the line on Newstead? No, he doesn't. Well read by Newstead out of that final corner, kept his foot in and takes that race win for Fusion Motorsport. It's then Gibson that finishes ahead of Williams and George Clark, and it's a Fusion 1, 2, 3 and 4. Bit of drama in the back end of your field though, because I think Andy Stewart actually hasn't finished, and I think that's because she's got involved with Marjorie Kavekskis, who's had absolutely no luck so far throughout this weekend of racing.
Yeah, real shame there for Andy Stewart and Margaret Kavekskis. Good to see Kavekskis racing today though. Had a quite scary roll yesterday in one of the races for IAME Water Swift. But there's your provisional result then for the first heat of the day in IAME Water Swift. Newstead from Gibson, Williams Clark making a top 4 lockout for Fusion Motorsport. Kenny breaks the run in 5th place ahead of Kobe Davidson, Graham, Narroway and Ferguson. Johnston Stewart, good drive there from Johnston, up 5 places to 11th. George House, P12. Ilyas Sami, Charlie Clough and Sophie Campbell all in the top 15, although I think I just saw, plus 5 seconds for Sophie Campbell, so unfortunately she'll fall down the order a little bit, not too far. Danny Dempsey, Nathaniel Hodges, Henry Clark, Ian Carey and Jack Harney all in the top 20. Good result there for Jack Harney on debut here this weekend. Ada O'Brien was your equal biggest mover. She went to P21. Ackerman, Meta, Robinson and Miller all in the top 25.
Race highlights though, it was a Fusion jump to the line because they really did dominate on the early stages. This is the point where we lost some of the XLs. Let's not forget we lost Kobe Patterson before the race even started, and then it was Andy Stewart and Joseph Davies that got caught out for XL. Also, that final corner was the Achilles heel for some of those drivers. That was one of the premiums getting it wrong, Orion Meta, who finished down in 23rd. Ferguson in the early stages was hustling hard, but in the end of things it really was the likes of Williams, Newstead and Austin Gibson that dominated the rest of the Fusion field. Out of that final corner really was races to the line. Fusion's getting all involved with each other, like we said, trading paint, and we saw at some stages tyre smoke coming off of these water swifts. Newstead though didn't care that it was his teammates around him. It was a 5-place gain and took the race win ahead of Gibson by over 1/10 of a second. Piers Prior though is down in Parc Ferme and he will be talking to our fastest Water Swift drivers.
I'm here with our Heat 1 winner in Water Swift, Austin Newstead. Austin, that looked like a pretty stressful race out there.
Yeah, it was very stressful, as towards the middle of the race in the beginning, somebody started defending, and then when someone else got in front, they had to start defending. And when I got in front, I had no choice because it was like 1 minute to go, so I started defending, and then I saw Gibson like right on me, and I was just like, please can I get a gap, please can I get a gap. And then just on the last lap he got to push me again, and it was a 1v1.
Yeah, it was a close finish in the end. A lot of fusions in that battle as well. You've all raced against each other a lot, both in races and testing, I imagine.
Yeah, obviously in some ways it helps having loads of teammates around you, because sometimes you can predict what they're going to do, but also sometimes it makes it more competitive.
Of course, because you guys know each other. You're going back to the same awning.
Yeah, very much.
Austin pushed you all the way though, didn't he?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he would have if I didn't defend, but I just had to make sure that he couldn't get past.
A bit of a better start to the day for you today. Yesterday you struggled a little bit, I think, compared to your normal pace.
Yeah, obviously yesterday we started very well, but then in the final it wasn't as good. Let's hopefully today we can continue this really good pace throughout the whole day. Yeah,
look forward to it. Austin Newstead, winner, first heat. We'll see who you go in heat number 2. That is Water Swift. They're done. Next up we have KZ, once again, the gearbox karts. That'll be in just a few moments' time, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the commentary box here at Glan Y Gors. Getting ready for the second round of heats now, Nicole. KZ2, we saw a really, really good performance from Noah Wolf earlier on the road. 7.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field in the end. 2.5 because he did have a little bit of a jump start. But this race, obviously the results from it combined with the results from the first one to set the grid for the final. What are you expecting?
Well, I'm expecting pretty similar stuff from Noah Wolf with the pace that he had in that first heat. So impressive. And I'm expecting a similar thing from him this heat. But just maybe questioning, you know, with that 5-second penalty, he would have been aware when he was driving round. Did he push too hard on the tyre?
Good point.
Because, you know, to get an over a 7-second race win on that tyre, you know, you've got to maybe think he would have taken a big chunk of rubber out of it, and how is that going to play out within this heat?
And particularly, I point back to like that run from turn 7 down to turn 12. You know, lots of changes of direction, but those undulations as well. How tough is that to manage as a driver, particularly keeping those rear tyres in check?
Yeah, it is really hard not to slide out of that section of the track. You really want to be strong on the wheel. If you start, you know, nudging the wheel around and you don't control the slide, you really are going to start to chew through that rubber. It's a really tough part of the track, as is the hill. As you head up there, you know, the load and the pressure put on the tyre, especially as you get the kart rotated into spoon. Some of these drivers will experience a bit of tyre will fold, so that's something to consider. Piers Prior is down there, though, on our grid, and maybe he can tell us a bit more about some of our KZ2s.
We've got a couple of minutes, so I thought, why don't we jump down here and have a word with some of our KZ drivers. Pole sitter in the first race, Noah Wolf. 5-second penalty at the start. I assume you're going to try and avoid that on this one.
Yeah, of course. We'll have a go, and it's an easy fix, so just don't do it again.
Absolutely. Pace was good, though.
Yeah, very, very good.
Absolutely. That's our pole sitter, Noah Wolf. On the outside of the front row, Jade teammate, Oliver Stewart. Oliver, pace, your teammate there of Noah, was pretty impressive in the first one. Do you think if you can get a clean start, you can stay with him in this one?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
We'll have to wait and see. That looks like a confident look.
No comment.
No comment. I can see the dad laughing in the background. They know something that I don't. They're clearly not letting on. Third place is Ella Stevens. She's going from the inside of row 2. So that's a 1, 2, 3 for Jade. And then on the outside of the second row, we've got Jake Weston. I was hearing that you had good wafts the other day. Have you fixed the kart now?
It's getting there. It's getting there. We'll see in this one.
We'll see. I better let you get and sit down and get ready because we're just a few moments away. KZ's, of course, gearbox kart, 6-speed, 4-wheel brakes, LeConte sticky tyres, the fastest short circuit karts in the UK here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and that's just in a few moments' time.
Thank you very much, Piers. Yeah, really looking forward to this one again. As I say, we've just had a little bit of a chat there with the Jade racing team, but I think there's some performances from that first heat as well, Nicole, that we need to note that teams are fighting back, aren't they, as we get into this middle part of the season. Miles Murphy was very impressive for me in that first race. Second on the row. I'm just checking as well. Yes, that result did stand. You know, sometimes we get some penalties down there, but Jake Weston as well. Plenty to talk about as we get ready then for Heat 2 in KZ2. That's up next. Let's take you through the grid then for KZ2. Noah Wolf on pole position once again from TQ. Oliver Stewart alongside on the front row. Ella Stevens could really do with a good result in this one. Was classified 9th in the first race. On row 2 is also Jake Weston. Miles Murphy and Jess Edgar go from row number 3. It's Nat Thomas, Charlie Turner on row 4.
Row number 5 looks like Ashley Lewis versus Ralph Youngling. And then from 6 we have Derek Morgan with Daniel Sabula for Rush. Row number 7 is Lee Ward, the privateer, with Nino Piccoli. And row number 8 is Bryn Kinch with Ryan Green.
If you missed the race earlier, if you don't want the spoilers, turn away and close your ears now. But Noah Wolf won. We know even with the 5-second penalty, it was a 2.52 advantage in the end over Miles Murphy. Oliver Stewart 3rd, Jake Weston 4th, Jess Edgar 5th. Nat Thomas and Charlie Turner next up 6th and 7th. Derek Morgan promoted to 8th place because of penalties for both Ella Stevens, who in the end was 9th, Ashley Lewis 10th, Ryan Green 11th. All three of those had penalties of some description. Lee Ward 12th, Daniel Sabula 13th, Nino Piccoli, Ralph Youngling and Bryn Kinch was the final order. I'm just going to check as well what the penalties were for. Ella Stevens was for an incorrectly positioned front fairing, which may have been in that little bump with Oliver Stewart. Not a deliberate one, of course. There was really nowhere for Ella to go. But that is how the cookie crumbles sometimes with the front fairings. Other penalties, yeah, mostly either front fairings or jump starts. In fact, all of them, either a jump start or a front fairing penalty in that first heat. But we're getting ready now for the second heat. Noah Wolf on that front row again with Oliver Stewart, looking to get the best of starts. It wasn't the best of starts for Oliver Stewart last time around in the first race of the day. Waiting for the green flag at the back of the field to indicate we are good for racing here at Glan Y Gors in North Wales. Heat 2 for KZ2 is 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. We are racing once again. Good start for both of those on the front row. Good start for Jake Weston as well, immediately up to third. Stevens and Murphy go side by side in the battle for 4th place, but it's once again early advantage to the O-plate holder Noah Wolf, but this time, Nicole, a much better start for the 22 of Oliver Stewart. Oh, it's out of the race and in the grass. It's going to be wet in there given the amount of rain that we've had here at GYG over the last few days. Lee Ward trying to do everything he can to get his Sodi out of there, but he's going to be going nowhere in a hurry, down to the bottom of the order.
Well, it's a 2-kart breakaway for Jade in 1 and 2 with Wolf and Stewart. Wolf then another good start, as did have Jake Weston. Out of all of these drivers, I'd actually say when that 4th light goes out, it's Weston that really jumps it and is like a bullet out of the gate. Really stellar stuff from him so far. Being chased up the hill then is Stevens by Miles Murphy for that 4th and 5th. No change between the two just yet, but they had a little bit to say to each other in the first heat earlier on. Weston now really has caught up to Stewart in this first part of this lap, heading down the hill, and watch what he does maybe out of that final corner, that final hot spot.
So this is where, for me, that point you made earlier, Nicole, about tyres. Again, they all get another set for the final, just to cover any scenarios and giving the best chance for a good performance in the final. But the likely thing is that Noah Wolf will have taken a bit more performance out of his Leclerc tyres in that first heat to build that 5+ second gap to retain the win, even with the jump start penalty. If he's going to feel that, he's going to feel it now as we get into the middle part of this race. Oliver Stewart, Jake Weston, pretty close to the race leader at the moment. I feel for Stewart, if he's going to go on the attack to try and get this race win, now would be a good time if Wolf is just nursing the rubber a little bit.
Well, this is a class, 6 speeds are the KZ2s, and it's so fast that the smallest little mistake, the smallest little clip of a bump in the circuit, everything is so exaggerated. And as the tyres, progress and more rubber is taken out of them, that increases even more. Ella Stevens there was your driver just on the screen, still continuing to chase Miles Murphy for that 4th place. No major moves in the back end of our field just yet, but it is Ash Lewis who's up 2 positions and is being followed by Nat Thomas. Charlie Turner's in there in 6th, also matching Lewis for that 2-place gain. But like we were saying, in a class that's so exaggerated anyway, as the rubber gets taken out, it becomes harder and harder. I think within this one, actually, I'd be surprised if Wolf can match that race win that he had earlier on, as Jess Edgar goes down the inside of Daniel Sabula through that final corner. Sabula, though, taking that position back down the Dragon straight by hugging that tighter line and, making the track shorter. You see that from these drivers as they head down the Dragon straight. They don't run on the outside of the track. They shorten things off, and there is a bump halfway down the straight, actually, Andrew, that the drivers clip intentionally to give them a bit of a spike in the rev of the engine.
Indeed. 6.5 minutes of this race to go. It's gone into a nice rhythm. Here's a little recap of how we're looking in terms of the final intermediate classification, because we should remember that at the end of this heat, the order will give us some championship points. Before we get to that, though, let's once again, head to Piers Prior, who I believe has got an interested party for an interview with him.
Weston's mechanic. Clearly what you've been doing on the spanners is helping out, getting closer and closer to the front.
We're getting there now. Still a bit of work to do, so hopefully by the final we'll be there. But it's going okay just now.
Is it all kart or a bit of driver or a bit of both?
The boy will pedal anything. The boy will pedal anything. So yeah, no, the kart's working a little bit better now. The power's there. The rest down to him now.
What can you do to catch the Jade boys by the end of the day?
All we can do is keep pushing. What'll happen will happen. Anything can happen in a final, mate.
Well, I'll let you get an eye on Jake as he's closing in. Things are going all right so far.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there.
Cheers. Back to you.
Thank you, Piers. In terms of final intermediate classification, Noah Wolf, 0 points at the moment. If you need that reminder, a heat win, 0 intermediate points. 2 intermediate points for second place, 3 for third, etc., down through the field. So Wolf on 0, Stewart on 5, that would be your front row at the moment. Murphy on 6, Weston on 7 would be row 2. Turner and Stevens, 13 and 14 points respectively, would be row 3. So we'll see how that situation develops, particularly with that kind of move from Miles Murphy. Nice stuff from Miles Murphy up into third place. On board the Demon Tweaks backed machine, prepared by more racing. Downhill once again. You can actually get a double dip down into the carousel. The initial downward run from the spoon curve, and then just before you get to either the braking zone or the turning point, Nicole, there's another little dip, isn't it? It really gives you that roller coaster feel of this circuit.
Absolutely. That is a phrase that these drivers refer to this circuit as a roller coaster. You know, it really is up and down, and it's so physical as well, especially as you head up the hill into Spoon. These drivers really have to tighten things up, and the pressure that gets put, especially on the neck, is really hard to deal with. And when you're pulling around 90 miles an hour in the KZ2s as you head to that point of the circuit, you know, physical stuff for these drivers. Murphy then, that overtake done on Weston has allowed Ella Stevens to catch up slightly. Stevens lapping round there in 5th place and is slightly faster than Weston, sat there in front of her in 4th. Back down the hill they go then, and Murphy still on the charge to Oliver Stewart, sat there in 2nd. Noah Wolf is your fastest driver on the circuit once more, but Murphy is only a 100th of a second slower than Oliver Stewart, so is matching but isn't catching just yet.
Yeah, at the moment they would be tied on intermediate points, but there we would then go back to timed qualifying. That would act as the tiebreaker from last night, and Stewart, virtue of having a better performance in TQ, would take 2nd place on the grid for the final over Miles Murphy. Downhill once again, just over 3 minutes of this race to go. Ella Stevens starting to grow in this race. This is often what we saw in 2024 for Ella, that she'd be very, very strong in the latter third of races. At the moment, she's looking at 6th on the grid for the final later on today. That 6th place in the FIC would, of course, translate into championship points as well. She would lose a bit of her lead over Oliver Stewart at this stage of the weekend, so it's pretty important for her to find a way past Jake Weston here. 1 position would be enough to get ahead, I reckon, of Charlie Turner in the FIC, who's currently holding that 5th place in the standings. 2.5 minutes to go. Wolf's lead is now 2 seconds, Nicole. And, well, we wondered whether he would struggle a little bit on tyres in this race. He's allayed those fears. A new fastest lap of the race from the O-plate holder, a 40.58.
He's not struggling on them then, Andrew, but like we said, he's not as fast as he was in the first heat. Probably has maximised what he would have got out of that Lacon rubber. Pretty much done from how fast he can go compared to the first heat, but is still pushing forward with those purple laps within this one. Stevens, though, still on the charge to Jake Weston, has dropped off the back bumper slightly as she heads out of that final turn. What is the gap between those two drivers? It is not a lot, but Weston has picked things back up again because he has gone faster than Ella now and has bridged to open that gap once more. Further back down the field, no major movers within this race. Turner up by 2, Lewis up by 2. Ryan Green sat there in 12th place, is your biggest hitter, but it's a 4-place gain. for green.
Yeah, a bit of a difficult race though for Jess Edgar. Unfortunately, he's lost 7 places in this race. He's running in 13th. Other things to note: Nino Piccoli continuing to grow with pace. 40.48 for Nino is a best lap so far this time around. Not quicker than what we saw Nino do in the first heat, but again, if you factor the tyre wear into things, that's another really good effort from Nino to keep that pace up.
Well, Nino this morning, saw him in the cafe buying his pain au chocolat and cappuccino, and we were just having a chat, and he said he's here this year to progress, to enjoy, and he wants round by round to improve on his performance, and he has done that. From Warden Law to Dunkeswell, improved. From Dunkeswell to GYG has improved once more. He sat there in 14th position, you know, and like you said, the gap actually between now him and those mid-pack drivers on pace is reducing. So actually, you know, Nino is achieving what he's set out to do this year.
Yeah, definitely so. We shouldn't forget as well, that's a dad and lad effort as well, with his father involved in the Rush Performance number 53. Here is another two of the Rush Performance drivers. The 4 and the 73. This is Ashley Lewis and Nat Thomas fighting over 7th place. They've got Derek Morgan just behind them as well. Morgan having another good weekend so far. Running in 9th place, a gain of 2 positions from where he started. We are now on to the final lap for the race leader. There he is. No, it's not Teddy Wilson at the wheel of that O-plate machine. It is Noah Wolf for the Jade Racing team, who right now is looking on course to repeat the victory that he had at Shennington earlier in the year, back in the spring, to take that British Open title. Had a bit of bad luck last week in the FIA European Championships in the OK category, but is looking on form here in North Wales at Glan Y Gors. Noah Wolf, pole position for the final in KZ2. Ollie Stewart will join him on the front row with that 2nd place. Miles Murphy and Jake Weston 3rd and 4th in this heat will start in those same positions for the final later on this afternoon. Ella Stevens, solid result, keeps turning the points over in the championship. Championship leader comes home 5th in that one and will share the 3rd row of the grid for the final with Charlie Turner, who finished there in 6th. Ashley Lewis, Nat Thomas, Derek Morgan, and Ralph Youngling all come home in the top 10. Ryan Green was your biggest mover, up 5 places in that one to be classified in 11th ahead of Daniel Sabula. Great effort there once again from Daniel. Jess Edgar, bit of a difficult race for Jess there, down 7 to 13th. Nino Piccoli, solid again there in 14th ahead of Bryn Kinch. And Lee Ward, who was able to get back on circuit, by the way. We saw him having those problems out of Spoon Curve on lap 1. Did fall off the lead lap, but did continue to circulate, got 15 laps in and points for 16th.
Wolf, though, your fastest driver out there on the track. Last time we saw him at a KZ2 British Championship, he was commentating with you,
he was,
Andrew.
Yeah.
Now he's doing what he does best, which is in the kart, and takes that number 1 spot. You can see him pushing the kart onto the weighing scales to make sure that that kart and driver meets the minimum weight. Will be checked. I'm sure mechanic and Noah would have had the all clear beforehand. Obviously all these drivers do the checks before. Thumbs up then, no problems with the weight there for Noah. Out of the first corner then, it was a light to flag for Noah. Really did get that race start correct. Race start did not go very well though for the likes of Bryn Kinch, who, like Andrew said, got caught out. Lee Ward got caught out on the grass also. Fast stuff out of that final corner. Jessica Edgar challenging Daniel Sapula, who returned the favour going down the Dragon Straight. So these two drivers battling it out throughout that mid-pack section. Moves further down the field. This was Jess Edgar just getting it wrong into carousel and overtaken. Ryan Green really was pushing ahead and one of your biggest movers with a 5-place gain overall. No major gain within the race though for Noah Wolf other than 3 seconds. Didn't see another driver. It was lights to flag for your O-plate.
Good stuff there from the KZ2s. Very equal pace as well. Just having a look at the best laps again, and the vast majority of the field all on those best laps within a second of each other. Let's head down once again to Parc Fermé and back once again to Piers Prior.
Heat 1, race win, 7 seconds. Heat 2, race win, only 3 this time.
The kart felt a bit more balanced on the fresher tyre, but the kart is still mega. 3 seconds is still a big gap for them to close for the final. Feeling really confident, and the last heat wasn't pushing that much. Just drive around nicely and not scrub any speed and just calm, and yeah, it was a nice, enjoyable race.
Yeah, I said that with tongue-in-cheek, of course. It's still a very dominant victory. The start, no problem that time. In fact, I'd say that's pretty much close to perfect.
Yeah, very close to perfect, didn't jump, and getting better as I go on. And the key is I've made a few bad starts so far, learning, and now they're coming good, which is good.
You got them out of the way early in the weekend, so saving the good ones for later. Just looking at the times in that one, it looked like still towards the end of the race you had a couple of tenths, especially on that last few laps. Clearly you're managing to hold on to the tyres okay.
For me, I over-pushed. I got a bit worried that are they going to be better this time, but I just calmed down in the race. I was a bit flustered at the start. I changed that for the next time, but yeah, I calmed down, the kart felt mega, and yeah, it was good.
Same again for the final?
Exactly.
There we go. Noah Wolf, a winner. Dominant so far. 7-second victory in the first heat, 3 seconds in the second. Can he do the same in the final? Only time will 10. Stick around for that. That's later on today. But next up, Junior X30. Stick around for that. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to North Wales, Glan Y Gors for event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box for you today with Piers Prior out on the scene, getting us all the latest news from trackside. We're getting ready for X30 Junior's second heat of their 4th round of the championship for this year. Very good race earlier on this morning, won by George Edgar, Riley Cranham second, Aaron Richardson third. What are we going to see here next? It's heat 4 of the weekend, second for round 4. X30 Junior is up next. Second and deciding heat for X30 Junior. Let's take you through the grid for this one. Once again, from that brilliant performance in TQ, it's a Mick Barrett Racing lockout of the front row. George Edgar and Tyke Buckley. Aaron Richardson and Finley Lyons go from row number 2. Next up, Sugmani Kira and Riley Cranham on row 3. Archie Owen and Nat Johnston looking for more good results on row 4.
Midfield drivers on row number 5 will include Mayan Patel and Isaac Sayer, and then from 6 is Max Yule with Harley Musk. Going from row number 7 is Rocco Leon Shenta with Jack McLaughlin, and then from 8 we have Archie Rogers-Tyler with Alfie Brown.
Row number 9, Zach McDonald and Oliver Meek, John Foley Jr. and Oliver Bow on row 10. Row 11, Jack Crockwell and Jacob Backler, Freddie Wood and Will Green for Jamie Green Racing complete the 24-strong field. Drivers down to their starting pace. There are the 2 white, silver and red MBR Gillard machines on the front row. What can they do here in heat number 2? We are racing once again, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and again a brilliant start for both Edgar and Buckley. They are on their way up to the spoon curve for the first time. They've got a bit of a gap over Aaron Richardson there in third. Finley Lines has held fourth as Riley Cranham's having a look round the outside. Doesn't quite make that one work. Archie Owen, I think, has got past him into 6th place. A quick start, a solid start, a clean start. Nicole Sutherland here in X30 Junior.
It's your two Mick Barretts heading down the hill in 1-2 then, but same theme as the racing so far. It's still Georgie Edgar that is your leader. Back in that midfield section then, Isaac Sayer, the Jamie Green racing driver, has been lost on the grass round turn number 7. Edgar now has a bit of breathing room. It's 0.4 of a second that he leads teammate of Buckley by. Aaron Richardson sat there in 3rd. Then it's Lines. Sukmani Kira sat there in 5th. And Archie Owen on the charge now, but is under a little bit of pressure by Europlate driver of Riley Cranham. Cranham is a driver that can overtake. He's probably one of the best overtakers within this field. So as this race remains wide open, watch him do that, because he will want to catch up to his teammate of Richardson sat there in 3rd, and he will want to catch up to George Edgar, the driver who has not been beaten so far this weekend.
He's on a very good run of form, is George Edgar. This result, unsurprisingly, would at the moment give him pole position for the final, with Buckley on the front row once again. Richardson and Cranham would be grids 3 and 4, and again, those would all convert those final intermediate classification positions into some championship points. 65 if you are top of the standings at the end of these two heats. 65 then goes to 62 for 2nd place, 60 for 3rd place, and then 1 point down through the rest of the order. 6 minutes to go then in this one. Bit of a change there for 2nd place. Aaron Richardson has found a way through past Ty Buckley. Once again, we head down to Piers Prior.
News on Rocco Leon Shenton. He's out of the race. Just spoke to him. Unfortunately, contact with Isaac Sayer earlier in the race. They came to blows in the middle of the circuit. Bent steering column is the cause of Rocco Leon Shenton's exit.
Yeah, we saw that on the first lap. I think we can have another look at it here. So this was the moment out of turn 7. Oh, yeah, so big curb hit there for Rocco Leon Shenton. 2 into 1 doesn't go. Out goes Sayer, out towards the tyre barrier on driver's left, and Shenton obviously out of the race, probably with front left damage there. So that's a real shame for Rocco Leon Shenton. Will make the final, because it's not a grid more than 34 drivers this weekend for the juniors, Nicole. But that's not what you want.
No, not at all. But eyes and ears back on the front end of the field. Ty Buckley is your fastest driver out there on the circuit, and of course in your top 5. Now we have Riley Cranham starting to light things up as he's overtaken teammate of Sukmani Kira to get himself into 6th. The next driver on his board will be Archie Owen to try and overtake. Here we go then. This is the stage where Fusion starts to light things up, because we've got a change for 2nd position. Richardson has promoted himself ahead of Ty Buckley, and will be thinking about George Edgar should Richardson not respond too quickly and try and take that position back. Finley Lines sat there in 4th place. Lines had some bad luck yesterday trying to get off at the start in one of the races, I think in the final, but is having a much better day of things, of course. Is a double header setup weekend, so gives drivers more opportunity to grab some points for the board. Cranham now, your driver who we were just talking about, sat there in 6th. He's on a 41.94, your fastest driver out there on the circuit, and is starting to really close in on Owen now. Watch this develop and watch a position probably change very soon.
Yeah, it's good stuff here from Riley Cranham in the second half of this race, and again, doesn't need to panic too much. If he was to lose a few championship points here to the likes of Edgar, to the likes of Richardson and Buckley, it wouldn't be the end of the world, because up to this point he's always been either 1st or 2nd in a points championship points awarding stage in X30 Junior so far in 2025. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. George Edgar looking nice and comfortable at the moment. He's just gone purple through sector number 2, indicating he is the fastest driver through that middle part of the circuit. This is the tricky part though. Downhill, corner after corner, from turn 7 all the way down to turn 13, past the paddock and the scrutineering shed there. 3 minutes to go. The gap last time around 0.4 of a second. Fastest driver though, once again, is Ty Buckley. That's a useful bit of pace. from the Irishman. 41.86 seconds means he is starting to edge in there on Aaron Richardson's 2:52.
Well, thought Richardson would try and turn up the dial on the cooker for George Edgar, but really hasn't done anything spectacular. Is only 100th of a second faster than your race leader, as Piers Prior is down there with some news for us.
Interesting, since the clouds have come over about 10 minutes ago during that KZ2 race previously, the air temperature and track temperature have dropped fairly considerably. It's quite cool out here now. That might affect the drivers' tyre pressures, so you know, those who may have gone lower, they might be coming on slightly later than they anticipated.
Okay, good intel there from Piers. Oh, out of the race is Oliver Meek. Goes no further than lap number 8. Will still get points, but only points for 23rd place in the intermediate classification. Keep your messages of support coming in. Good afternoon to Gillian Bennett, who's got a keen eye on this battle. She's cheering on Aaron Richardson there in 2nd place. But it looks like George Edgar, you know, I won't say he's got this race won because there's still 90 seconds of it to go, but he's not going to be under any immediate threat. His teammate Ty Buckley keeping Richardson on that Fusion 252. Pretty occupied at the moment. Little change further down the order to note, Nicole. Jack McLaughlin, one of the rookies, privateer as well, is up to 13th place. Has got past Max Ewell. Alfie Brown, another rookie privateer, has followed through. So both of those guys up to 13th and 14th places respectively.
Just staring at the sector times now between Edgar and Richardson, and they really are jostling in between who is fastest between the two in 1, 2 and 3. There's a bit of a fluctuation, and Richardson really isn't catching up to your race leader as the clock ticks to 45 seconds left. Buckley applying the pressure now on Richardson for that 3rd place. Richardson's going to have to think about it as Buckley looks over his shoulder, which maybe indicates that a move for 2nd place is probably going to be on soon. Buckley's going to calculate it, make sure nobody is too close to him, make sure lines isn't right there before he bites the bullet.
How much of this, Nicole, do you think is a bit of a psychological game? Because there is a team, well, we'll come back to that because Buckley's going to go down the inside and take Richardson's 2nd place, and everything that I was just about to say is now a completely moot point. 5 seconds remaining. Mayan Patel's on the move again there, trying to find a way past Sukhmani Kira for 7th place. That move on Buckley does still, I think, help George Edgar out though, because again he's kind of got his rear gunner back into place. Buckley moves back up to 2nd place in the final intermediate classification for today's round, so that front row lockout for the MBRs is back in position. A little bit further back, here is your fight for 5th place. Archie Owen has got through past Riley Cranham.
Here we go then, Cranham. I thought we were going to see some stronger stuff from here. It's now dropped outside of that top 5. Archie Owen, the driver on home soil, who has done lap after lap round here on the circuit, has grabbed that position back off of him. Goes defensive into Spoon then from your O-plate driver. Doesn't want to open that door back up to him once again. Looks over his shoulder into Carousel, but does not help himself. Drops pace, drops position to Cranham, who capitalised off of Owen getting a bit distracted there and snatches that place back once more. But drivers who look like they're going to snatch that 1 and 2 for Mick Barrett are George Edgar and Ty Buckley. Going 2 for 2 today here at GYG is George Edgar, who is on top of your Junior X30s.
Very good stuff from George Edgar and the Mick Barrett Racing team. A 1-2 delivered with Ty Buckley. Aaron Richardson 3rd will start from that same position for the final. Finley Lyons P4, Riley Cranham P5. Cranham will be on the outside of row number 2 for the final, pending, of course, sporting and technical checks of this provisional result. Archie Owen 6th, Sukhmani Kira 7th, Mayan Patel, Nat Johnston and Harley Musk complete the top 10. Good drive from both Archie Rogers Tyler and Zach McDonald, up 4 and 5 places respectively to 11th and 12th in the final standings of that heat. 13th for Jack McLaughlin, held off A charging Will Green, who was your biggest mover in that race, up 10 to 14th. Max Ewell completes the top 15. Alfie Brown, Freddie Wood, Jacob Backler, John Foley Jr. and Oliver Vaux all in the top 20. 2 more finishers in that race. Isaac Sayre did get back onto the track after that lap 1 problem with Rocco Lee and Shenton, but only 21st for the driver from Singapore. 22nd, Jack Cockwell was your final finisher. 2 retirements from that race, Oliver Meek and Rocco Leon Shenton. Pole position then for George Edgar, looking to do the double here this weekend, looking to repeat his round victory from yesterday. His teammate Ty Buckley stood there on the left-hand side, will be alongside him again for the final. Nicole, let's have a look at how they did it.
Well, it was an early start then from George Edgar, snatched that race lead, and once more lights to flag. Shenton got it wrong going towards turn number 7, clipped the curb, and it was him and Sayre that ended up on the grass together, and that resulted in a DNF for Shenton. Strong stuff through some stages for the likes of Archie Owen. Freddie Wood making up positions down the inside at Carousel and ended up picking off 6 places. Final corner of things, we saw the likes of Wood having to defend out of that stage. Some drivers, like you can see on your screen, getting it a little bit wrong and being pulled off the circuit as they hit that rumble strip. Edgar, though, no real dramas, not too much to think about. It was a 3/10 race win for him, and I'm sure shortly his Prior will be down there probably catching up.
Good stuff there from the X30 juniors. That's their heat done. Their final will be, of course, later on today at 3:30. Let's head down to Piers Prior, who is stood with our second place driver, Ty Buckley.
Getting an interview. We've had enough of George Edgar for this weekend, I think. So we're going to grab a word with Ty Buckley. Ty, second place. Good result. What can you do to beat your teammate?
You know, he's really quick and consistent, so I think I just need to focus for the final and just keep putting in good laps.
I think arguably in that race you were probably slightly faster by the end. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, the gap was slowly coming down, but, you know, the gap at the start just was too much to catch, so I think I did the best I could.
Yeah, what's the tactic for the final then to try and take the win?
Get a good start, stay consistent and just go to the front.
And what are Mick Barrett doing so well this weekend to allow you to be consistently at the front with your teammate of George?
You know, the setup is just perfect, the engines, the data, just everything is really good.
And they're clearly, the drivers are right as well?
Yeah, good drivers.
Yourself, you think you're driving well?
Oh yeah, I think this weekend I'm driving pretty well.
Amazing, and you've got, of course, chased hard there, Aaron Richardson. He was pushing you on closely. You know, you've got a lot of competition. It's been so close this weekend in Junior X30. What is the difference between, you know, middle of the top 10 and the front?
I would say good qualifying and staying consistent during the races is how you get there for the final and then hopefully take the win.
Ty, congratulations. Not quite there, but maybe, who knows, maybe the final will be your opportunity to take the win. I'll let you go and cool off after what was a very intense heat, as we always have in Junior X30. Next up, Senior X30, another hotly contested category. That's in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go for heat number 2 today here in X30 Senior. Here is your grid for it. Gus Lawrence and Harrison Whitcomb form up row 1. Freddie Lloyd and Harrison Mackey are there on row number 2. Gabe Stilp and Lewis Bird go from row 3. Zach Green and Tristan Powell start on row 4.
Watkin, Sarah Matsoy and Morgan Morgo do from row number 5. From row number 6 we have Jack Buckley with Aaron Brown. 7 looks like Harry Cottrell with Joey Brown, and then going from 8 we have Hayden Eldridge with William Andrews.
All drivers will make the final, but needing to move forward are Theo Lestrange and Sam Lewis on row 9. Reece Newburn and Luca Mann, who didn't start the last heat, they go from row 10. Leith Carl and CJ Bennett, they're on row 11. Then Joao Castro and Harrison Morrow on row 12. Rounding out the grid of 27, it's Jack Nettleship and Thomas Min-Spearing on row 13. Cameron Edmonds, last of the runners here in the senior category, 27th on the grid. Quick recap from earlier on. It was Lloyd from Lawrence. We're going to go around again for another formation lap here. because the grid is not formed up to the standards Nigel Edwards, race director, is looking for. There he is. Lloyd from Lawrence, Whitcomb, Green, Mackey. That was your top 5 in Heat 1. Still Buckley, Powell, Bird and Moore completing the top 10. A few penalties, all for front fairings to Hayden Eldridge, Theo Lestrange, Jack Nettleship, Harry Cottrell and Joao Castro. So all to play for in this second heat for the seniors. And again, the results from this one, combined with the results just read out there from heat number 1, those will form the final intermediate classification, setting the grid for the final and, of course, the next order of 65, 62, 60, 59, 58 championship points. The drivers are ready. Race director Nigel Edwards is ready. Heat number 2 of round 4 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships in X30 Senior is go. Very even start across the front row. Lawrence shuts the door on Whitcomb. Makes sure he holds the lead in these early stages. Steady start for Freddie Lloyd as there's a big moment there for Gabe Stilp and for Harrison Mackey. Gabe Stilp does very well to get back onto the circuit, but has lost probably around 15, maybe 20 positions. Mackey has fallen down the order again, a repeat of the problems that we saw for the 2024 X30 Junior champion yesterday. Where is Mackey? He's down in around 12th place with that flash of purple and white through the middle of your screen. But a very, very fierce start, I feel, there, Nicole, from Gus Lawrence. Harrison Whitcomb tried to go around the outside there. The reigning champion was having none of that.
Your driver who joined us from Japan for this weekend, Sarah Matsoi, for the Williams Junior team, being hustled in that mid-pack section, lost 2 positions to Bird and Brown through that final corner. There you can see her on your screen just heading out of Spooner, now being overtaken once more for position, but this time that is Aaron Brown overtaking. Up the hill goes Bird, being chased down by one of the premiums. I think that's Morgan Moore, that's his right on his tail. Talking of chasing premiums, once more it's Freddie Lloyd versus Gus Lawrence for that 1 and 2, but he is pulling round Zach Green considerably now. Green then, for one of the first times this weekend, breaks into your top 3 with a 4th-place gain within these first couple of laps.
Yeah, really good stuff from Zach Green. Building the pace. Jamie Green Racing had a bit of a slow start to the weekend. Weren't quite at their shiny best through the free practice sessions, but they've worked hard on the setups across all of the categories here this weekend. And don't count them out getting wins on a Sunday. We saw a lot of that in the 2024 season for that team. 6 minutes to go then. Gus Lawrence is your race leader here in Heat 2 for the seniors. But once again, it's the familiar threat of Freddie Lloyd. Behind there's the unmistakable red helmet of Harrison Whitcomb in 6th place now, has lost 5th place to Lewis Bird. So Lloyd has a go at Lawrence into Spoon Curve, but once again, Gus Lawrence, you can feel it now. He is digging deep. This is, again, we said it yesterday, similar to what we saw from Gus Lawrence in 2024 when he successfully defended his number 1 plate. At this stage of the season, he really, really had to fight hard for it. That's what gave him the big advantage going into the latter half of the season. That's what he's trying to do again here today. Having already lost out in that first heat to Freddie Lloyd earlier on this morning, he knows he has to win this race.
Lloyd attempted that move into Spoon like we saw from that previous heat, but had to back out. Is he going to try it again here? No, he isn't. Zach Green right there in 3rd place. Watch Green maybe have a go and try and break into the top 2. Yes, he does. No, he doesn't. Looked like he was going to try and put that nose cone down the inside of the premium of Lloyd, but decides against it. Still, Lawrence from Lloyd and Green as they head down the hill, as Piers Prior is out there with some information for us.
I'm loving watching this battle as we see Lloyd have a look up the last corner. Sorry, I jumped in right at the wrong time there. I was about to say I'm looking forward to this battle because Gus knows that Lloyd is faster than him this weekend, so he's going to have to use all of his guile. But right as I came on cue, Lloyd made the move. So hopefully we'll see another move as I'll go back to you guys because it looks like it's all kicking off.
It is rather. So that move puts Lloyd not only into the lead of this race, but puts him back to the top of the order in the final intermediate classification. That would be a haul of 65 championship points for Freddie Lloyd if things stay this way. Immediately behind, Lawrence and Green, second and third. Zach Green, who's no stranger to winning races in X30 Senior, started his 2025 season very, very well with a win at the IAME Winter Cup in Valencia. And that was against some very strong opposition on that day. Can he overhaul here, the reigning British champion? Gus Lawrence getting back into a rhythm, but not able to get right on the rear bumper of Freddie Lloyd with 3.5 minutes to go. Not many changes in this middle part of the race, but there is one to talk about. Up to 16th place, Thomasman Spearing past Jack Nettleship. Spearing is also your biggest move of the race, having gained 10 places.
Zach Green not deciding to bite the bullets on Lawrence just yet. It is still these three in that same order throughout this lap. What a shot there from our first corner camera. You can see the pace that these drivers really do carry through onto the entry to the Dragon Straight. There we go then, Gus Lawrence really catching up to Lloyd now as we head to the 2 minutes 50 mark of this race. Down into Carousel, Lawrence having a look to the gap to Green, maybe indicates he's going to try and go for a move as he's really edging closer to Lloyd now. Green though, your driver that Lawrence is thinking about is your purple driver out there on the circuit. So if he's going to go for a move, he's got to consider what's that going to do for Green. If he gets it wrong, that's going to lose him a position as Green almost looked like he was going to attempt something at that final corner.
Actually loses out a little bit there and did wisely to just pull out of that move. It wasn't fully on, especially when you're trying to overtake Gus Lawrence. Once again, let's head down to Piers Prior.
Green had a really big look up the inside of the last corner. I don't know if you guys caught that, but I think he actually went for it and then backed out at the last second, which has dropped him off the back of Lawrence. That might have been his one and only opportunity, but that remains to be seen.
We've still got 2 minutes of this race to go. Changes further down the order. Harrison Mackie trying to recover back through in what is really becoming a bit of a damage limitation weekend for Harrison Mackie. Went into this weekend in the top 5 in the championship and fresh off a win in Spain for the latest round of the IAME Euro Series. He has just got back into the top 10 in this race, past Sarah Matsui. Gus Lawrence building. We've been talking about tyre pressures. How is the track changing? How is it rubbering in? How is the air temperature playing into this, Nicole? Gus Lawrence, I know, loves to look into the detail of the setup with the PF International Karting team, with Pod, his mechanic. They've got something right in this race because with just over 60 seconds to go, Gus Lawrence now looks to be the driver going on the attack in the latter stages. Freddie Lloyd's got a bit of a problem here.
Absolutely does, and Gus is one of those drivers out on the circuit with the experience and with the way he drives. He really babies the kart, and he's going to be one of those drivers that can come in who preserves those tyres. You watch him on the steering wheel, he's not having multiple stabs at each corner. He's smooth into everything, which really benefits him when it comes to tyre preservation. Going to defensive now, though, from Green is Lawrence, heading back up the hill. You can see him into Carousel, just tightening things up now. So he's thinking about Green more than he is thinking about Lloyd. 25 seconds left on the clock as they hit that undulation section of the track. Out of the final corner, what's the gap that Lloyd has got? 0.3 of a second. 15 seconds left now on the clock. No major moves further back down the field. Hal is on a good charge once more, is in that 4th position spot. We've got big hitters like Brown into 8th place, and Tom Min Spearing, a driver today who's going a bit under the radar after a poor qualifying, is up by 11 places into 15th.
Yeah, good stuff there once again from Spearing. Time is up. Drivers will see the last lap board this time around. Freddie Lloyd has dug deep here just to re-establish that lead over Gus Lawrence. But talking a kart length, maybe 2 kart lengths at times through these corners. There is the last lap board on driver's right. Freddie Lloyd has kicked the hammer here and extended his lead out to 1/3 of a second. I don't think Gus Lawrence is going to have the measure here of Fast Fred, and is actually going to have to think about trying to hold on to second place here ahead of Zach Green. It's Lloyd on 0, Lawrence on 4, Green on 7 in the intermediate points as things stand. Harrison Whitcomb still holding on to 4th place in the FIC, is running in 6th place in this race. But what a response from Freddie Lloyd. This one went back and forth several times. This is a real taster for the final later on today, where Freddie Lloyd could do the double. He's done the double in the heats. A perfect intermediate score of 0 for Premium Karting's number 2. Freddie Lloyd is on pole position for the final here in North Wales. Gus Lawrence will once again join him on the front row. Oh, as Lewis Bird is out on the last lap of the race. Was running up in the top 5. Something has happened there to the BMR of Lewis Bird, and he falls all the way down to 27th place, Nicole.
Bird then, who had a really good redemption drive yesterday, looks like he might have to do the same in today's final. That's a DNF for Bird, but Fast Fred doing what Fast Fred does, takes the heat win ahead of Gus Lawrence. He was your winner yesterday, and within the final intermediate classification is your leader. Can he do the same thing as we head into today's finals?
As you run down of your provisional classification, we'll see all of the results confirmed, of course. If you want to check them out at your leisure, head across to Motorsport Timing's website. All of the results there from not just this weekend, but all of the events so far this year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships are there to peruse at your leisure. The senior final, for those of you checking on the times, at 3:55 local time, so just under 2 hours before we see the seniors again. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. This was back to the race start. Aggressive run from Whitcomb and from Lawrence off the start. Very nearly disaster for both Gabriel Stilp and Harrison Mackie. Gabriel Stilp coming off worst in that, was able to recover back to 12th place, but not what the Croc Promotion driver would have wanted. Aaron Brown going up against Sao Matsui there. Bit of a quiet weekend so far for Aaron Brown, but another solid result on his way to 8th place. This is the key move. Lloyd down the inside of Lawrence into the final corner. Hit a good couple of laps in there, asserted himself in first position, did Freddie Lloyd. But Gus Lawrence in that latter, almost like third quarter of the race, did put Lloyd back under pressure a little bit there. Absolutely
did, but with that result, it means that Gus is second in your final intermediate for classification, so we'll be starting on that anti-pole side. Heard him say yesterday, struggled with that a little bit in yesterday's racing, and you know, when you're starting on that anti-pole, you've got to roll a dice a little bit and try and go the long way around. There are your senior X30s coming in to Parc Ferme then, and Piers Prior is down there catching up with some of them.
Gus, sorry, I can't get it to come this side. Sorry, I had a moment, someone in my ear. Gus, second place, close, but no cigar that time. What can you do to get one over on Freddie?
No, just obviously, just the racing is difficult. Like, the slipstream's quite strong, so if you can get in front on the early stages when really you're not going to be defending, which you did, you can make the most of it. But no, it's okay. Just need to find a tiny little bit to make it more racy for the final.
I think it is just a tiny bit, isn't it? I think actually your pace, comparatively compared to the previous heat, looks slightly better.
Yes, yeah, definitely an improvement. Just need to find a little bit more.
I saw you chatting with your mechanic pod there. You've already had a bit of a debrief. Of course, you can't give us the ins and the outs. What sort of thing you're talking about?
No, just more handling, really. I'd say, yeah, just more handling-wise to make it a bit more user-friendly for the duration of the race. So, see how we go.
We'll see how we go. Gus, close. We'll see you in the final. I was hoping to grab a word with Zach Green, but I don't know where Zach has gone. So maybe we'll have to save that for later on. Gus Lawrence, senior X30, second place there. It was Freddie Lloyd. We've chatted to Freddie a lot, so we'll leave him to it. Next up, we have Water Swift Restricted after a word from our partners.
Second and final heat of the round then for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Here is your grid for it. Albert J. Stubbs and Corey Lyons on the front row. Ollie West And Bodie Batch are on row number 2. It's Chaden McElhenney and Harry Chapman from row 3, Louis Williams-Mabs and Toby Biggs on row 4.
Row number 5 looks like Logan Hodgetts with Leo Russell, and then from 6 we have Benjamin Slivar with Freddie Baker. Row number 7 will be Patrick Wood and on home soil Frank Morris. Rounding out your grid of 15 karts, we have Harry Murphy.
Result from earlier, Stubbs from Batch, Chapman, Lyons and McElhenney your top 5. West, Biggs, Wood, Schlivar, Hodgetts down to P10, Murphy, Morris, Baker, Williams-Mabs and Leo Russell. After penalties were applied, we're going to go around again for another formation lap. That was a little bit quick round the final corner from my view of things. What we definitely know is that it wasn't what our race director was looking for, so we'll go for another lap. Bit of further news from that first heat of the day and the round for Water Swift Restricted, third heat of the whole weekend. The penalties were handed out to Baker and Williams-Mabs for incorrectly positioned front fairings. Likewise for Leo Russell, the clash between Leo Russell and Louis Williams-Mabs was looked at, and another 5 seconds was applied to the driver in the number 63. But to be honest, it wasn't really much, it didn't change the results too much. As I say, those two drivers were already at the back of the field. Are we ready for race start? Yes, we are. Green lights on our screens. Away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and it's another very close start between Stubbs and Lyons. Lyons holding round the outside 2 by 2 on the run up the Dragon Straight, but it's going to be Stubbs who has the advantage, helped by his teammate Bodie Batch, who's up to second place, and a great start as well for Toby Biggs, the privateer in kart 46 with the white and orange livery there. That's a fantastic start from Biggs, up to third place.
Good start from Biggs, but also a good start for Harry Chapman there, sat behind Biggs in 4th place. Changes his mind though, because now he wants to go for that third, and now it is Chapman in third ahead of Biggs. Still though, the theme goes on that it is Albie Stubbs and the teammates of Bodie Batch that lead the way. So Stubbs from Batch, Chapman in there. Toby Biggs, Corey Lyons is sat there in 5th. Then it's McElhenney, West, Russell, Hodgetts and Freddie Baker as your top 10. Up the hill they go then. Stubbs leads from Batch. Harry Chapman taking a bit of a different line into Spoon Curve. Back down they'll go into this roller coaster section of the track. No change between your front two, but I think they're going to leave it late unless they start to get put under pressure by Harry Chapman, who is really starting to charge in through this second sector. Yeah,
Harry Chapman having a similar couple of laps to what we saw from him yesterday, able to cross the gap and join the 2 Excel Motorsport drivers in what is now 3 kart breakaway at the front of the field. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go, end of lap number 2. Just the 2 changes of position on that particular lap. Chaden McElhenney has got ahead of his teammate Corey Lyons. We'll come back to that though, because here comes Bodie Batch down the inside. Change of lead. Harry Chapman going for one as well. And whether Albie J. Stubbs likes it or not, Harry Chapman is through into second place. That was a bold move from Chapman. Just about enough racing room left between the two of them. And that's a big change in the story of this race. Can Chapman now go on the attack and find a way through past the second of the Excel Motorsport boys?
Really did wrestle that second place off of Stubbs, did Chapman, and now the next driver to add to his tally of overtakes is Batch. Over the line they go, and it's 2/10 of a second splits up Batch and Chapman. Batch, fastest driver on the circuit with a 47.8, a 10.5 faster than Chapman now, who is right on his back bumper going into Spoon Curve. This has allowed Albie Stubbs to sort things out, get himself back into that rhythm and sit there still strongly in third. Down into Carousel they go. You can see the way Chapman is driving. He's going to try and charge forward and go for that race lead. Further down the order, Toby Biggs is still sat there in your top 5. It's a 4-place gain for him. Corey Lyons has had a bit of a difficult one to drop 3 places into 5th. No major changes within your final intermediate classification as the race stands currently. Batch will be starting on pole if it stays the way it is, as we've got Oscar Kenny out there on the sidelines giving some signals to teammates out there on the circuit. Changes further down the field. That is Leo Russell now being pushed around by Logan Hodgetts for that 8th place, as we've had a change for the lead through Spoon Curve.
Yeah, Harry Chapman's got it done into Spoon Curve. We asked, could he get past the second of the Excel Motorsport drivers at this stage of the race? He has delivered. He's now looking to break away from both Batch and Stubbs. As down the hill once again they come. This is the really tricky part of the course. We've been talking about the senior karts and how they like to slide through this part of the course. It's a bit more of a drop for the shorter wheelbase chassis for our younger drivers. Chapman really starting to break away now. It's just in the fastest lap of the race as well, a 47.77. Quite a few changes in the second half of the order. That advice from Oscar Kenny on the sidelines has given some good performance for Ollie West in the Evolve Motorsport number 24. He's got past Biggs for 6th place. Benjamin Schlivar is through past Leo Russell, so that's Schlivar up 3 places. Who thought he had a podium yesterday, but actually on review of looking at the times, and it was a photo finish as well, just got pipped to the line in that one, but still a very good result there in 3rd place. Leo Russell, as we say, there he is in the orange helmet, buoyed on by Uncle George's performance last night in Montreal. Big race for the Russell family later on this evening, the other side of the Atlantic. It's currently fighting with Patrick Wood here. This is for 9th place. Patrick Wood had a decent day yesterday. There's the number 22 as well of Louis Williams maps.
Chapman then on the timing screen looks like he's lost that race lead, has dropped to 2nd place, and it is Stubbs that has overtaken, as Piers Prior is down there with some news for us.
I just went to go and speak to Mike Chapman, not on camera today. I thought I'd spare him the extra nerves, as his son is now in the heat of battle for the lead. I asked him if there's any changes he's made, because it looks like his son's going very, very well out there, potentially even better than he did this morning. They made a couple of little tweaks to do with the carburation, which he thinks has helped, but he said he thinks the main thing is that Zach just really wants it.
Very good there. Very good info from the Chapman camp. A few changes in that battle for 9th place. Woods, Williams, Mabs and Baker through past Russell and Hodgetts. That's a little bit of a close moment there between Leo Russell. Was that Harry Murphy, the number 65? I just took my eyes away from the screen for one moment. But a lot of these drivers in the second half of the field, you know, it's their first season. You see those black number boards on your timing tower on the left-hand side, indicating that they are drivers new to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. They may well have raced in other championships, you know, within the Motorsport UK licence banner, but this is their first full season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships at the top of the order in the owner categories. Back at the top of the order in this race as well, Chapman under attack, and there's not much he can do there because the 2 Excel Motorsport drivers have done a really good bit of flying formation there, like the military jets that fly through this part of the world from time to time. Through goes Batch and Stubbs, now into 1st and 2nd place.
Well, teamwork makes the dream work with that one. Then the 2 XL drivers really did push each other through on Chapman. Chapman then still taking that slightly different line as they head downhill into the final sector. All drivers clipping that inside curb as they head towards the final corner. Stubbs then still chases down Bodie Batch. Bodie Batch is the only driver really to apply pressure to Stubbs so far this year. Took that race win yesterday, broke Stubbs' winning streak that he created at Warden Law. But will Albie Stubbs maybe be able to pick things back up? Did look like he was going to attempt something into Spoon then, but backed out of it into Carousel then. Did have a look just again, but tucked back into the back bumper of his teammate. 14 seconds left on the clock, so time is starting to run out. Chapman, though, don't count him out, still chasing down the hill as they head down into this final sector once more. It definitely is out of this top 3 as your top 3.
Absolutely. On to the final lap then. Bodie Batch is your race leader, who's been in this position before this weekend. Stubbs has got a really good run out of turn 1, is drawing alongside as they run up the Dragon Straight. Surely Stubbs is going to have the race lead here. Yes, he does, even before they get to Spoon Curve. Here comes Chapman down the inside. Nice move on the brakes there by Harry Chapman. up to second place. How does Chapman respond now? Can Bodie Batch find a way back through? They're out of carousel for the final time here in this heat. This is with pole position in that final later on this afternoon on the line. Looks like LBJ Stubbs has got this one won. Chapman focusing on defence ahead of Batch. Out of the final corner, LBJ Stubbs extends his championship lead, takes the race victory. Chapman holds on the line for second place ahead of Batch. Fourth for Lyons, West, McElhenney, Biggs and Schlivar all in the top 8. Patrick Wood, Louis Williams-Mabs, they both get top 10s. Baker, Hodgetts, Russell, Murphy and Morris will complete the 15 runners. But that is once again pole position for LBJ Stubbs. It is his 4th full championship score so far this season. That is a tremendous run for LBJ Stubbs. Harry Chapman, second in that one, means he's locked in a spot on the inside of row number 2. So between Stubbs and Chapman, it will be Bodie Batch starting second on the grid. There is the rest of your provisional order. Just to go through the rest of the top 8 for the FIC. So Stubbs, Batch, Chapman, we've covered 1, 2, 3. Lyons, 4th on the grid with a good score, 8 points, some more useful championship points to go with that for the Irish driver. Ollie West, P5. I think that equals that. In fact, no, it doesn't equal. It beats the best performance from this weekend for Ollie West in terms of points paying positions. 6th will be McElhenney on the grid. Biggs and Schlivar complete the first 4 rows of this one. If you're particularly interested in that IAME Water Swift restricted final, 20 past 4 is the time for that final. Before we move on though, let's have a look at some of the highlights from that second heat of the day.
Relatively clean start for the first half of things. We did have a few drivers getting it wrong going into Spoon, but no real dramas for most of outfield. Bodie Batch was your first driver to bite the bullet and grab that race lead going into the 90 right, and Harry Chapman capitalised off of that one and overtook LBJ Stubbs as well. Further back down the field, Leo Russell was getting elbows out going down the Dragon Straight, did lose out in the end and finished in 13th, but did have a good go at the racing part of things in your first half. Chapman, though, the driver who took the race lead at one stage, lost it once more to Bodie Batch going up the hill. Really was a fight between Stubbs, Chapman and Batch pretty much for the entire way, but of course it was LBJ Stubbs who took that race lead going down the Dragon Straight and kept it into the final moments. Chapman down the inside at Spoon on Batch. It was a drag race to the line between those two. Stubbs took the race win, and Harry Chapman did manage to catch on and keep that second place. Piers Prior will be down there in Parc Ferme then catching up with our Water Swift Restricted.
Stubbs took victory in that Water Swift Restricted race. We chatted to LBJ Stubbs a fair amount this weekend, so I'm glad Bodie Batch again. We saw a lot of you yesterday, Bodie. Today he's a little bit more tricky.
Yeah. I mean, we got unlucky in that heat, led nearly every lap maybe, and then last lap we just got done.
Got done. What was, did you see it coming, or was it just a good move?
Just a good move, yeah.
Good move. And it was very, very close over the line between you and Harry Chapman as well. You thought you got second, but not quite.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, what can you do in the final to get the win again?
Well, see, I think we're on the inside row after that. Push our teammate, try to get away, and then do it from there.
Amazing. Well, good result. We'll grab a quick word with Harry Chapman. Actually, sorry, Harry, we haven't quite got time. We'll grab a word with you later on, maybe, if you win the final, because the Water Swift race has already gone out, but after a quick word from our sponsors.
Last of the heats then for IAME Water Swift. Once again, here is your grid for it. Christian Kobe starts in pole position. Harry Williams alongside on that front row. Colby Patterson and George Clark, they go from row number 2. It's then Alfie Davidson and Austin Newstead on row 3. Austin Gibson Callum Graham on row 4.
Row number 5 will be Oscar Kenny and Mason Hibbert, and then from 6 is Daniel Ferguson alongside Ethan Owen. 7 is Henry Clark with George House. Going from row number 8, we have Joseph Davies and Johnson Stewart for XL Motorsport.
Row number 9, Sophie Campbell and Ilias Sami. Luca Narroway and Chester Fawkes go from row number 10. It's Danny Dempsey and Margaret Skvetskis on 11. Charlie Clough and Nathaniel Hodges on 12. Ryan Meta, Ethan Robinson next up on 13. Ian Carey and Jack Harney on row 14, as there's been an incident on the formation lap here, which we'll come to in a moment. Ackerman and Stewart, row 15. O'Brien and Sagu, row 16. Oscar Miller completes the 33 runners. Who was involved in that one? Well, Orion Meta was one of them, just moving away there. So I think this, red flag. Red flag is out. So we will not get going at this time of asking. And everyone coming to a stop there. I don't know what you saw of that, Nicole. It looked like there was at least 3 or 4 drivers involved.
No, I just saw it in the background of the lineup of drivers. Just a bit of a pile-up going on. So I'd say some of the drivers had caught each other out. So I do think they've all got each other back into position. They can see your 2 drivers who will be starting on the front row, Kobe and Harry Williams, speaking to our race director of Nigel Edwards, probably just being told, slow it down, boys. You know, you can't win the race before we've started. You know, nice and calm, nice and controlled. Well,
I wonder if it's actually the other way. It's like, we say slow, but not that slow. And that kind of may have caused a bit of a concertina at the back end of the field. A steady pace is what the officials are looking for. So if you're just joining us, we're under what should be a pretty short red flag. Let's actually have a look at a replay of what happened there on the formation lap. So this was, again, coming down through compression. The first half of the... I mean, they've pretty much come to a halt there. And the second half of the field are not going to expect that. And they all just kind of land at the scene of the accident. Yeah, I can see why. There's that problems for Oscar Miller getting going in the 168, I believe it is. Yeah, I think that's why they were having a bit of re-education from Nigel Edwards to say, come on, guys, you know, we're trying to get the formation lap going at the first time of asking. We can't just come to a stop at a part of what is a very tricky part of the circuit. Piers Prior, what was your view of that?
It was great work by Nigel Edwards there. I think that was the right thing to do, because not only was he chatting to our pole or front row drivers, but also I noticed coming into the last corner that our pole sitter was actually completely on the brakes. His rear tyres were stationary and he was still being pushed along. So I think it's good to have a bit of a reset there, because when the drivers are all too close together pushing each other, that's when things can get dangerous. But hopefully we'll have a much better and cleaner start this time.
Well, something we can maybe consider from that then, Andrew, is are there going to be nose cone penalties further in our field, as all those drivers really did come to a halt and there would have been a concertina effect. Will we go green on this time of asking, though? Yes, we do. Christian Kobe then takes that early race lead once more. Down the Dragon Straight, Harry Williams on that outside part of the straight, as I think that's Alfie Davidson getting it slightly wrong, going down the inside, and just uses some of the track. The Fusion drivers have been the ones to bite the bullet in these early stages, as we've lost one of the XLs. That's Joseph Davies getting caught out going through Spoon and the top of the hill. Early stages, though, it looks like Colby Patterson is having a night and day difference of a race compared to his Heat 1 of today, as he sat there in second position. And I think we've actually lost maybe a few more drivers on top of the hill.
Yeah, it's Harry Williams disappeared from this pack. I can't see the O plate, at least in the top 5, and we're not having the O plate register through on timing. So yeah, I think we've lost Harry Williams here. That's quite a big... Oh no, he's there in 6th. It's okay. That is all right for the championship leader.
As we've now got a bit of drama for our race leader, Christian Kobe, because he's under investigation.
Oh, no.
And loses the race lead completely off onto the grass. We've also lost Ozzie Gibson off there. That is drama for the Fusions and from the front end of our field.
And that was not good, because that was under yellow flags. Well, clear to us in the commentary box. And, well, I was about to mention that it's already potentially controversial because there was racing into a yellow flag zone. Ozzie Gibson, you see there, is out of this race. Christian Kobe is out of it as well. Sadly, the IAME Water Swifts not covering themselves in a blaze of glory on this particular occasion. 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Yellow flags clearly out again there on the run up to the Dragon Straight. Waved yellow flags at the top of the circuit. I hate to say it, Nicole, but I don't like to see that. From experience around here, that is a blind rise over the top into Spoon Corner. It's a very easy part of the circuit to go off. I think there may be a little few words here from the officials against the drivers, just generally to say, come on, you've got to abide by the yellow flags and slow down a bit.
Well, maybe we could throw some question marks about what that means for our race leader of Kobe Patterson, because he was right in the thick of it when that happened. George Clark, your driver who finished second on the podium yesterday, is now second within this race, your fastest driver out there on the circuit. It was a first podium yesterday for him within the British Kart Championships. It really has been on the charge this weekend is Clark. Up the hill they go then. It really is a bit of a three-kart breakaway at the front end of your field, still led by Patterson. Clark sat there, and now Austin Newstead sat there third, chasing down the hill, but it's Excel versus Fusion once more.
A couple of investigation notices have come in from race control. The O-plate of Harry Williams is one of them, and the 199 of Christian Kobe. Christian Kobe out of contention, has got going again, is still on the lead lap of this race, but is some 30 seconds off the lead in this one. So it feels like this one is starting to calm down now. It is very much going to shake up the pecking order in the final intermediate classification. Patterson leads. Oh, is there more trouble this time? It's the 115 of Daniel Ferguson, who at least doesn't lose the engine, is able to keep rolling, but will drop down from around 8th place in the running order there. That is a real shame for the driver, who was a race winner in IAME Water Swift Restricted last year, on his way to, if I remember correctly, second in the championship. Piers Prior, what's the latest?
Oh, we've got a great race on here, but I don't want to say the R word, but I'm looking over the hill where the wind is coming from. Wind has picked up, air temperature's gone down, and I can see some pretty ominous clouds coming this way.
You can indeed. I'm going to even it up here. Yes, there are some dark clouds, but through them I can see blue sky. So positivity, the power of positivity, is not going to rain today. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this one. Here's your fight at the front of the field. Patterson, Clark, Newstead. At the moment, this is also involving drivers who could be on the front row for the final. Newstead has the lead in the final intermediate classification on 3 points. Clark would be alongside on that front row with 6. Harry Williams at the moment looking at the inside of row number 2, Nicole, there with 9 points.
Well, I'd say your top 3 need to get a move on, because Davidson, Penny and Williams all set green laps in that previous one, so they are really catching up now for the front end of the field. There you can see Alfie Davidson really has broken away from Oscar Kenny and is starting to chase the likes of Austin Newstead. No attempt just yet by George Clark. I think he really needs to try and have a go. There on your screens is Gibson pulling into Parc Ferme. We saw him involved in that incident at the top end of the track. Look at this now, Andrew. This is a battle for that race lead. It's turned into a 6-kart train within this lap. Kobe Patterson still leading the way from Clark. No attempt from Clark, no attempt from Newstead. One of them, I would say, needs to bite the bullet really soon, because they're starting to back each other up too much, and it's starting to bring too many drivers into the fight.
Yeah, I've got to say, Alfie Davidson is turning a really, really good bit of pace here in 4th place. Just seems like a completely rejuvenated driver, has put the difficulties of Ward and Law behind him, won the final yesterday, of course, and he's bringing others with him. Kenny's there, Williams is there, Colby Patterson feels the need to defend. Got to remember that Patterson had problems in Heat 1, so he needs this victory to get himself back up the order. There's a look at your weather radar. Pretty clear at the moment over North Wales. Little bit of rain out towards Harlequin the Sea there. But anyone who's spent a good amount of time around in this part of the world knows it can change very, very quickly in these hills. Patterson still leads, though. Just over a minute and a half remaining on the clock. The gap is a 10th and a half to George Clark there in second place. Even less than that as they run through Spoon Curve once again. He's making good progress. Luca Narroway's up 12 spots again. He's not in this pack, Just there, the second chase pack at the front of it, the Evolved Motorsports 117 is up to 7th. That's a gain of 12. Ilyas Sami's had a really good weekend, I feel, Nicole. Probably the best I've seen from Ilyas. Is up in the top 10 again in this one. Is a change to OMS Racing ahead of this weekend. That's a gain of 9 for the 126.
Like you said then, Andrew, Ilyas has had a team change, jumped from the Jamie Green racing camp over to Danny Curl's new OMS racing effort. And like you said, it's probably having a British Kart Championship best for him, sat there in 9th. As it stands then within this race, your final intermediate classification would look like this. Austin Newstead from Clark, from Williams, Kenny, Davidson and Narroway. The race leader then, Colby Patterson, did not start his first heat, so actually, although he's out there leading your field, he's not really in the fight with these other drivers. No. You know, championship points obviously do come into play, but looking ahead into today's final, he's not really up there just yet. Final moments of this race, 10 seconds left on the clock. Patterson goes purple then, fastest driver out there at the front of the field. Battles going on further back. This is Ilyas Sami, sat there in 9th, being pushed around by George House and Callum Graham. Into Spoon once more, no attempts by any of your Fusion drivers on the XL of Patterson. George Clark really hasn't tried to have a look throughout this race, maybe conscious if him and Newstead are actually aware of this final intermediate classification setup.
Well, also that, you know, there's not really that much to be gained by overtaking Colby Patterson in terms of the intermediate classification. It's one of those moves that's high risk, low reward, perhaps. Final lap board is going to be out in a moment's time. Colby Patterson, though, yes, isn't fighting amongst these drivers in the intermediate classification today, but we shouldn't forget that this is a driver very high up the order in the championship, who will want to take points off some of his championship rivals if the opportunity arises. Defensive move there into Spoon Curve. Newstead holding off Alfie Davidson for 3rd place as well. Davidson now has to defend from Oscar Kenny. This is good news if you're Colby Patterson. It's starting to reduce the number of numbers right on his tail. He's got a gap as they head downhill now through Compression Corner, through the first of these dips into Devil's Elbow, down the little hill once again. 2 more corners for Colby Patterson to wrap up victory in heat number 2 of the day for Water Swift. Job done for Colby Patterson. Does as well as he could do. Gets himself back up the order for the final later on today. George Clark, P2, will be on the front row for the final, but on pole, it's the driver in 3rd in that heat, Nicole. Austin Newstead, another haul of 65 championship points on a Sunday.
This is a long game, of course. It's a championship, and Newstead is doing exactly what he needs to currently do. Finishes there in 4th, followed by Davidson and Oscar Kenny for your top 5. The remainder of your top 10 then looks like Harry Williams. We've got also Mason Hibbert in there in 7th. Then it's Luca Narroway, George House and Callum Graham. Following rest of your field includes Johnson Stewart, Ilyas Sami, Charlie Clough, Danny Dempson and Daniel Ferguson as your top 15. Then we have Henry Clark, Sophie Campbell, Marjorie Kavekskis, Ethan Robinson and Ian Carey as your top 20. Remainder of your field includes Nathaniel Hodges, Andy Stewart, Jensen Ackerman, Ethan Owen, Jack Carney, Orion Meta, Ruben Sagu, Ada O'Brien and Oscar Miller. Then we have Christian Kobe rounds out your 30 kart finishers. Austin Gibson and Joseph Davies, though, are your 2 drivers that did not finish the race. Highlights then from this one. Into Spoon Curve, we lost one of the XLs. That was Joseph Davies getting it wrong on top of the hill. Battles going on further back down the field. We had Johnston Stewart going down the inside, down the hill. Some of these drivers really getting caught out. That was Daniel Ferguson going over the back of one of the drivers through Spoon. We had the OMS drivers all getting involved with each other as well. Ilyas Sami actually gave Callum Graham a run for his money throughout the entirety of that race. Got a bit busy out of the final corner for some of our fusions, but crucially it was the XL Motorsport of Colby Patterson that took your race win.
There we go then for IAME Water Swift. Their final will be the last race of the day at 4:45. Don't go anywhere. Yes, it's a pause here at the circuit until our first of the finals at 3 o'clock. We've got the paddock show coming up that was recorded last night, including the latest runners in our Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. If you watch it and want to get involved, get down to the Motorsport UK Race Centre for the next of the Paddock Show recordings on a Saturday evening. But keep it locked here. If you've not given the broadcast a thumbs up on your platform of choice, please do so. Give it a share as well. We'll be getting into those finals from 3 o'clock onwards. Plenty of action remaining here at Glan Y Gors, and a good little bit of sportsmanship there between Clark and Newstead. They've done a great job. They'll be on that front row for the final later on today, though. But before we go to the Paddock Show, let's check in once again with Piers Prior.
Venture race winner in that one was Colby Patterson. Colby, I can see the little grin on your face. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, compared to the first one, yeah, definitely happy with that one.
Why are you so happy? Was it driving, kart, bit of both?
It was good, but also the fact that the first one was so bad, considering I didn't finish the finish lap. So yeah, that's pretty much why I'm so happy.
Absolutely, and rightly so. It was a pretty chaotic race. A lot of the drivers that you were fighting within that fighting at the front of that first race finished down. The old Austin Gibson out of the race, a number of other drivers. So it's going to be a bit of a jumbled up final. Do you reckon you can take advantage of that?
Probably, but it depends how it pans out at the start, really, because the start's one of the biggest things here, as you probably imagine.
Absolutely. Colby, congratulations. Good result in the heat. That's the racing for the morning, but don't go anywhere because Paddock Show's coming up in just a moment, and then on the other side we've got the Wera Tools British Kart Championships finals, the round 4.
Welcome everybody, Paddock Show time for event 4 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I'm joined by Piers tonight. But of course, Piers, we've got to start with the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge.
Yes.
We've had a few entries in since you were last with us.
My inaugural entry.
Your inaugural entry is already
gone.
Shot, gone,
Smashed.
Defeated by a child.
It's a good job that I'm no longer behind any spanners and now I'm just behind a microphone.
Exactly. So
I'll let you officiate this.
The time to beat is 3 minutes 14.92. As a reminder, the 2:39 of nonsense from Dan Ashton has been disqualified because I didn't see it. Noah Wolf, you are our next challenger for the Wheel Change Challenge. Do you think you can go P1 like you did in KZ2 today?
I'll definitely give it a go.
Good stuff. Well, it's over to you, Noah. Hit the yellow button. Get the drives off. No, you can't have it on the wheel. So it's hit the button, change the slicks off, the wets on. You should be fine with this because you've done it about 5 times already today.
Have it like that and press or no?
No.
No, not allowing that.
Right.
So 3, 2, 1, go. Right. Piers is off. We have got another challenger ready as well.
Player 2 in waiting is Oliver Stewart, second place. Of course, so we've actually got a battle of the KZ qualifying.
We have today.
We've got them battling from the front row in KZ, going from the front row in that class, and we've also got the battling in the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge thing, which I'm going to have another go by the end of the year. I can't I can't look at myself strongly as a man who used to occasionally put wheels on and off go-karts when I used to drive and see a child beat me, a genuine child.
I'd rather win this. Do you not think? I think I'd rather win this than be Paul tomorrow.
Well, you won't pole tomorrow anyway, so there you go.
Than to win tomorrow, I'd rather win this.
Exactly, I think that's...
Hit me hard there, that wasn't very nice.
No, it's a 400th off pole.
Yeah, exactly, okay, yeah, we'll take it,
I was about to say, if it had a stiff breeze in the right direction, it would have helped things.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. But hey, we'll see. We'll see if you can beat me in this one.
And it must be cool to have all 3 Jade drivers up in the top 3 positions in KZ qualifying. Clearly you guys have all been working well together to get things as close as they can be.
Yeah, for sure. It's been really, really good. We're sitting first and second in the championship as well. Hopefully I can get my first win in the British Championship in KZ this weekend. We'll see.
We shall see indeed. Andrew, how is Noah getting on?
He's doing okay. He's about a minute and 30. It's all right, I just muted the mic.
Oh.
So about a minute and 30 in. He's got one wet almost on, and then obviously he's got to go over to the other one.
Do you know what? My time's not looking so bad.
To be honest, Ansel's 3 minutes 14. I was very impressed by, considering he's not the oldest driver in the other half of the paddock. So your 3:26, I think is still pretty solid.
I'm interested. Where do you reckon you would rate Oliver in terms of all of the drivers in the KZ grid, in terms of the wheel change challenge, if everyone were to do it? Would you still be on pole?
Well, as you said, I'm not on pole.
You're not. You're second. Would you still be on the front row, should we say?
I don't know.
How do you rate your spannering skills?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
We will have to wait and see. Well, how do you rate Noah?
I don't want to hype it up too much because I'll probably be pretty bad.
What about Noah's spannering skills? Where would you rate this out of 10 so far?
Well, I mean, he looks like he's struggling quite a bit, so...
He looks like he was trying harder than he was on circuit.
Yeah, but he is doing quite well so far, so yeah, we'll see.
There's still a slick tyre on. We are currently at 2 minutes 46 at the moment, and you've got just a few more knots to go.
Noah, how's it going?
Not very good.
Not very good. We'll leave him to it. I don't think he's going to beat this 3:14, because I say we've not even got the second wet tyre on at the minute.
Should we do a countdown?
We could do a countdown.
We should do a countdown.
That's
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, Wolf, you have been beaten by a cadet. How do you feel?
Not very good, is it? That's why I'm the driver and not the mechanic.
Very well put. He's going to keep going, though, because he could still get top 3 here.
Wow,
Piers' time is gone now. Oh, dear. But I think we could we get under 4 minutes here?
Just about.
Just about.
Don't forget you have to hit the button there as well.
He's got to get around the far side as well. He's doing a very precise job.
Yes. No wheels would fall off this car.
No.
He finished
Absolutely
the
no
race.
wheels on this two-wheel kart would come free when they shouldn't do.
I'm wondering if Oliver Stewart's learning anything from this.
No. I'm definitely not learning anything from this. I'm learning what not to do, that's about it.
Amazing. We're still a few wheel nuts away. We've hit the 4 minute barrier. 4 minute mark.
Come on, Noah, you've got to beat Logan Rolfe. Logan Rolfe had about 6 goes at this at Dunkerswell.
I mean, I'm trying my best here.
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do. He's still going.
Nearly there.
I know I didn't have it in.
He's not had it in the right mode. He's not.
He's been loosening when he's been trying.
He's threaded a nut just in time for me.
No, I think he was loosening instead of tightening.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see that no one's used my tactic from the first round.
I can't remember what your tactic was.
The spin,
the spinning
but
wild,
I think
the whirling
brake's
dervish.
Yeah, I think the brake is actually binding on the trolley, so maybe that's not. Maybe I shouldn't have given that away so that Ollie...
told him, now he knows.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be entertaining. Oh, we better watch out. There's some vehicles.
There's a Vauxhall Corsa coming through. And there we go. Right, I'm going to give the tyres a wiggle. Yeah, that one's on pretty good. What do you think about...
Okay, well, good. I think we passed muster.
4:51.
I bet you better do this, Andrew. My handwriting's horrific.
Noah, you've had some really good races this year that I've watched you race. That was bad.
Yeah, not the best. The wheels might fall off as well. Definitely wouldn't be a mechanic in the future, evidently.
Well, give the tool to...
hand the tool over to Mr. Stewart and...
Oh, this is how to change it.
Yeah, I know.
Ollie's a dab hand out on track. He's been a dab hand in the comms box as well.
He has.
I'm feeling good about this.
Oliver Stewart, are you ready? Right, press and hold for 3 seconds to reset. 1, 2, 3. So this is attempt 2 at the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. Oliver Stewart, front row driver in KZ. Whenever you're ready, please wheel away.
Where can I start?
No contact with the tool to the wheel.
Right.
Here we go. Right, talk me through your initial tactics here.
Well, that's a bad start. I've got it the wrong way. Oh my god.
Please do not swear.
Okay, well it's stuck, so hang on.
If you press the red button in, it stops it falling off. There you go. It's a good...
Okay, well...
That's it. No, that's it. No, we continue. That's on. That's all good.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, bad start.
There we go.
My 4 minutes not looking too bad.
Here we go. So now we've got the loosening. You have to... Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I would recommend holding the. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So one nut is now loose, and we're only 39 seconds into the event. There is a ratchet on that, and also you can change the angle of the ratchet. If you pull that little green lever down, you can go either forward or backwards, and then also you can go completely 180 degrees to allow you to use your fingers as a rotation device if you so wish.
Hang on a minute.
That's a feature.
How come I didn't know that?
Well, you had plenty of time to assess all the features of this Wera tool ratchet, and you didn't make the most of all of them, but it's okay. It's okay. It's taking part that counts. Isn't that right, Andrew? Always taking the part that counts.
It's always the taking part that counts, but more important is the winning. So
Oliver Stewart currently 1 minute and 17 seconds into this, and we're how many nuts off are we, Oliver? Two nuts off. 2 of 6.
I'm not meaning to worry you, Ollie, but Richard Locke does want to switch the generator for the power off at some point, so and we've still got George Edgar to go.
He's found his flow. We can see a good second half.
Could be a late
you just set your
charge.
pressures low on it. That's all it is. You're going to come on strong at the end of the race.
Yeah, well, that's what tends to happen all day, so we'll see.
He's reset it into Titan mode.
Yeah.
He's using the
adaptability.
The adaptability of the Wera tool. He's getting the nuts. He's getting them started with his fingers, and then continuing on with the tool. Good use of ratchet action there. There we go. We are now at 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
And we're not. I would say Ansel Murray's 3:14. I think. Yeah.
I don't know how he's done that. It's actually very impressive.
He did have a little bit of help from his
through?
dad. Jaku is about to drive it over, so we'll step out of the way as Ollie continues on. Well, I think what this proves, Piers, is that Ollie is human after all. He's great on the circuit, he's great in Commons, but he's clearly not great at changing tyres.
I mean, the evidence
so
so
perfect
far,
at everything.
Maybe he's just really good with a ratchet gun and not with the actual ratchet itself. There we go. Right, one side down, and we're 2 minutes 50. So we're on for a sub 6 minute time here.
Yeah. It could
You're
be top
tightening that,
5.
Oliver. No, you're definitely tightening that. Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Yeah, no, I know, but
Yeah, you're still tightening it.
yeah, but look, it's not clearly did it quite.
You're still tightening it.
Look, it's not changing.
Yeah, but you have to go the other way. That's it. There you go. There we go. Righty tighty, lefty loosey.
Noah, how are you feeling about this now?
I'm a bit more confident now. I'm seeing him struggle just as much. I don't know how he's done that time, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. Didn't give up, which is the most important.
Do you know what? That's one thing that racing teaches you, isn't it? Is resilience and just the ability to not give up when things are going against you.
Yeah.
As Ollie Stewart is demonstrating excellently at this moment. He's still got a smile on his face. That's the main thing, right? No, okay.
He's no smile on
comment.
his face.
No comment.
I'm hiding the depression at the moment.
Yeah, don't show your dad this later.
Oh, no. He'd rip into you, wouldn't he? He doesn't know where I am, so.
Definitely, Mr. Stewart, definitely don't watch the Paddock Show at 8 p.m. on Saturday night, that's for sure.
Yeah, he won't be getting shown that, doesn't he?
Yeah, and maybe you'll have to keep him busy throughout the lunch break on Sunday as well. Okay, well, the wet is off. The final wheel is on. This is the home stretch.
I do think it's been a better second half, hasn't it?
Better is a strong word.
I mean, it couldn't be
Less
much worse.
Come on, you're not giving me any credit here.
Ansel Murray at the moment is. We've got another competitor lined up in the shape of George Edgar. George, you've already had one win today. Can you get P1 again?
Yeah, hopefully.
What have you learnt from these two seniors who've made a bit of a fool of themselves?
Not much really. Just move your hand very fast.
Move your hand very fast is George's plan.
I'm going to say no more on that.
Yeah.
We're nearly 10 minutes or over 10 minutes into the Paddock Show already.
Yes, we're going to have to be quick.
Such is the
go talk to some other people.
I think maybe we might have to allow George to maybe another time. What do you reckon we can squeeze?
I think we can squeeze one more.
Squeeze one more.
in.
Yeah, okay, we can do that as long as you're quick. Don't forget you have to hit the timer, and I will be checking those wheel nuts. Don't think I won't, because I will.
Loose.
5 minutes. 1.2.
That was actually a really good second one. I was happy with that.
Okay, well, as long as you're happy, that's all good.
Well, no. Well, I was pretty disappointed because I couldn't even get the ratchet to work, but then after I got it to work...
Don't blame the tools. A bad workman blames his tools.
Wonderful Wera tools ratchet, by the way.
It is. It works absolutely fine. As we saw Noah demonstrate a moment ago. Boys, I think it's safe to say you're both faster on circuit. But thank you for taking part in the Virtuals Wheel Change Challenge. We'll just let Andrew Mather slap those up on the board.
Do you have to put my name up there?
Yes, we do. Of course, you took part. Bosh, Oliver Stewart, 5 minutes and 1 second. No, well, 4 minutes. Well, 51. It was actually only 10 seconds between you.
All I can say is at least I wasn't 10 seconds off on track. So
that would be worse. That would be worse. Right. Thank you, boys. Hand the ratchet over to Mr. George Edgar, Junior X30 race winner today, and he will then get involved. Press and hold for 3 seconds. George, having watched 2 senior competitors, what's your tactic in this one?
I don't know. Just do it as fast as I can.
Just send it.
Yeah.
Right. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You know what to do. You have to press the button.
Yeah.
And then go.
Yeah.
Okay, we're off.
He's off. He didn't even need a 3, 2, 1 there.
He didn't. You know what? Sometimes if you're on pole, you get to
just know what to do.
You get to dictate the start, don't you?
Yeah.
This is quick.
Good action.
This is quick. I'm seeing a quicker than 5 minute time from this this man.
The whirling dervish tactic. That's what they've been doing wrong today.
Yeah.
What George has clearly done, Piers, he's watched your first go at Walden Law and gone. Bad execution, but there is some thought, some reason to the logic.
It was like if someone had seen the Frosby flop done by someone before Fosbury.
Yes.
That's a very niche high jump reference there. Not that I've ever done high jump, judging by my frame.
Me neither.
But it's okay. We do kart commentary anyway. George Edgar currently has 2 wheel nuts off,
and we're still in the
first minute. This is looking like a good one off. There we go. Just a reminder, George, that slick tyre must go back on the prong at some point. What was that?
He's got to move his hand quicker. He's not doing it quick enough.
He's not, is he?
No. He needs to hurry up. Hurry up, George. Come on, George. Pick up the pace. Kid can't do it.
Keep going, George. George, does your mechanic make you with the wheels sometimes?
Yeah.
Do you help out with the tyres when it rains?
Yeah.
Anything else? Just the tyres, or do you do just the tyres for now?
Yeah. Come on, George.
That's true. He's in the zone here. Just the one word Kimi Räikkönen answers.
I think is the phrase. Right, we're currently at 1 minute 35 seconds, and we're nearly done. We could be on, if you do have a good second wheel here, we could be on for a roughly 3 minute time. Oh, we've lost a wheel nut. Remember, those wheel nuts must be tight. I'm not allowing any loosey-gooseys. We're also not allowing any NASCAR tactics of... Oh, we've got...
George, you forgot your slick.
He has forgot his slick.
It's
He's
okay.
He's
I think he's got an alternative strategy of put them on at the end.
Yeah, exactly. He's gone for the...
It's like the party Mario Kart tactics. That it's sometimes when you've got to pull over to one side, take a breather, and then get over the line quickly. If you know you're going to get the race victory, you do that whole process a little bit quicker.
Win the race at the slowest possible speed.
Jackie Stewart used to say he should do that. So.
Oh, that was Fangio.
No, definitely Jackie Stewart used to do it as well.
Oh, George, how are you rating your performance so far?
Not very good.
Not very good. I think you're doing better than your older teammates. And we've got George's mechanic. Come on. I want to hear the opinion. Come on.
I'm gonna go and have a chat with whilst George is doing that. We're gonna have a chat with Mick. Mick, George is having a go. Do you think I'm smelling this first? No, not today. Once George gets to that point where maybe he doesn't race anymore, do you reckon you give him a job as a mechanic?
He ain't tall enough.
He's not tall enough. That's a very, very good answer. So the simple answer from Mick Brower is that will George Edgar get a mechanic's job in the future? And the answer is he's simply not tall enough.
Do you know a good thing for George Edgar though? He was offered an Ugga Dugga gun, and he refused.
An alternative product,
so
which is not allowed.
He's a sportsman at heart.
3, 2, 1. Okay, you want to be done.
I'm not sure. There you go. You've also got a wheel nut currently
on the floor,
chilling on the floor. We can get there.
But I still think he's going to beat.
That was an interesting tactic.
He's going to beat Noah, and he's going to beat Ollie here.
Oh, that's without question. Steady. There's other.
That's expensive. That tool.
Yeah, I was about to say there's other people that are going to need that tool. It's a ratchet. Last wheel nut. Yeah, reminder that slick needs to make its way onto the cart. This is an interesting tactic. I'm liking the look of that.
Come on, George.
And 3:59.79, just under 4 minutes. George,
I'm going to ignore.
Not amazing. Could have done better.
Could have done better, but out of 10.
Oh, just 6.
6 out of 10.
Just can't do it. Put it in the van.
I think so. Put it in the van. Brilliant. Is that something that often is said to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think your mechanic's job is safe. I don't think you're going to be mechanicking your own car anytime soon. However, you are much faster than 2 of our senior drivers, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's hope that you're quicker at driving tomorrow than you were at the Wheel Change Challenge.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Congratulations, George Edgar. Where does that put George on the...
So I'm
a
solid third. Third in the table. Yeah, not a bad effort from some of our drivers today. That will leave for now. Let's actually go and have a little bit of a wander around the paddock. I don't think we've got about 6 minutes. I want to have a look into some of the privateer tents because we didn't quite have the time to do that. So we're going to go straight back through to hopefully have a chat with Frank Morris and Louis Williams-Mabs if they're around. IAME Water Swift Restricted, I think there were some really good efforts by them today. Is Frank around? Good question. Well, whilst you're figuring that out, we'll have a chat with Louis Williams-Mabs. Louis, I've been wanting to have a chat to you about your number 22 kart all year, so let's come on in. How's your day been?
It's been good. In quali we got P5 and Heat 1 was good, Heat 2 was good and the final was pretty good.
How difficult has it been today with all of this weather going back and forth? I lost count of how many times you probably had to think about changing tyres.
It's been very difficult, especially with the weather. It's been like raining, we don't know what tyres to use, and yeah.
And your first full season, you had a little go last year. We had a chat to you, remember, at PF International, but you've been doing all the races so far this season. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
And what's it like working with your dad? Has your dad been doing all the right things, getting the setup right?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Tomorrow, what do we reckon? What kind of result can we get?
I would hope for a top 3, maybe a top 5.
Good stuff. Who do you want to thank?
My dad, Gary Parker, and AST for Claudio, and my grandpa John.
Good stuff. Louis, great to see you again. Best of luck for tomorrow. Have we got a Frank Morris?
Yes, we do. And
we do.
We also have the most colourful dog I've ever seen. Talk to us about your day, young man.
It was... we didn't have the best of days at the start. It wasn't really the best. My dad was basically one of the worst. We have this name
really?
for him.
Oh, go on then. Is it safe? Is it safe for telly?
No.
No. Okay. Well, best not talk about that name then.
So, and we it was a recovery drive, and my mission really was to just not last and come back above most other people.
Great. Well, you've got the most colourful dog, so you've won that competition at the very least.
What's Paddock Pooch's name?
Moose.
Moose.
Excellent.
Henry would like Moose. I think
I like Moose.
Is Moose going to be here for the whole season?
Yes.
Yes, good. Right, well, good to see you. We're thinking a zebra for the next one. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Morris family. Great to catch up with you. Moose the dog, who I think I nearly got bitten. I got a bit scared.
I saw that off camera.
And yeah, we'll move. How many minutes have we got left?
We have roughly 3.5.
3.5 minutes. Let's see who else we can find. I want to go up to the Apollo karts warning.
Yes.
This is another one that I wasn't quite able to get to yesterday because this is an effort that I think we're both quite familiar with some of our racing. I'm quite familiar with Margus Kvetskis from both Club 100 and from this championship.
Yeah.
We've been waxing lyrical about the liveries, the Panini, the Zebra, the Panini Zebra. But I had a chat with Margus's dad the other day about this new effort because we like variety in terms of chassis and stuff, and this is a new one. The Apollo kart, how is it running?
We've been relatively happy with the day, right up until the end.
Marcus had a bit of a bump, didn't he?
Yeah, the lap one wasn't quite the best we've seen of him this weekend, but he's bounced back and he's not hurt. That's the main thing. So happy days.
Is he around? Is he gone home for the day?
I can get him for you.
Yes, we'll get him along in a minute. But in terms of working on the chassis, it's a development project, isn't it?
Sort of. It's still under its current homologation, so anything British we can't change too much. But yeah, there's development going on in it. We're still learning. we've got a little bit more to find, but for a first weekend, the pace is in it, so we're pretty happy.
Fantastic stuff. I think we'll move on out. We'll see. Here's Margaret. Margaret, first of all, you all okay?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine.
Talk us through what happened. We were actually off air at the time, so nobody saw what happened. So give us the lowdown on that first lap.
The first lap or the flip?
All of it.
I had an amazing start. I think I started in 20 seconds, and I got to about 13th when I got to the technical bit, and then I just flipped.
How are you finding driving on the Apollo? Is it a step up from what you had before?
It's great. It's so nice to have people around you, and the kart itself just handles so nicely. Everything about it is really nice.
Brilliant stuff. Well said. Keep pushing on.
The moment you've all been waiting for in the KZ group. The final is upon us here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. KZ2, first final of the afternoon, their first final, round 2 of the season. On pole position, we have Noah Wolf at the O-plate. I say pretty much, unbeaten this morning. Only beaten by himself. A jump start in the first heat, so I'm going to get a 5-second penalty, but his pace meant that he was able to take 2 first places in those heats. 0 points in the intermediate classification, a maximum point score. Alongside him, Oliver Stewart on the outside of row number 1. He took it to Noah Wolf in that second heat. Close, but not quite close enough. Can he go one better in this one? And then Miles Murphy with a good result as well. He was in equal on points with Oliver Stewart, but Stewart just pipping him in the IC, the FIC. Our poll says that Noah Wolf. Noah, you've done it twice this morning. Can you do it again?
100%.
100%. Of course, we saw the little issue in the first heat with the start. Second heat, much better. I assume you're going to try and replicate that one.
100% again. Well, lots of confidence, and we'll see what happens, won't we?
Yeah, you seem relaxed. You seem ready to go. Clearly, the Birol chassis working well around here this weekend.
Yeah, it's a mega chassis. I've worked on it for a long time now. Been a loyal customer, and yeah, we've done a really good job.
Good job indeed to be in pole position. One more race remains for him to take the victory today. I'm going to grab a word with Miles Murphy. Miles, been there or thereabouts all weekend this weekend. It looks like you've been a lot more happy in terms of how the pace has been. Not quite on the front row, but nearly there. Intermediate classification, same points as Oliver, but not quite being able to take him over in the heats. Can you do it in the final?
I'll do our best. I mean, I put my finger out a bit better in qualifying, would have been the front row, but it is what it is. Just go in there, have fun, try and get a good start. I've got like a little piece of tow rope I throw into the back of Noah. Hold that for 15 minutes, it'll be all right?
Absolutely. What is your best chance of taking the win in this one today?
Just send it and see how it goes.
Absolutely. Do you know what? I'll leave it with that. We spoke to Jake Weston earlier on. I'll grab a word with Charlie Turner, second seed, second place in the championship last year, outside of row number 3, 6th place. Charlie, row 3. I don't know, are you disappointed, happy with that? What's your feelings?
I can't say I'm overly excited about it, but we just haven't got the kart working the rest of this all weekend. It's just a different track, but we're here on the third row. We'll just go do what we can do and do our best. That's all we can do.
Where do you reckon you can get in this one if everything goes to plan?
Hopefully P1, that'd be nice, but we'll be optimistic. But podium would be nice. We'll see what happens.
Let's see what happens indeed. Charlie Turner, second seed from last year, going from the outside of row 2, 6th place. Just had the 1 minute boards, so I think it's about time we would go racing in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Round 2 for KZ is coming up in just a moment's time.
Here we go then. For the third time this year, we are ready for the KZ2 final in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships in what could be a very, very important race in the story of where this year's Gearbox Short Circuit title goes. Here is your grid for the final. Noah Wolf, the British Open champion from earlier on in the season, starts on pole position. Oliver Stewart joins him on the front row. Miles Murphy is definitely a good contender for a podium here today. Starts third on the grid and is joined by the Sony Vitesse of Jake Weston. That is row 2. Nat Thomas is the first of the Rush Performance Formula Ks. Fifth on the grid is joined by Charlie Turner alongside on that one. Championship leader Ella Stevens starts on row 4 and is joined by Derek Morgan.
Do the following half of your grid have any tricks up their sleeve? Then it's Jessica Edgar and Ashley Lewis on row number 5. 6 will include Ryan Green and Ralph Youngling. And going from row number 7, we have Daniel Sabula with Lee Ward. 8 will be Nino Piccoli with Bryn Kinch. And then the following part of your grid is completed by Kinch, who will be starting on that 16th spot of the field.
Absolutely. Just a very quick note as well for the statistics nerds amongst us. That young man there, not Eddie Wilson, Noah Wolf, is not eligible for championship points because he is effectively a wild card for this weekend. He is not eligible for championship points. What that means is that the regulars, in terms of championship points, all kind of get bumped up one. So where did the 65 championship points go from the heat? Actually went to Oliver Stewart. So that's a little bit of a boost for Stewart. He's effectively got 3 more championship points for his second place than he normally would, Nicole.
Well, and he has now pipped Ella Stevens for that virtual championship lead. Is 1 point that splits Stewart and Stevens, both obviously on the Burrow for the Jade Racing team. But Oliver Stewart has been benefited by that wildcard entry from Noah Wolf. Let's not forget that Wolf has entered this race to help him prepare for the remainder of the season, help him, get into the rhythm of his KZ starts. And, there's nothing that can prepare you for a race weekend other than another race weekend. There's only so much you can do within testing. You can never replicate the racecraft and competing wheel to wheel with other drivers unless you go racing. So for Noah, that's what he's here this weekend to come and do, just get into a good flow of things.
And the mental side of it as well. Yes, they do their practice starts at the end of a timed qualifying. At the end of some of the practices, we've enjoyed watching those across the course of Friday and Saturday. But you're absolutely right, Nicole, that when the heart rate goes up by 10, 20, 30 beats per minute, your reactions are different. For Noah Wolf, though, he's made some very, very good starts so far today. And the racer that he is, he won't care about championship points. He won't care about wildcard status and all of that. He's here back in these British Kart Championships. He wants to add to his winning tally. He's won 7 times before in other classes. He was a big part of the X30 Senior Championship last year, which we'll have the final of later on today. The grid forming up then. 15, 16 drivers now on the grid here in North Wales. You're watching live coverage of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025. Andrew Mather and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box for you, with Piers Prior trackside. I know he'll be keenly watching this start. On your screen, on the left-hand side of your screen, driver's right, Noah Wolf, the British Open champion, Oliver Stewart, driver number 22. It's a Jade Racing team lockout of the front row. We are ready for the final at GYG for KZ2. 4 lights. They are out. They got brilliant start for Miles Murphy. He's going to run down the inside and potentially take the race lead. Good second phase of the start for Noah Wolf, who manages to hold on there with an aggressive move into P1. Wide is Weston. Weston off on the grass there in the Sodi Vitesse. But what a start from driver number 5 for More Racing. Is there in second place. I thought he'd taken the lead there. Noah Wolf's had a very good run down to Carousel on the first lap of this race, but my oh my, that short run to turn 1 needed to be a little bit longer in a way for Miles Murphy to get down the inside, but he's running here in second place. That is a tremendous start.
I think if it was tenths later for Wolf, we would have a different race leader, but he really did get his elbows out when overtaking Murphy once going down that Dragon Straight. Stevens there on the back of Ashley Lewis trying to challenge as they head up the hill into Spoon. Jake Weston overtakes Stevens then for that 8th place. Weston, we saw him get it wrong and get all crossed up going onto the grass. Back on the tarmac though, but has dropped down the order. Charlie Turner is chasing up the hill. Charlie Turner, an average weekend so far for the number 2. Previously has had so much success within the championship. Last year it was out of him and Josh Price. This year he's had to learn, he's had to develop a very different setup to what he's had in previous seasons. Within this weekend, average stuff, nothing major, but can he maybe break into the top 3? Wolf then pushing away from Miles Murphy in second. It's half a second that splits the 1 and 2 up, but Murphy is your fastest driver out there currently and is just over 0.2 of a second faster than Wolf. Will Wolf be the leader of the pack once more? He's on the right trajectory to achieving that, but Murphy, with the way he's driving, with what he said on the grid walk, he thinks that he's got a chance. Down the hill these drivers go. This is Charlie Turner chasing down the likes of Nat Thomas, but he's got Derek Morgan, the number 6, to think about.
I will note, though, that whilst Charlie Turner's had a tough weekend, the Rush Performance team as a whole have had a tough time out there. They do have a track record of turning it on in the finals. We saw that several times for Charlie Turner in 2024. 12.5 minutes remaining in this race then. Noah Wolf is your race leader by 3.5 tenths, now 4.5 tenths ahead of Miles Murphy. Miles Murphy looking for what would be his first podium of this 2025 season. In fact, is Miles Murphy on the attack here? Is Miles Murphy closing in out of the final corner to start lap 4? A 40.59 last time around, but that doesn't tell the full story that that Wolf was 1/10 quicker than Murphy over that lap, because in the third sector alone, Murphy took in nearly 2/10. Change there between the two Sodi karts. Weston through past Youngling, for Ralph Youngling that is, for 7th place. Also getting involved here is the number 4 of Ashley Lewis, who's had a really tough weekend. This is all over 8th position. 5-second penalty has come in for Jake Weston, so we'll log that one. At the moment, that would drop Weston from P8 all the way down to the back of the field. Miles Murphy, a new fastest lap of the race. Miles Murphy's closing in here, Nicole. 0.44 the gap now. Murphy was 0.03 seconds quicker than the race leader last time around, but at the same time, this could be Wolf taking care of his tyres in what is still quite a long race to go.
Absolutely could be. Jessica Edgar and Ella Stevens then, your 2 female drivers within the grid, sat there in 11th and 12th. Stevens has been so strong this year so far. Finished 2nd at Warden Law. She took that race win at Dunk as well, but has headed into GYG. Maybe hasn't really lit things up this weekend. Is it a question of, is pressure getting to her? She came into this weekend as your championship leader. Is it pressure, or is it just outright pace? You know, when it comes to the racing, is it down to the race pace? You know, we could throw some questions around there, as I think we might start to have some spots of rain hitting the circuit for our KZ2 drivers.
I was just looking outside the window of our commentary box window here at GYG, Nicole, and those skies, those clouds are the darkest that we've seen them all day. This is almost back to some of the conditions that we were at times plagued with across Saturday's competition. Warning from race control towards the number 25 of Ralph Youngling. There's Derek Morgan in the number 6 on the right chassis. Having a really good race here is Derek. Lots of experience, of course, over the years for the privateer from Ben Fleet. Has gained 2 places in this race so far. 10 minutes to go. Wolf still leads. Murphy holding in 2nd place. The gap going back and forth. Looks like Wolf is very strong in the 1st sector. The power that he's got on that Van Amersfoort Racing by Birrell chassis. It's the same one that he runs out in Europe, the same one that he'll be running out in Sarno, out in Italy in the coming weeks. He's very strong in Sector 1, but it's Sector 3, not particularly as much on that last lap, but Sector 3 is where Murphy's been strong. We've seen Murphy make a number of moves on other drivers, the likes of Ollie Stewart, the likes of Jake Weston, so we'll keep an eye on that as the race goes on. There are continuing to be a few spots of rain on the camera lens there, just at the far end of the circuit. It's not affecting lap times at the moment. They are still all in the mid to high 40s. A little bit further down the order, just to note, Jess Edgar 12th, we've mentioned. Lee Ward 13th, has gained a place past Daniel Sabula. Bryn Kinch has also gained a spot out there past Nino Piccoli, who continues to get better and better all the time. at this stage of races earlier in the season, we were already talking about those drivers further down the order being 20, 25, even 30 seconds off the pace. In fact, we've still got all of the field covered by 15 seconds with 8.5 minutes to go. That's good progress for the second half of the field.
Maybe then, Andrew, a story to highlight for our audience at home that might not know our KZ2 drivers too well. Noah Wolf, your race leader, 15 years old. He's out in Europe doing an OK campaign as well as a KZ2 campaign. He's previously been a double British champion. He's been a double Kart Masters champion in the cadet classes, which wouldn't have even been that long ago. When Noah was racing in cadet, Miles Murphy in second was already in KZ2. So what a journey to go from that success to jumping into KZ2 for 2025, winning the O-Plate, then coming here as a wildcard driver and really leading the field throughout the entirety of this weekend.
Yeah, he's showing his international class. Took a podium in the OK categories in the FIA European Championships at Portimao a few weeks ago, and potentially with a bit more luck could have repeated that feat at Viterbo 7 days ago. But you can't win every single week, even if you're one of the most talented drivers in the country. Here's a good scrap. This is the 6th place battle between Derek Morgan and Jake Weston, just going over the line there, trying to close in on Charlie Turner and Nat Thomas. The podium looks like it to be a bit of a stretch for those Formula K runners, the Rush Performance team, but the positive, I think, here, this is by far the best showing of the weekend so far from Rush Performance. They're going to accumulate a good number of points. Weston has a little look there at Morgan, down into the carousel after that double dip down the hill. And Snowden off to your right-hand side. Weston fights through past Derek Morgan. Still is carrying that 5-second penalty, of course, but at least right now he's stretching the gap. Won't fall all the way down to the bottom of the order.
Well, he's carrying around that 5-second penalty that has already been applied, but I'd maybe question if maybe that nose cone is looking a little bit wobbly as well. Piers Prior is down in Parc Ferme. I think he's got some intel for us.
Just picking up on the comment you made a few laps ago there, Andrew. This cloud cover is coming down. It's looking darker. I can see the clouds actually covering the hills just in the back. In the background, you can't quite see on the camera. And we've had a few spits and spots. Nothing to worry the drivers yet, but we might be right in this one, but potentially some inclement weather coming in for later in the day.
Interesting thoughts out there on circuit. 6 minutes to go then. Noah Wolf now looks to have this race in his control. 1.5 seconds is the advantage. Now, in championship points terms, this is effectively your race for the 65. Wolf, again, if you're just joining us, is not eligible for championship points. That means the points, the championship points, for what normally would be a race victory for the regular full season drivers, that falls to this battle for second place on the road. Oliver Stewart, with Ella Stevens not having the strongest of days, they're not the strongest of rounds. I think this is a really important position for him on circuit, Nicole. If he can find his way through, it's not the normal one additional extra point for a position. In this case, it's 3 additional points for Stewart versus where he is on the road at the moment, which, given how close it has been across these Jade Racing team drivers across the course of the season, that could make the difference, couldn't it? That could make the difference come the end of the season. We saw it last year as well between Price and Turner. 3 points could be the difference between being British champion and not being British champion.
Absolutely. As we've got a retirement out there, then that is the 42 of Breen Kinch for Rush Performance pulling into Parc Ferme. Kinch then out of contention this weekend completely. Going back to the Murphy and Stewart race, you can see Stewart right there in the tyre tracks of Murphy heading up the hill. Championship is a long game. You know, it means more to these drivers to become a championship winner than a round winner. And by the way that Ollie Stewart is racing, he's not trying to rush for position. He sat there behind Murphy, of course. He's going to want to second, but do you want to risk it too early? I think leaving it maybe a little bit later as we head into that 4:10 mark looks to me like what Ollie Stewart is trying to do.
I know she can't hear me over the scream of the KZ2 engines, but I wonder if Ella Stevens has got the message that for championship this is a big race for her as well, because she's just put in a 40.26, is the fastest driver out on circuit. Something has suddenly come alive for the English champion, the E-plate holder. She won that plate at Shennington at the Super Prix last summer, the gap to Ashley Lewis is 0.9 of a second, but there's still enough time here that to keep an eye on Ella Stevens in 9th place on the road at the moment. She can start gaining more positions. She'll gain one, and there's another. 5-second penalty for Jake Weston. That's a second 5-second penalty. So Stevens is within range of at least picking up what would be 8th place once that penalty for Weston is applied. We need to keep an eye on that E-plate. There could be some key championship points being earned in the next few minutes.
Well, Ella Stevens then, like you said, was your purple driver out there on the circuit and has gone just under 0.4 faster than Ash Lewis. So she is on the charge to try and pick up another position. We were saying it a moment ago, it's not always about finishing on the podium at the round. It's about finishing on the podium at the awards evening at the end of the year, about getting one of those 1, 2, 3 plates. Piers Prior is down there once more, though. More information for us.
Just went to see Bryn Kinch after his retirement in this one. I went up and asked what was wrong. He said it's just too physical. He said he's not driven these karts in a little while. He's not quite physically there yet to do a whole weekend, but it just shows quite how tough it is physically out there for these drivers. He said he's going to come back stronger next time, though.
Good effort, though, from Bryn Kinch. A brave drive there. As I say, this is a fast circuit. This is not for the half-hearted, and Bryn Kinch, will be back better and stronger in future races. No move yet from Oliver Stewart to try and get past Miles Murphy here. This has definitely been the strongest performance from Miles Murphy so far this season. 2 minutes to go. 3.7 seconds is the advantage for Noah Wolf, trying to add what would be his 8th British Kart Championships win across all the different categories that we have seen Noah Wolf competing down the years. This has been a brilliant performance, but we're keeping an eye on this battle for second place. Why? Because it is effectively for the full allocation of championship points. Miles Murphy at the moment holding those extra 3 that Oliver Stewart so desperately wants.
Stevens then goes fastest once more. She has arrived on the doorstep of Ashley Lewis for that 8th place. If she can pip Ashley Lewis for that position, what's that going to do to your virtual championship points? You'll see her arriving out of the final corner. There she is on the back of that Formula K kart. Ella Stevens, your replay, chasing the number 4 as they go down the Dragon Straight and shift up these gears. Here she goes then, attempts it down the inside, and almost has a look towards Spoon, but it wasn't quite enough. They'll head down the hill and towards Carousel. Can she go a lunge through this double apex? Lewis closes the door once more. Lewis wants this position for 8th place. Ella Stevens then goes fastest. Says on the timing board that she is in front of Lewis, but that is a mistake. It is still Lewis that is sat there in 8th. Out of the final sector and towards the final corner, can Ella Stevens reduce this gap even more? What is her lap time to Lewis this time? So Ella on a 40.96. Lewis has lit things up once more. He's on a 40.95. His 100th of a second between the two.
Really good defensive driving there from Ashley Lewis. Ella Stevens simply not having the opportunity to get down the inside. Now might be a better chance. No, good entry speed into the corner once again by Ashley Lewis. Saw these two have a good number of battles in last year's championship. Time nearly up then. The race leader is over the line, so no, not final lap this time around for Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf can cruise home now. Has really shown his talents as a driver here at GYG over the last 24 hours. This is the kind of form that we saw for him on his way to the O-Plate win at Shennington earlier on in the season. Murphy still holding on to P2. So close to that first podium of the season for himself. More racing back on the rostrum potentially. Still Stevens can't find a way through past Ashley Lewis. At the moment is marooned there in 9th place on the road. Is still, I think, within range of those penalties for Jake Weston. Yes, she is. So she'll gain a championship point once those penalties for the number 7 have been applied. We're on the final lap. Wolf is heading into the carousel. Oliver Stewart very close behind Miles Murphy now. Has still got a good chance of the full complement of championship points out of the carousel. That's another opportunity ticked off for Murphy. Here is Noah Wolf. What a drive. It's going to come round the final corner, winning KZ2 at GYG to take his 8th career Wera Tools British Kart Championships race victory. Miles Murphy's on the podium again. P2 for more racing. Oliver Stewart leaves North Wales, your new championship leader for Jade Racing Team. Game on in the championship, heading into the latter parts of the season. But what a job by Noah Wolf and Jade Racing Team. It is another final victory for the team, back to back after Ella Stevens' win at Dunkeswell. Thumbs up, job done. Noah Wolf heads back to Europe knowing he has achieved some of his very best runs and results through the heats, through the final that we've seen in his years in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Well, out of the 2 KZ2 races that Noah has done in the UK this year, it's been wins. He snatched that O-plate from the remainder of your field earlier on. Now he snatches that wild card entry here at GYG. There he is on your screen, giving you that W sign. He is your race winner. Noah Wolf doing what Noah Wolf does. Finishes ahead, of course, of Miles Murphy. It's more racing in second. And then Oliver Stewart for the Jade Racing Team rounds out your top 3. Charlie Turner finishes in 4th, Jake Weston on the road in 5th, but let's not forget 2 5-second penalties will be applied. We've then got Derek Morgan, Nat Thomas, Ashley Lewis, Ella Stevens and Ralph Youngling that round out your top 10. Ryan Green, Jessica Edgar, Daniel Sabula, Lee Ward and Nino Piccoli round out the remaining finishers in your field. And then Bryn Kinch was 16th, but with a DNF. This is how it played out then. This was your race highlights. Miles Murphy was the quickest when the lights went out and grabbed an early race lead. But Noah Wolf got his elbows out and snatched it back. Jake Weston lost it on top of the hill onto the grass. Charlie Turner round the last corner attempted some overtakes, but it wasn't quite enough. He didn't commit to it hard enough. Jake Weston, like Wolf, had his elbows out, but that did not help him in the end because he was given 2 on the road 5-second penalties. And there are question marks about whether he maybe has a nose cone penalty as well. Down the hill, we can see that aggression when he overtook the number 6 of Derek Green. But crucially, the story of that KZ2 final is that Wolf was the leader of the pack.
Was indeed, and Noah Wolf does pretty much the perfect weekend, doesn't he? Timed qualifying pole yesterday, the 2 heat wins and then the final. Let's head down to our race winner here at GYG. He's speaking to Piers Prior.
I'm here with your Wera Tools British Kart Championships KZ2 winner for round number 2. Noah Wolf. Noah, that must be a pretty good feeling.
Yeah, it was an amazing feeling. I was surprised Miles was behind me at the start, and he must have had a great start to get alongside me by turn 1. But then I just settled down through the race and just drove nice, consistent laps.
Amazing. It must be a brilliant, confidence builder for your career going forward.
Yeah, 100%. It's been an amazing weekend, clean sweep, pole and quali, so the speed is there in preparation for next week.
Noah, congratulations, a winner this weekend, and maybe we'll see you back again sometime soon.
Hopefully.
Hopefully so. Noah Wolf, your winner in KZ2. Next up, we have Junior X30. That's going to be our second final this afternoon, and that'll be in just a moment's time.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Junior X30 up next here for their final round 4 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships here at the wonderful GYG circuit. Now, we've had changeable weather yesterday. We've had pretty stable weather today, but it's definitely getting darker. The clouds are definitely getting lower. And I heard just a moment ago, Riley Cranham, overheard him say, and I quote, "It's definitely going to rain, I swear." So if Riley Cranham is a good weatherman, then this could be an interesting final. But the man to beat today, George Edgar, 0 points in the intermediate classification after 2 victories. We've spoken to him a lot this weekend, but I'll grab a quick word before the final race of the weekend in Junior X30. George, you've done twice this morning. Can you make it a third?
Yeah, hopefully won twice this morning, won a heat yesterday, won the final yesterday and pole both days, so hopefully we can just keep going with the same form and win again.
Absolutely. You could potentially walk away the owner of the GYG circuit. Well, not strictly speaking. I think the actual owners would have something to say about that, but that would be a good feeling, right?
Yeah, it'll be really good to walk away with 2 poles, 2 final wins. It would mean a lot to me and hopefully can push us up in the championship a bit.
Absolutely right. That is our pole sitter George Edgar alongside his teammate Ty Buckley, who we caught up with after the race this morning. He's had a strong pace this weekend, especially today. Inside of the second row, a good result for Aaron Richardson so far this weekend. 6 points in the intermediate classification, the same as Ty Buckley on second place, but just dropping behind in the tie-break. Aaron, inside of the second row, potentially a good place to start.
Yeah, I mean, good place to start. Third on the inside on the start. Hopefully we can just make as much as we can.
Do you think you've got pace in yourself and the kart to stay with the 2 Mick Barrett Racing boys ahead?
Well, yeah, I mean, in both heats we came third, so we all know we have the pace.
And what's your best chance of winning this?
Quite a lot, I think.
Brilliant. Well, he thinks he's got a good chance. He backs himself. Riley Cranham on the outside of row 2, the O plate. He's been there or thereabouts all weekend long, as he always is. I was going to grab a word with Mayan Patel, actually. A very, very strong weekend. 5th place inside of row number 3. Mayan, really strong weekend so far from yourself. Probably the best showing, I think, this year so far.
Yes, definitely. Just had a bit of good pace and then just trying to keep in the top 10 and get consistent results.
I think you've been really consistent this weekend. I know you got involved in a few, few troubles at Warden Law. Has there been a change in your approach this weekend to give you these good results?
Yeah, definitely. I think if we just keep in with it, not like get too fussed up if we lose a place here and there. It's just what matters in the final to get the most points, really.
You're clearly driving well. The team have done a good job on the kart as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Amazing. Mayan Patel going from the inside of row number 3 there. He's from 5th place. Sukmani Kira on the outside in 6th place. She was very, very fast, especially this morning in practice. She was quickest out of the block, so maybe quick at the start of this race. Moving further down the order, Nat Johnson going from 8th place. He's had good pace. He could definitely come through. We know that Kart is fast with his teammates on the front row. He just needs a few things to go his way. Could be one to watch out for alongside Archie Owen. I think we've got about 1 minute, so I'll grab a quick word with Archie. Archie's starting in 7th place. Archie, what can you do from 7th place in this one?
Well, I hope I can move forward and aim for a podium.
Podiums? Do you think a podium is possible in this one?
It's going to be tricky because it's a hard track to overtake round, but I think it could be possible with a good start.
Well, a good start, I'm sure, will be important for all of these drivers. We're just moments away as we move further down the order. I'm going to go a quick word with Finlay Lyons as we have 1 minute to go. Last word of encouragement. Finlay, it's been good pace this weekend. Sometimes you've been involved in the wars. Can you come through in this one?
Hopefully, hopefully it's a battle at the front. Today hasn't been the greatest of days, but it's the final now. Let's hope we can make it a good day.
Yeah, see if you can finish on a high. Good luck, Finlay. Finlay Lyons starting towards the back end of the top 10, in fact, in 10th place outside of row number 5. Junior X30, round 4, final of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships is coming right up.
Here we go then for our second final of the day. Race number 24 on the timetable for event 4, the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. It is X30 Junior. ready for their 12 minutes plus 1 lap final. Second of the weekend, can George Edgar do the double? He won 24 hours ago. He is once again part of an all Mick Barrett Racing front row lockout. Ireland's Ty Buckley alongside him there, P2. Aaron Richardson looking to be back on the podium as he was at Warden Law, is joined on the second row by championship leader Riley Cranham. Row 3, Mayan Patel and Sukhmani Kira, as there's a problem for one of the wild cards on the grid there. Archie Owen and Nat Johnston have a decent chance there, Nicole, from row number 4.
Well, going from row number 5, it's Harley Musk and Finley Lines. Row number 6 is Will Green after being disqualified from qualifying alongside Isaac Sayer. Row number 7 looks like Zach McDonald and Max Yule, and then going from row number 8 is Jacob Batchelor with Jack McLaughlin.
Row number 9, Archie Rogers-Tyler hopefully will be able to retake 17th on the grid there alongside Alfie Brown on row 9. Freddie Wood and Oliver Meek on row 10, John Foley Jr. and Oliver Vaux on row 11. Jack Crockwell and Rocco Lee and Shenton complete the 24-strong field here in X30 Junior. Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. There's rain in the air here in North Wales. We are running for the final. 12 minutes plus 1 lap is underway, and it's rinse and repeat once again for the Mick Barrett Racing boys at the front of the field. Perfectly executed start by Edgar and by Buckley. Mayan Patel down the inside there for 5th place. Gets through past one of the Fusion Motorsport drivers. There's a little bit of bumping and barging in the second half of the field, Nicole, but apart from that, it's a good, clean start. 2 Mick Barrett Racing runners ahead of 2 Fusions.
2 Mick Barretts, and of course, the number 1 at the minute is still George Edgar, still unchallenged, heading down the hill, and is being protected by his teammates of Ty Buckley, who is going to have to defend from the 2 Fusions of Richardson and Cranham. Here we go then, so it is Edgar from Buckley, Richardson, Cranham, Patel is it up there still in 5th place. Sukhmani is still sat in that top 10, but no positions gained just yet. She's there in 6th. Nat Johnstone 7th. Archie Owen 8th. Lines is 9th. And at the minute, Isaac Sayer is 10th. But it looks like he's starting to knock on the door of Finley Lines, as I think we're getting some reports now that rain is on the horizon for some of our drivers.
The mist rolling in over the Snowdonia Hills. Some good moves in the first lap of that race. Look at Rocco Lee and Shenton. They just saw him flash through the screen with the black suit and the black and yellow helmet on the Birrell. The privateer is already up 7 places in the early stages of this race. George Edgar stretching it out at the front of the field. Finley Lines facing off against Isaac Sayer here. Isaac Sayer, who had a very good round at Warden Law, has had a bit of bad luck so far this weekend, but for Jamie Green Racing, looking to finish on a high. Where has Will Green gone in all of this? I was expecting to see him come through. No, he's dropped 5 positions as Will Green. So last year's Water Swift champion back for a bit of fun here this weekend in the midst of his European racing campaign. As unfortunately, well, he's the fastest driver through sector number 1 on this second or third lap. But has got a lot of work to do down there in 16th. There is Rocco Lee and Shenton. There is Will Green as well. Those are the 2 drivers we need to keep an eye on. In between the 2 of them there is the 2-1-3 of Jack McLaughlin. Good move from Shenton down the inside. Beautiful overtaking there in the last corner.
In Heat 2 then, Shenton got caught out with Sayer on top of the hill. That dropped him those positions, and that's what affected his starting position for this final. But like we just said, he is picking off those places, as is one of the Mick Barretts a bit further down the order. That's Max Yule getting all involved with the privateer driver of Zach McDonald there just outside of the top 10 in 11th. Eyes back on this battle though, because Richardson has promoted himself in front of the Mick Barrett of Ty Buckley for that 2nd place. There's a theme here this weekend, Andrew. It's Fusion versus Mick Barrett. Down the inside now goes Cranham for 3rd. Buckley then losing 2 positions on that lap to the 2 Fusions.
Good stuff there from Riley Cranham. I'm seeing, we often talk about a bit of deja vu with these drivers. I'm seeing a similar kind of ethos. Oh, it's out is Shenton. And that's with Zach McDonald on the last corner. Well, it had been a good run up to that point from Rocco Lee and Shenton through the field. But that is the end of his final. Likewise for Zach McDonald. They both will still score championship points, but only for 23rd and 24th places in this final. Back to Cranham. A few weeks ago, we were in Spain for the round of IAME Euro Series. You knew going into the final that unless something miraculous happened, it wasn't going to be Riley Cranham's weekend. But he still managed to fight back and get a podium. He was absolutely delighted with it because of the championship scenario. We'll come back to this because Piers has got some news for us.
I was right by the last corner with the incident between Shenton and McDonald. It was actually really unfortunate. Zach Green made a move up the inside of McDonald into the last corner, fairly done so. Shenton just tried to follow through, and I don't think McDonald saw him coming.
Good to hear that everybody's okay, though, down there at the final corner. But yeah, back to Cranham. At the moment, on balance, you'd say it's going to take a really mighty effort to win this race if your name is not George Edgar. But for Cranham right now, this is classic championship scenarios, limiting the losses, maybe even still extending his championship lead here today as through goes Kira ahead of Sayer. Finlay Lyons is going to get down the inside. That's a brave bit of positioning there by Finlay Lyons as they roar up the Dragon Straight. Richardson is Cranham's closest adversary in the title picture, and he's going to go past him. Great stuff from Riley Cranham, up into second place. Will give himself a couple more championship points with that move. Continues to be the commander of this X30 junior field.
Well, in 2024, Andrew, the story in Junior X30 for the Fusion team was Cranham and Mackie. Mackie took it. He was your more dominant out of the two. This year, Riley Cranham and Aaron Richardson are your two for Fusion within this one. We've just seen Cranham overtaken. Now he's set that fastest lap. Cranham wants it. I think this year he feels as if it's his year. Last year he couldn't quite do it compared to Mackie. Within this one is the championship lead that he commands, and he wants it. You can tell with every overtake in this championship as well as in Europe. Cranham feels like it's his turn.
He does feel like it's his turn, but I think there's also a shrewd confidence there. You know, for him to take wins last year, and I know he won't take this in a negative way. That's a nice move there from Buckley down the inside of Richardson. For Riley Cranham to get to the end of a final win, everything had to be right. He was almost like the Goldilocks driver in a way.
Just right.
Everything had to be just right. In 2025, the difference for Riley Cranham, you think back to the O-Plate at the start of the year, didn't have a good qualifying. Did his head drop? No. He fought back through. He had that confidence and the experience that he's got versus the rest of these drivers. And it's not a case that all of them at the front of the field are in their first year. Yeah, we've had quite a few drivers move up from Mini last year, but George Edgar was there last year. You know, it's been a very impressive run from Riley Cranham. The question is now, can he close in on the race leader, George Edgar? This is a big weekend for George's championship hopes as well. He's actually equal on points right now with Aaron Richardson for second place, 469 apiece. So we shouldn't count George Edgar out at all in terms of championship permutations, definitely off the back of this weekend.
Well, going back to the Cranham conversation, I think last year for Riley, he was more than capable of getting a race win, as we've got one of the Fusions, that's at Mali Kira off the road, and I think that was maybe Sayer off as well, Isaac Sayer. Those two were 8th and 9th, so I do think they have been lost on top of the hill towards Spoon. But going back to Cranham, I think last year, as we've got a move down the inside, I think by Buckley now on Riley, as Will Green replicates that as well on the final corner. Now it's getting all a bit busy, and Patel has actually arrived now. So we'll actually focus on this battle now, because Cranham, Buckley, Richardson and Patel are really going for it through Spoon. We've got Cranham as the leader of these other three. Into the double apex going down the hill, the two Fusions lead from the MDL and the Mick Barrett. Settled down a little bit more, but it was getting busy as they were going up the Dragon Straight out of this final sector down the undulating part of the circuit. And these four have settled down once more, but 2024... Okay, I'm going to stop that conversation because now Buckley wants to interrupt me again down the inside at the final corner on Patel. 2024 for Cranham, I think everything had to be perfect.
Yep.
This year, it's different. Something can go wrong and he can still win a race weekend.
Absolutely. Although it's going to be a bit of a tall order to win this one. 4 minutes to go. George Edgar's lead is now 2 seconds. If Fusion are to get another win in their illustrious list of Wera Tools British Kart Championship victories, they have got to have their drivers work together now, Cranham and Richardson. The thing is, George Edgar, particularly down this part of the course, has been another one of those competitors who's been so smooth, so balanced down the hill through compression and through Devil's Elbow. That's where he's gaining a lot of his time at the moment. But for George Edgar, this is a big chance to get his season back on track. Buckley trying to find his way through past Richardson. Mayan Patel still there in 5th. We've not talked too much about the first of the BMRs in this race. Archie Owen flying the flag for the locals in the 2.40. Is 6th at the moment, ahead of Nat Johnston, Finley Lines, Will Green and Max Ure completing the top 10. Good weekend as well, I feel, for Oliver Vaux. Not on your screens at the moment, but has just taken 16th place away from Alfie Brown. So Oliver Vaux on his debut weekend with the Fusion Motorsport team. Spoke to him at the start of the weekend during the build-up show and how it was all about gaining experience around a very tricky circuit to master. He's been solid. You know, he's not been out of the rear of the pack. Again, that's another position gained for him.
Watch this now by your 4 drivers in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, because this is composure under pressure and instinct in traffic. Still led is this train by Cranham, the O-plate. Nothing too untoward between the 4 just yet as the clock ticks and we head into the 2-minute 10 mark. Cranham heads down the hill. Richardson is following him round, but Buckley, is he going to have a go around this final corner? Yes, he is. Down the inside, but doesn't commit hard enough and doesn't make it stick. And that brings Patel even closer into this fight as Richardson defends down the Dragon Straight.
Yeah, big move there from Aaron Richardson to make sure that Tyke Buckley didn't come through. In a way, this aggressive driving from Buckley, which we're loving here in the commentary box, is helping his teammate. Buckley down the inside. This is for 3rd place with Richardson. Wheel to wheel off of the carousel. Brilliant stuff from Tyke Buckley. In comes Mayan Patel for P4 down the inside. Archie Owen's going to have a piece of Richardson as well. Poor Aaron Richardson is seeing another podium position slipping away. He's seeing his teammate, his championship rival, Riley Cranham, slip away. And now George Edgar will be up to 2nd place in those live standings. Aaron Richardson has got to fight back. Piers Prior, what do you have for us?
You'll notice on the live timing that on the last lap, or last sector of that last lap, George Edgar lost 3/10. He absolutely wallops the curb at the apex of the last corner. So although he's still got the pace of the field at this stage, he's clearly pushing on hard because that was actually very nearly a spin.
Ooh, that's an interesting piece of news regarding the race leader. You need to keep concentration out there. So, I was saying about Buckley going on the moves, the reason why I think that actually helps George Edgar out, it breaks that pack apart. We always talk, don't we, Nicole, about 2 engines stronger than 1. 4 engines definitely stronger than 1. So, George Edgar not really under any threat right now. For Tyke Buckley, though, he wants to get this 1-2. What a result this would be for the Mick Barrett Racing team. They took the win yesterday, but they want to go even better here on Sunday. It would be a very happy Father's Day for the team if they could find a way through with their driver. Tyke Buckley's having a go at Riley Cranham again as they come down the hill. Mayan Patel is back as part of this squad of drivers. Archie Owen, could he get a Welsh podium here at GYG? We're on to the final lap. George Edgar is clear by nearly 4 seconds. Riley Cranham, championship leader, trying to make the most number of points he can on a day where he's not going to be your race victor. Tyke Buckley trying to find a route down the inside. Not successful there through Spoon Curve. Next up the carousel. On the brakes, deftly on the brakes into that corner. A little short stab for them. Cranham still got this 2nd place. George Edgar heading now downhill through the compression and Devil Elbows complexes. What a weekend for George Edgar. Out of the final corner, 2 from 2. George Edgar does the clean sweep here at GYG. Riley Cranham holds on for P2, what could be a very important podium again in his championship bid. But nobody at all could stop George Edgar this weekend at Glan Y Gors. George Edgar moves up to 2nd place in the championship. It's another double podium for Mick Barrett Racing. A fantastic job from start to finish, Nicole Sutherland. What a drive.
Riley Cranham then once more finishes in that 2nd position as we've got the 2 Mick Barretts of Edgar, and I think that's Max Ewell giving each other a fist bump on the circuit, but Riley Cranham finishing in 2nd and does continue that championship charge, is still your championship leader. But your focus of this weekend, like you just said, Andrew, is George Edgar, your race winner. Cranham in second, Buckley finishes your top 3 off. Then we've got Mayan Patel, a great final for Mayan Patel to finish in 4th. And then Archie Owen on home soil does manage to breach into that top 5. Richardson, Johnstone, Lyons, Will Green and Batchelor round out your top 10. And then it's Musk, Yulewood, McLaughlin, Oliver Meek, Oliver Vaux, Alfie Brown, Archie Rogers-Tylan, John Foley and Isaac Sayer as your top 20.
A very key piece of news there. If I'm not mistaken, that was the 252 of Aaron Richardson having the iPad of Doom out. Potential 5-second penalty for Aaron Richardson coming. That would be big in championship stakes as well. Here are some of your highlights from that Junior X30 final. Lots to talk about, lots to get excited about. Good scrapping again. This was how we lost McDonald and Shenton early on in the race. Oh, that was a mighty close moment towards the end of what was lap number 3. Through coming to the field, good scrapping between Archie Owen, Sukmani Kira, Isaac Sayer. This was a brave move from Finlay Lyons as well. Another solid weekend for Finlay Lyons. Got to remember that it is his first season at the junior level. Another top 10. That's how we lost from contention Kira and Isaac Sayer. This again, good scrap for second place. Tyke Buckley going for it down the inside of Mayan Patel. Riley Cranham holding all the cards there at that stage. Richardson trying to hold on as well for a double fusion podium. All of this was handing more and more and more time to George Edgar. Some good moves though by Tyke Buckley, showing his class once again.
Buckley then great progress throughout the weekend, but it wasn't quite enough to catch up to his Mick Barrett Racing teammate of George Edgar, who has been unchallenged in today's racing. There you can see him giving that signal to say, I've done it again. Piers Prior should be down there with your race winner then of George Edgar.
Deja vu for you, George. Winner yesterday in round 3 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. Today, potentially even more dominantly so.
Yeah, really good day today. Put all in qualifying, won both heats, won the final. Couldn't really ask much more.
You were only 1 heat and 1 corner away from having a perfect weekend. I saw that little bump of the curve through the last corner. That was a bit of a tricky moment.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a mistake.
But still, the pace at the end of the race, you looked like you had 3 or 4 tenths on the rest of the field. What's it down to?
Yeah, I think it's just all about, I think for the last sector, it's all about just getting over the curves nice and make sure you don't bounce, and that's pretty much all the time, because once you get a good run off there, you go down the straight quicker, and that's all the time, really. That's
the halfway point of the season now. 9 rounds, we're 4 rounds in, so 4.5 rounds will be about now. Are you looking ahead to the rest of the season and the championship?
Yeah, looking ahead, obviously I had a really good weekend this weekend. Riley's looking a bit, obviously after round 1 at Wardenlaw, we had a bit of a bad luck, and he's starting to run away with it, but I think with this weekend winning both finals, we can start to make some inroads and hopefully be ahead of him by the last round at Wilson Mill.
So the championship's on the cards?
Yeah, hopefully.
George Edgar, congratulations, our winner in Junior X30 of both round 3 and round 4 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships. I'll let you go and weigh because I stole you from the scrutineer, so go before you get in trouble. Go on, go. I don't want to get George in trouble after what is such an impressive weekend from him and the Mick Barrett Racing team. That was George Edgar in Junior X30. Next up, Senior X30. Senior X30, round 4 here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships from GYG. Oh, I just stood in the way. GYG in North Wales, and the North Welsh weather is trying to get involved. It had a good day of it yesterday with rain on and off throughout the day. It's dry so far today, so these slick tyres will be crying enough, the Comets on these Senior X30s. The man that no one can beat today is this man here. 0 intermediate classification points for Freddie Lloyd, 2 heat wins. Pace has been electric. Freddie, can you replicate the pace you've had this morning again today?
Pace has been good. You know, I've been getting into the lead and maintaining the speed, consistent lap times and keeping the gap. But yeah, it's been good. Hopefully it's good in the final.
Gus kept you honest through the heats. It's going to be, I reckon it's probably going to be a slugfest between you two. Do you reckon you can win no matter what?
Well, I don't see why I can't.
He doesn't see, I mean, that's confidence if I've ever heard it. That's Freddie Lloyd from the front row. Gus Lawrence going from 2nd place has been pushing Freddie all the way. Gus, what can you do about the man in blue?
No, obviously he's quick, isn't he? We just need to try and beat him over the long race and see how it plays out.
You've been getting closer and closer throughout the day. I think every session we've had today, pace-wise, you've been close to Freddie. Have you made any changes to try and match him or potentially even outpace him in this one?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know how it's going to play out, so we'll see how it performs.
I was saying in one of the heats before, I was looking forward to seeing you use your experience to try and get one over on Freddie when you took the lead. Unfortunately, pace was just a bit too strong for you there. Yeah. Have you got a few tricks up your sleeve?
Again, we have to see how the race plans out. Obviously, every race is different, so you just need to judge it by how it comes at you.
And also, there's a little sprinkle in the air now as well.
Yeah, like you can see, the weather's not looking pretty, so we'll see how we go.
Does that play into your hands?
I don't know. Everyone that is at the front of this grid's pretty handy, so again, you don't know. See how we go.
The level's high. Good luck, Gus. Outside of row number 1, 2nd place for our champion, a multiple champion in the Senior X30 category. Inside of row 2, championship leader, Harrison Whitcomb. Not the easiest weekend so far, but somehow still holding on to the leader championship. I suppose starting a bit further up today is a better place to be.
Yeah, obviously it's a better place to be than 11th yesterday, and I just need to keep the points consistent as I wasn't here last weekend, so a bit disadvantaged. But yeah, if I just keep the points well, stay in the top 5, I think we'll be on for a good championship finish at the end of the year.
Absolutely. You've got 2 very fast, well, say not just 2, a lot of fast drivers around you, but 2 very fast drivers ahead of you on the front row. Do you reckon you can stay with them in this one?
Yeah, that's the plan. I'll try to keep this front 2, but we'll have to see how the race unfolds.
And the little sprinkle in the air, a bit of mental rain at the moment. Do you reckon if it gets any heavier, that'll help or hinder you?
I'm not sure yet. We'll just have to see.
Sorry, say again?
I'm not sure yet. We'll just have to see because, to be honest, when it rains, it's anyone's game.
It is very much anyone's game. Outside of row number 2, Harrison Mackie. Harrison, yesterday wasn't your day. Today, much better.
Yeah, yesterday was quite a painful day, but we tried salvaging the result in the final. But we'll go again today. We're a bit further up, so let's do the job that's in hand.
Yeah, do you reckon you've got the pace of the front boys for this one?
The pace not been amazing, so hopefully we'll see what happens at start and go from there.
Absolutely. Harrison Mackie, junior champion last year, senior this year. He's looking to have a good result in this one after what was a tricky day yesterday. Tristan Powell, very, very strong this weekend. Tristan, I think you've definitely taken a step forward this weekend. You've been pretty much in the lead group all weekend.
Yeah, well, we struggled a bit on Friday with the setup and stuff like that. We've been chipping away, working hard, and see how we pay off in this final.
See how it plays off. What's the game plan?
Well, we need to get away with the front lot, and then we've got a race in our hands after that.
I enjoyed the no-look handshake with the mechanic there. That's confidence for you there. Tristan Powell, privateer, going from the, if I'm not mistaken, or is no, the MDL, my mistake. He's going from the inside of row number 3. The reason I was confused is because he's a rookie in the first full season of the British Kart Championships. Keep an eye out for him. But Senior X30, round number 4, is coming up right now.
Welcome, good afternoon once again to Glan Y Gors in North Wales. We are ready for what could be race of the day. It is the 4th final of the year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships X30 senior class. Let's take you through the runners for this one. Freddie Lloyd won yesterday, starts from pole position alongside the reigning British champion Gus Lawrence. Harrison Whitcomb looking to be on the podium on a Sunday again like he was 7 days ago in Viterbo, starts on the 2nd row and is joined by Harrison Mackie, looking for a good final here. Tristan Powell has been very impressive. Starts on row 3, is joined by Ireland's Morgan Moore. On row 4, it's a returning Zach Green and Gabriel Still.
The next part of your grid on row number 5 includes Aaron Brown and Jack Buckley. Row number 6 is Joey Brown with William Antrobus. And from 7, we have Japan's Sarah Matsoi with Sam Lewis. Going from row number 8 then includes Tom Min-Spearing and Lewis Bird for BMR.
On row number 9, it's Hayden Eldridge and Harry Cottrell. Row 10, Theo Lestrange and Cameron Edmonds. Row 11, Reece Newburn and Jack Nettleship. Row 12, CJ Bennett and Laith Khan. Row 13, Luca Mann and Harrison Morrow. Joao Castro completes the 27-strong field as we are hearing in our ears that rain is starting to fall here in North Wales. Here we go for the round 4 final. We're green on our screen and away we go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Freddie Lloyd immediately into the lead of this race. Gus Lawrence slots into P2. How much grip is up there at the top of the circuit? Into Spoon they go. It's looking pretty good for the seniors. Aaron Brown right in the centre of things there in the number 7 Vismo International machine. Down into Carousel, it's Lloyd, Lawrence, Whitacombe, your 1, 2, 3.
Well, it's been out of Lloyd and Lawrence all day, but Whitacombe is looking strong so far within the early stage of this race, almost completing lap number 1. Lawrence then in second, chasing down Lloyd, I think, within this race. If he wants to grab the race win from Lloyd, he needs to roll the dice, but can he land on a number 1? 0.4 of a second has Lloyd grabbed himself from Lawrence. Whitacombe is in there in third, then Harrison Mackie is still in fourth. Powell, the rookie driver, still sat there in fifth. No progress just yet, but watch him because he's come into this with a bit of a fresh face, a fresh mindset, a driver that's not got anything to lose necessarily. Stilp is in the fight as well. He's in your top 10. Gabriel Stilp, a driver who's had so much success in Junior X30, left the British Kart Championship paddock briefly to go and do a Formula 4 campaign, but has returned as a senior and is in the sharp end of your field.
We're going to hit further down the order. Lewis Bird up 4 places into 12th place. Likewise for Cameron Edmonds, meaning he's now in 16th as Morgan Moore fighting through there. Oh, now that could have been a big moment. Off goes Joey Brown. Now was that with Tristan Powell. Joey Brown, he is wearing a Mackie suit of Mackie years previous in Fusion Motorsport colours. I think we've got some more info though from Piers Prior. Piers, what have you got for us?
It's getting steadily heavier and heavier with the rainfall. I wouldn't quite call it rain yet, it's still a mist, but it's gone from mental rain to a rain that'll actually affect the track surface now.
Yeah, I'd agree. The lap times are into the high 42s, which is, a good degree slower than what they were doing in time qualifying earlier on this morning. Joey Brown falls down the order. He's going to be outside the top 20, I think, here after that moment on the Dragon Straight. Tristan Powell has dropped outside the top 10 as a result of whatever happened there. Jack Buckley now up 4 places into the top 6. The mist is continuing to hand down on the drivers here at Glan Y Gors. This is a final that you cannot take your eyes off, because if the weather continues to close in, it could be all about survival out there round this 1.1 kilometre circuit. There is your race leader, Freddie Lloyd from Gus Lawrence, the runner-up in last year's champion versus the king of British X30 seniors. And Gus has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 41.92. Is this when the charge from the PF International karting machine starts to arrive? It's the battle of the Harrisons once again. Whitacombe there with the bright red helmets ahead of Harrison Mackie with the purple and white. 2 drivers who know each other very well, have come up through the ranks together, raced each other a lot last year in the junior competitions, have both been fantastic in their debut seasons for the senior category, but neither of them want to be playing second fiddle in this battle for the last spot on the podium. Nicole Sutherland, 5 laps down, tension continuing to rise.
5 laps down, and by the way the lap times are going in, the rain isn't affecting things too much just yet, Andrew, but these are conditions for drivers that are so difficult. If you don't push enough, you're going to drop temperature in the tyre and you're going to lose pace to the driver behind you. If you push too much and then the rain starts coming down even more, you're going to find yourself in a spot of bother, as Piers Prior has got more intel for us.
I think this rain that's falling is forming a bit of a dry line. Harrison Mackie just missed his turning points the last corner on that last lap. Ran wide and nearly went off as we've now got a battle for the lead. I'll hand back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Piers. Yes, indeed. Gus Lawrence is really putting Freddie Lloyd under a lot of pressure now. And here comes Freddie Lloyd's teammate for Premium Karting, Harrison Whitcomb, up the Dragon Straight. If there is a dry line formed by the fact that they're continuing to hit the normal racing line, the rain is following elsewhere. That's going to make overtaking very, very tricky indeed. Look how much Freddie Lloyd is backing up the field now. It's not 2 karts in this fight for the lead, it's 5 and growing. Gabe still has joined the party there in the 3:42 for Croc Promotion. Harrison Whitcomb has a think of going down the inside of Gus Lawrence for second place. Thinks better of it. This has been a much better run for Whitcomb today than 24 hours ago. Of course, he had that marvellous weekend at Warden Law where he clean sweeped all of the championship points. Up the hill once again, Freddie Lloyd, I've got to say, Nicole, is doing a brilliant job here. Cool and calm again in the cool conditions under all of this pressure. This is magnificent defensive driving.
This is composure from Lloyd to be driving around with so much talent right on his back bumper, right in his shadow, as down the inside goes Harrison Whitcomb. And Gus Lawrence, then your number one, doesn't just lose 1 position, he loses 2 because Harrison Mackie is right in there as well. It's a battle between the Harrisons once more, as down the inside on Whitcomb goes Mackie. Mackie, then the Fusion driver, is now your driver in second. Lawrence still on the fight. He's pushing Harrison Whitcomb once more, as it looks like Lewis Bird is also trying to have a look at Gus Lawrence. Now, it all really went wrong for Lawrence within this one, but what has happened then, Andrew Mather, fast Fred Lloyd has been gifted a bit of a saving grace from this pack behind him, because it's 0.7 of a second he now leads from.
Yeah, that could be the key for him. We've seen it in several senior races so far this year across the different categories of these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. The tactic of just holding yourself, measuring yourself, backing the field up, let them all scrap for second place. That's the point at which you bolt away. Freddie Lloyd has executed that, whether it was part of his plan or not. He's executed it brilliantly. It's now his very good friend Harrison Mackie, previously both in the Fusion Motorsport awning. Freddie Lloyd made the change earlier this season into the premium karting awning because he wanted to be back on an OTK chassis. The results from that chassis delivered yesterday. The Kart Republic of Harrison Mackie now chasing down the race leader down the hill once again, pulling the rest of the field with him. Whitcomb still there in third. 5 minutes to go in this one. One of the times like 41.77 for Freddie Lloyd. Doesn't sound particularly quick, but with the rain continuing to be in the air, that is a magnificent lap time for Freddie Lloyd right when he needed it. Stretching his lead now to 0.9 of a second almost. Down the hill once again. There's been a change. No, there's not been a change. That's a little error on timing. Gus Lawrence is still there in 4th place. The bright orange helmet, the reigning British champion. Bit further down the order, who's making good progress? Thomas Spearing's up 6 places to P9. Lewis Bird's all of a sudden in the picture. We talk about this being a roller coaster circuit. What a roller coaster weekend it's been for Lewis Bird. He's now back in the fight, Nicole, for a potential podium.
Freddie Lloyd, though, still driving out there in the front with surgical precision. Let's not forget, with the light rain that's going round on the circuit, Lloyd is the first driver to hit that. He's not got a train of karts to clean the water off the racing line for him. So actually, he's in a bit of a difficult boat out there alone, but he's handling it well because he's not dropped that 7/10 lead he's got from Mackie. Mackie still there in second, has got a little bit of breathing room from the likes of Whitcomb, who darts his head over his shoulder to see what the gap is to Gus Lawrence, who's now under pressure by Lewis Bird out of the final corner. Has Lewis Bird made that move stick? I think he has, and now it's a 12th place gain for Bird for the BMR team. Piers Prior's down there once more, and we've got more information.
Yeah, just so you know, guys, the rain has actually stopped. It stopped about a lap and a half ago. It's still just as gloomy, but I think those times are coming down a little bit due to that rain easing off.
Well, there we go then. We discussed whether or not Fred Lloyd would be in that difficult position, but he's being gifted a bit of a saving grace once more now that the rain is being held off. These drivers head back down the hill again, and now it's Stilp that has capitalised and overtaken Gus Lawrence. Gus said he changed a few things before the final, and I don't think those changes has helped the number one, because he's lost 4 places and is now outside of your top 6, and that has lost him position now as well within your virtual championship, Andrew.
Yeah, big thanks to Ian Rogers and the Motorsport Dash Timing team there in timekeeping have provided us with those live championship scores. Whitcomb still your championship leader, but only by 6 points from Freddie Lloyd. So Freddie Lloyd, who is I think by my calculations 5 points down on Gus Lawrence at the start of the day, has turned that 5-point deficit around and now leads over the reigning champion by 6 points. Harrison Mackey's still in there as well, 456. Gabriel still 446. This once again is a class that I anticipate will run and run and run all the way to the finale at Wilton Mill. You cannot take your eyes off it, and including in this final, 2 minutes to go. Senior X30s still running brilliantly. Gotta say, in these tricky conditions, we've only had 1 retirement, and I'm not even sure if it was a retirement. I think it's CJ Bennett may have just not got going at the start of this race. This has been magnificent driving from all of them, but particularly from Harrison Mackey. Harrison Mackey is starting to turn the pace at the front of the field. He did a 41.61 last time around. He's taken another chunk of time out of his good friend Freddie Lloyd on that lap. That was a 41.57. Fast Freddie has got to respond now. He's got to hold off this charge of Harrison Mackey. Mackey, who made that big breakthrough in senior competition in Wera a few weeks ago. But this is arguably even more difficult here in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. These drivers know each other so well. They've driven against each other for so many years. But Mackey is charging here, Nicole. He is scything through to take that lead potentially from Freddie Lloyd. He is 1 kart length, 2 kart lengths behind. 2 laps to go, maybe 3 laps actually. I think it'll be 3 laps to go. That's not good news if you're Freddie Lloyd. You need this race to finish now. There's the point from Harrison Mackey. He indicates to his friend, keep going. Keep eyes forward, because Whitcomb and Bird, they're not far behind.
Well, now Freddie Lloyd has fallen into the hands of Mackey, who signals once more, because Harrison Whitcomb is not far behind him. Up the hill they go as we've got more retirements coming into Parc Ferme. That's Cameron Edmonds, who is out of the race. Mackey charges down the hill. He does not want to let Fred Lloyd slip through his fingers, but he's now got to think about the other Harrison on the circuit, who is now right behind him. 0.2 of a second, goes up to 0.3 of a second now. So Lloyd has pushed a little bit harder and goes a tenth faster than Mackey on that previous lap. Up the hill they go once more through that flat 90-degree right, where these drivers physically will be really struggling on this stage of the race. And now the battle of the Harrisons is on again, because Mackey's no longer thinking about your race leader of Fred Lloyd. He's thinking about your man in third, which is Harrison Whitcomb, who looks over his shoulder at Lewis Bird, because Lewis Bird is right now, and the fight for third position, Andrew Mather, is on.
It looks like the lap times are starting to die off a bit. They're back into the 42s. Harrison Mackey maybe struggling a little bit here as we go onto the final lap here in North Wales. Freddie Lloyd's lead is back up to 0.8 of a second. Harrison Whitcomb points forward to Harrison Mackey to say, don't defend, keep going, keep up the road. There's a big scrap between Gabriel Stilp and Lewis Bird. They've had a couple of dancers so far this weekend. Stilp wins that one, is up to P4. Stilp down the inside. Oh, contact with Whitcomb. Round goes the Welshman. And the chances of a podium here at GYG have gone. That is a dramatic moment for the championship leader, but Freddie Lloyd is going to do the double out of the final corner. What a performance for premium karting. Freddie Lloyd wins again at GYG. Harrison Mackey is P2. Lewis Bird on the line takes third ahead of Gabriel Stilp. Gus Lawrence completes the top 5. That, of course, will be a provisional result, but we have a new championship leader. His name is Freddie Lloyd, runner-up last year, looking to go one step further in 2025. He leaves North Wales and heads back down the A5 on top, in charge, of this X30 senior class.
I would love to be a fly on the wall down in Parc Ferme, because I think Stilp and Harrison Whitcomb, when they had that moment down the hill, that's going to be an interesting conversation between the two. But Lewis Bird, Andrew Mather, up by 13 places to finish in your top 3, outdoing his performance after yesterday's poor qualifying. He did it yesterday in the final. He joined so many positions together. He's done the same thing to finish in the top 3 here today. Improves his championship position. What a race from Bird. But there is your CCTV room, who will be absolutely looking at that moment between Gabriel Stilp and Harrison Whitcomb.
Yeah, they will be, and that'll be standard procedure. The team led by Dave Manchester in the foreground there. They've had a very busy weekend, of course. They'll be looking around the huge bank of cameras and all the records and replays of those moments in the last few laps. But what a performance from Freddie Lloyd. I think what was most impressive for me, Nicole, about that particular win for Fred was Harrison Mackie was flying, absolutely flying in, with 3 laps to go. And you really thought it was like, he's going to do it again here. We're going to see another repeat of a win like we saw in Spain a few weeks ago. Freddie just had another gear. He kicked, I know it's a single gear category, but it was like it was a KZ2 again. He just kicked again. We saw it yesterday as well in a battle with Gus Lawrence. The coolness in those conditions from Freddie Lloyd. What a performance.
I think he would be stood there, thinking, pressure? What pressure?
Yeah.
Fred Lloyd, the way he drove that, he wasn't thinking about anybody other than himself. Stellar stuff once more for the premium karting driver of Fast Fred Lloyd.
And what a turnaround in terms of championship as well. Off the back of the weekend at Warden Law, you thought, hey, this is going to be the Harrison Whitcomb show this year. Not at all. It's going to roll on and on and on. For premium karting, though, what a set of results they've had so far this season. That's now 4 wins from 4 for them as a team. Here are some of your highlights from that X30 senior final. There was a lot to talk about in it. This was a hairy moment for Tristan Powell and for Joey Brown. Joey Brown out on the grass. That was really the end of any notation for Joey Brown. It put him out of contention. Lloyd had the early lead, but a lot of pressure early on. That was a key move from Harrison Whitcomb to go up to second place ahead of Gus Lawrence. Harrison Mackie came through as well. This was the point where Freddie Lloyd had a bit of a lead, probably by about half a second, and then the Mackie train pulled into the station and was closing in sector by sector around this 1.1 kilometre circuit, and you really felt at this point that Freddie Lloyd was going to be in a bit of trouble. There you saw Gabriel Stilp down the inside of Lewis Bird as well. They have had a real ding-dong this weekend. This is the controversial moment between Stilp and Harrison Whitcomb that put Harrison Whitcomb out of the podium positions. But Lloyd's victory, as things stand, provisional of course, 5-point lead for Lloyd ahead of Lawrence, heading towards the next round at PF International. Whitcomb a further 6 points back. But I do believe we can now head down in a few moments' time to, let's go down to Piers Prior.
Freddie, say to me what you just said to me off camera a few seconds ago.
It started raining and I was getting a bit scared.
No need though, because you had it all under control by the looks of it.
It seems it was a bit more pressure in the car than out of it. Watching it seems like a piece like it's just easy.
Yeah, well, at the start of the race, it looked like you had everything under control. Then the rain fell and you had a train of about 10 carts behind you. And then at the end, you had a bit of a gap. But talk to us about what you were thinking in that middle stage when you had everyone behind you.
I mean, in the middle, I looked back, it was a bit raining, so I was sliding. At the front, obviously, the first one to hit it, so it's a bit harder. I just had to defend, and then I got a gap, then started to get away. I'm guessing they were hacking behind me, but yeah, came out on top.
There was a bit of a hack behind you. You can watch that later, but you had a pretty easy view up there. Talk to us about the NASA panel. That was flapping about a bit. Was that on your mind?
Wasn't looking. I didn't even notice there. I was too in the state of mind, just driving. Yeah. So I didn't realise.
And then, of course, you had Harrison Mackie chasing you down with about 4 or 5 laps to go. Did you see him getting closer?
Yeah, I was getting a bit scared, but dropped back, so I don't know how that happened, so we're going to have to watch it back.
Anyway, I think provisionally you've taken the lead of the championships. That must be a good feeling going into the final, well, the halfway stage of the season.
Oh, that sounds nice.
That sounds nice indeed. Congratulations, our Wera Tools British Kart Championship Senior X30 winner of round 4, Freddie Lloyd. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team as we look ahead to Water Swift Restricted. Thanks very much, Freddie. Next up, Water Swift Restricted after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
I've got a grin on my face because the Welsh weather's going to get involved in this Water Strift restricted final. I've got a grin. The mechanics and drivers are probably, heart rates are elevated. These Vega tyres on the Water Strift restricted, fairly hard, so it'll be tricky for these young drivers to get their tyres up to temperature. So it's going to be a very interesting race. We haven't had conditions quite like this yet this weekend. Quick word with our pole sitter, Albie J. Stubbs. 0 points, 2 wins in the heats. Albie, great start so far, but these conditions could make things a little tricky.
I think it'll be all right. It's just a little bit of rain. As long as we can push forward, we should be fine.
Just a little bit of rain, no bother for you. Of course, you had a great weekend so far. Unfortunately, pipped yesterday. I assume you're going to be trying to go for the front in this one?
Yeah, it'll be good if we can take the win because then we'll have quite a big point advantage off of Bodie. I know he's my teammate, but still, like, we want to race.
Of course, he's your teammate, but you are here to win yourself, and he's going to do exactly the same. And let's hear from Bodie Batch in second place. Bodie took the win yesterday, second place on the grid today. Tricky conditions. Albie J. Stubbs, your teammate and rival, doesn't seem too bothered. Are you bothered?
No, not really either. No.
I can see you've got the yellow visor on. Is that for extra visibility?
Yes, in the darker weather, it helps.
Absolutely. Bodie Batch there going from second place. Third place, a great result this morning so far from Corey Lyons. He's going to be going off the inside of row number 2. Fourth place, we've got Ollie West, who's had a great result so far. We're going to move a bit further back and grab a word with some of our drivers towards the further back towards the top 10. We've got 46 who grabbed a word with yesterday. Toby Biggs. Also, all the way at the back of the grid, you know, we've got so many drivers in this. It's the 8 to 10 or 11-year-olds in this class. So many good drivers. We've got the likes of a Lewis Hamilton-inspired helmet here from the 65. That is our rookie of Harry Murphy. And we go further back, the 22 here, Louis Williams Mabs, right at the back of the field. The 63 of Leo Russell. Tricky conditions here. What do we reckon Leo can do from the back in these tricky conditions?
I think we can win.
Absolutely, he's going to go for it, isn't he?
Of course he is.
Leo, your dad reckons that you can win this one. What do you reckon? You can give it a good go?
Yeah.
Sorry, Grandad, your granddad. Sorry, my mistake. What can you do in this one?
Just overtake.
Overtake, of course, and these tricky conditions. Does it bother you?
No.
Gonna go for it as always. We'll take a little mosey on forward. We've still got a minute or so to go. One more interview. I'm gonna grab a word with the number 92 of Freddie Baker. He's gonna go from 11th place on the grid. Freddie, one more minute. Race ahead of us. What can you do in this race?
Try to get to the front and go.
Absolutely. And this weather, is it going to make things easier or harder?
Harder.
Harder for you, but it doesn't matter. You'll give it a good go anyway. Water Swift Restricted, our youngest class here in the Virtual British Car Championships. Round 4 is coming up right now.
Penultimate race of the day here at Glan Y Gors, getting ready for the IAME Water Swift Restricted Final, their second final of the weekend. And once again, it's Albie J. Stubbs on pole position for this one, looking to extend his championship lead. He's joined on the front row by his teammate, the Argenti Academy-backed driver, number 88, Bodie Batch. On row 2, Corey Lyons looking for another strong result for the DMS team. And Warden Law's driver of the day, Ollie West, joins him there on the second row. Jaden McElhenney and Harry Chapman go from row 3. On row 4, it's Toby Biggs and Benjamin Schliver.
Row number 5 looks like Patrick Wood alongside Logan Hodgetts. And from 6, we have Freddie Baker and Harry Murphy. Row number 7 is Louis Williams Mabs and Frank Morris. And rounding out your grid of 15 karts for the final Water Swift restricted race of today's racing is Leo Russell, who has just spun it going out of Spoon Bend.
Hey, better to do it on the formation lap than during the race, just finding the limits. Now, there was a very good pickup by one of our roaming camera ops that I noted right at the end of that little grid walk that Piers was doing, Nicole. Frank Morris kart number 55,
Local driver.
unless my eyes deceive me, was on wet tyres for this race. We're not going to go this time. The grid is not fully formed. The amber flashing light is on. Understandable decision there from race director Nigel Edwards. So we'll go round again for another formation lap. This could be quite an important extra formation lap for these drivers. Why, Nicole Sutherland?
Allows the drivers a bit more time to get some temperature in the tyres. We lose another driver going down the Dragon Straight in the distance. I think that's maybe Patrick Wood out there. So the drivers have got a little bit more time to get some temperature into the tyres. And of course, the driver out there on the wets is being given some time to scrub them in.
Oh, yeah, it is Patrick Wood. I thought it was with the blue and green helmet. That is so hard, particularly when you're, 8, 9, 10 years of age to recover a kart from that.
Wet grass.
The camera angle is a little bit deceptive of just how uphill and steep, and it's right before the crest of the hill as well. It's a hill that almost like grows in gradient and ascent. We're going to go around again, of course, because there's a stranded kart on drivers left as they run up the Dragon Straight. It would not be safe to start the race at all. You've got to feel for Patrick Wood. Patrick Wood was this close to a podium yesterday, at least a top 5, and it just went wrong for him on the last lap. I am fully convinced from what I've seen so far this weekend, this is a disappointing way to end the second doubleheader of the year. I'm going to say it, Patrick Wood will get a podium by the end of this season.
Yeah.
With the pace that we've seen from him so far this season. He's another privateer rookie, growing all the time. Big step forward for Patrick Wood last time. From last time out, we were talking ninth. Then it was 6th in the final, the second final at One Law. Should have been at least 4th yesterday. Yes, it won't beat that 6th place today with him out of this race, but yeah, keep your head high, Patrick, when you're watching this one back later. It is not going to notice in this commentary box that you've done very well this weekend. Right, are we ready then for the final? Green lights on our screen. We are racing 12 minutes plus 1 lap. The lights have gone out. It's a good start for the Excel Motorsport boys. They're communicating as they run up the Dragon Straight for the first time, and it looks like Bodie Batch is going to take the early race lead. Now, this is going to be a challenge for them. All those on slick tyres. Oh, as round goes Corey Lyons, and I think that was with his teammates. And the number 65 is in the grass as well. Harry Murphy's going to be out of the race. Now, you need to keep an eye on the number 55. Keep an eye on Frank Morris. He's already gained a number of positions. I reckon he's the only driver in this field who has gone with a treaded wet tyre. If the rain starts to team down now, this could be an absolutely inspired choice from the privateer there with the magnificent artwork on the front of the Nassau panel. Very dramatic first lap there, Nicole. For those on slick tyres, they've just got to keep it together right now. They've just got to survive.
Let's not forget that Frank Morris, your driver who's already gained 8 positions within this final, is a local driver. He knows the track, he knows the area, and I'd maybe say that call to stick those treaded wets on is come into play because of that local knowledge, maybe realising, do you know what, we know the circuit, we know what the clouds look like, and it looks like it's going to rain, and it's helping him so far. 6th place is Frank Morris. It's Slivar that he is now thinking about there. You can see Slivar on your screen heading out of Carousel. Morris is there, the number 55, chasing towards turn number 7, and you can just see by eye, he's got more grip as they head back down the hill.
He has got more grip, but it is still the same case that we talked about with the seniors, that your normal dry racing line is drier than the rest of the circuit, because the karts continue to circulate round, put a little bit of heat into the tarmac underneath them. Where they are not, the rain is having a more profound effect on the track surface. So if Morris needs to overtake, he's going to need to go onto that slipperier part of the track. That's a potential run of the inside of the number 78 of Slivar, though not this time. Stays there in 6th place. The runners, the slick tyre runners, they'll be starting to get a bit more performance as well as their tyres start to heat up. Morris is through past Slivar. That is Morris into the top 5, as here's a potential change for the race lead. Stops down the inside of Bodie Batch there. And no, did not get the move done. So Bodie Batch continues to lead this race. If you're just joining us, we're on lap number 3, 9.5 minutes remaining plus 1 lap of a potentially very dramatic and surprise result in IAME Water Swift Restricted. All of the drivers except one are on slick tyres in damp conditions. The only one who is not, that driver there in the black number 55, Frank Morris, is already the top rookie in this race, is up to P5, once again heading over the top of the circuit, Nicole. Gotta say, these slick tyre runners doing a fantastic job.
Your front two then, Batch and Stubbs, are your two who are driving such an impressive race, especially Batch out there commanding the race lead, because let's not forget, as Stubbs attempts to move down the inside, heading down the hill and makes it stick, they are your first drivers to hit that wet track. They've got nobody to gauge against where the water is hitting on the circuit, so it's always going to be the most difficult for your race leader, who of course has got nobody out there to clear the water off the racing line. Let's look at some times then, Andrew. It's a 50.7 for Stubbs, your race leader. Frank Morris, your driver out there on the wet tyres, who's made up 9 positions, is on a 52.2. He's actually 2 seconds off, is of course overtaking and losing some time. He's lost a couple of positions now. Slivar has overtaken him once again. So maybe questioning if the track is developing out there, then if it's getting drier, then maybe those tyres are starting to actually not work for Morris.
Well, I'd be interested to know if what Piers Prior is seeing. What I'm seeing from the box and in the warmth and the dry in the comms box, not necessarily a track change, but this again is the slick tyre runners now getting a bit more temperature into their tyres. So their relative performance versus a wet tyre is improving. That doesn't necessarily mean that Frank Morris has made the wrong decision, because if it was to start drizzling again, which it did pretty much all of yesterday, on, off, all day, maybe a couple of times we got heavy rain, Frank Morris could still be in a very good position. You can see, particularly at the top end of the circuit, there is not a lot of grip as they come over the rise there and towards Spoon Corner. 13 drivers still running in this one. It's Stubbs from Batch, Jaden McElhenney looking for a double podium here for DMS. What a great season they've had so far. There's a bit of a change for the lead there. Bodie Batch down the inside of LBJ Stubbs. It's clearly learned from the move that Stubbs pulled a couple of laps ago. The number 88 back to the front of the field.
Batch then, I think, was just saying to his teammate of Stubbs, you can do that move, but watch this, because so can I. It was an identical overtake to what Stubbs did a couple of laps ago. Heading back down the Dragon Straight once more there, you can see the Argenti branded driver of Batch just signalling to his teammate, let's push forward, let's continue to get that gap away from the likes of Jaden McElhenney. Piers Prior is down there in Parc Fermé then, and he's got more information for us.
It's proper rain now, guys. It's getting steadily heavier and heavier as the race has gone on. I'm looking at the driver in the wet tyres. If it continues this way, we might have a grandstand finish.
Yes, and Piers is absolutely right to point that out. This is what I was talking about with Frank Morris. The peak times for the slick runners were into the 50.7s, the 50.8s. Frank Morris, his best is a 52.27. He's been pretty close to that best across the course of the last 3 or 4 laps. The lap times now for the slick runners are getting longer. They're into the 53s. They're into the 54s. As Leo Russell is out of the race, and that is at the one of those tricky points to recover from. That's out of turn 7 on drivers left. That dip away as the track drops away on drivers left. That will probably be the end of Leo Russell's race. But keep an eye again on Frank Morris. If Frank Morris can get back into those 52s, he did a 55.04 last time around. But if Frank Morris with that treaded tyre, that set of treaded tyres, can start to find the pace again, we know in these conditions he can get back to a 52. But the other question, Nicole, is what is the state of those treaded tyres? Have they been too worn? Have they been chewed up through that 3 or 4 laps where they had pretty much dry conditions?
There we go. There is Frank Morris on your screen heading down the hill behind the likes of Logan Hodgetts and Louis Williams Mabs. I think Frank within this one has just got to trust the grip that he has got. He, is going to be hard. He's a rookie driver. He's not got as much experience as some of the drivers around him, like Biggs and Slivar, but he's got to trust the tread because the kart will stick to the floor. It will work. He is the only driver out there on that wet tyre. He's not really maybe using it as much as he possibly could. He's only, marginally faster than some of the drivers around there. He's not actually faster than your race leaders out there, Batch and Stubbs. They're lapping pretty similar, whereas Frank Morris actually, he can go a bit faster on that wet tyre.
But he's almost bottled up at the moment behind the number 74 of Logan Hodgetts. If he can get that first move in, get a bit of confidence going, that could be the catalyst to see the Welsh driver coming back through the field. End of lap number 9. Batch leads from Stubbs. McElhenney third. Chapman in fourth. You can see those supporters of the drivers willing their young pilots on. Frank Morris comes over the line again. The lap times are now coming back down. This is how it has been for a lot of this weekend. If you're just joining us, we had a lot of this yesterday. The rain on and off, the track constantly changing. The dry tyre runners are now back down into the 52s, as is Frank Morris. Frank Morris has just done a personal best through sector number 1. So let's see if this is going to be a set of conditions that Frank Morris can capitalise on. Meanwhile, back at the front, brilliant job again being done by these two drivers, Bodie Batch and LBJ Stubbs. They have really taken this weekend, Nicole, by the scruff of the neck for the Excel Motorsport team. They've worked well together, they've strategized together, and I believe we're going to have a good scrap here on the last few laps of this race.
Starting to get a bit of deja vu now, Andrew, because this is what we saw yesterday from the Excel Motorsport Batch and Stubbs. Stubbs still leading from, Batch still leading from Stubbs, who looked like on that previous lap he found another gear, 0.4 of a second faster than your race leader, chasing up the hill towards turn number 7. And Batch now looks like he's starting to get a bit nervous as he looks over his shoulder to the gap that has been reduced. Watch Stubbs now. They might be friends off the circuit, but there are no friends on the track. And Stubbs, of course, your virtual championship leader, needs every point. Out of the final corner they go, and the gap now really is nothing. It's just over 1/10 of a second, and Stubbs was just your fastest driver on the circuit, but that purple lap is taken away by Harry Chapman, sat there in 4th. Once more, Stubbs trying to get that wider line, sets it up going into Spoon down the inside, and absolutely stellar stuff from LBJ Stubbs to make the move stick on Bodie Batch. He is your new race leader, but Batch is not put off. He's still sat on the back bumper of the O-plate as they head back up the hill, and the battle between these two, ring the dinner bell because it's on.
Yeah, it's definitely on, and it's slick tyres now, the tyre of choice. The slick tyre runners are now sub 50 seconds, and unfortunately Frank Morris with those shredded tyres can go no quicker than a 51.74. So the fairy tale dream of a Welsh privateer win on this circuit is probably ebbing away for now. We're going to keep focused on this battle. 2 battles, in fact, for the podium positions. The Excel Motorsport debate between Stubbs and Batch. We've seen them so many times across the course of this weekend. Battle onto the last lap, switch positions on the last lap. There's a move from Harry Chapman down the inside, trying to get back to the podium. 3rd place is his, ahead of Jaden McElhenney. Great weekend, great recovery from Jaden McElhenney. It all started wrong on Saturday in TQ when the number 77 missed the gate in another tyre decision. It seems to be the IAME Water Swift restricted. I do feel for their mechanics this weekend. They have had some real brain teasers with which tyre to go. It always seems to have been them when the weather's been on the cusp of either a treaded wet or a slick tyre. But McElhenney on for some good points still. As here once again, battle for the lead. Bodie Batch trying to find a way through on LBJ Stubbs. 30 seconds to go on the clock. But remember, we've not seen the last lap board yet. Good coverage there from Stubbs. Stubbs goes to driver's left. Covers off any kind of move down the hill into Carousel Corner there, Nicole. This is looking good again. 1-2 at the moment for Excel Motorsports.
They might be the youngest drivers here this weekend, but they're not driving like it because this is stellar stuff from Stubbs and Batch in 1 and 2. Heading down the hill and the clock is ticking. They will meet the gantry then, and the time has run out. We really are on the closing stages then. Stubbs, the pressure is on. He is thinking about his teammate of Batch, who took the final win yesterday. Stubbs, though, is going to be driving around thinking about that championship. He wants this round win. He wants the championship points. Up through the flat, 90 degree, up the hill, into Spoons, still leads the way, calm and controlled. Stellar stuff wants more surgical precision from Stubbs, who looks over his shoulder going into carousel. Batch now trying to test the boundaries, see where he can put the kart to capitalise. They might be teammates, they might be friends, but within this one, it's every man for themselves. Down the hill then, final lap. Batch trying to go down the outside, trying to get the run, but it looks like he's going to run out of time. Has a go through the curb, but Albie Stubbs is holding on to it. Through the final corner they will go. Will Batch challenge to the line? No, he can't. Albie J. Stubbs once more this year in 2025 crosses the final line of a Water Swift restricted final as your race winner and continues his virtual championship charge, adds points to the board, but makes it a 2 out of 2 for XL Motorsport this weekend. 2 final wins for XL, a final win for Stubbs, and another podium for Bodie Batch.
A 3rd win of the year for Albie J. Stubbs. The championship lead will be 14 points over Bodie Batch, leaving North Wales. Harry Chapman back on the podium there in 3rd. A good race, gaining 3 positions. Jaden McElhenney just misses out on a 2nd podium here this weekend, but 4th and 3rd across the finals. That is a good return of points for the DMS team, who get 2 drivers in the top 5. Corey Lyons there as well. Toby Biggs in 6th place ahead of Louis Williams-Mabs. Louis up 6 positions in that race. And just checking through, yeah, I think that's the best result in a final this year for Louis Williams-Mabs so far. 8th for Benjamin Schlivar. Good weekend for Benjamin, a lot of points. Logan Hodgetts, the first of the rookies, home in 9th ahead of Ollie West. Freddie Baker 11th, Frank Morris 12th. Really good go from Frank Morris. Luck didn't quite fall his way, but a good try nonetheless. And a clean race as well for Frank Morris. 3 retirements, Leo Russell, Patrick Wood and Harry Murphy. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then. The start of the race, damp conditions, 1 driver on wet tyres, the rest of them on slick tyres. This was a close moment between McElhenney and Lyons. Ollie West held up there as well. We'd lose Harry Murphy at that stage. Early laps really looked like we could have a bit of a surprise on our hands here, Nicole. Frank Morris, with those wet tyres, was tearing through the field.
Absolutely was. It was a gamble, but it didn't quite pay off in the end. Chapman was being challenged earlier on by McElhenney, but it was Chapman that actually got the best out of McElhenney. The challenge also was on between your 2 race leaders of Stubbs and Bodie Batch going down the hill. They were replicating the overtakes that each other made. This was when Batch said to Albie Stubbs, "You can do it, but so can I." These 2 kept it fair throughout the entire race. Teammates, of course, did not tag each other. Clean racing, perfect stuff, and what we like to see from our youngest drivers out there on the circuit. The battle was also going on for that 3rd and 4th, but they were a significant chunk away from our 2 race leaders. Who are your 2 top 2 in your virtual championship?
Indeed. One quick note, there has been a 5-second penalty. It's not a massive surprise that Jaden McElhenney for that moment with Corey Lyons, so they will swap round. Let's head down to Piers Prior.
Water Swift restricted winner Albie J. Stubbs, round 4. Albie, that was a good victory, but probably one of your hardest to date.
Yeah, it was definitely much harder than earlier. Like at the start, it was a bit wet, not too bad, so it didn't affect us too much. But like adjusting to it towards the end was quite hard.
Your teammate, Bodie Batch, he seemed like he actually was slightly quicker when the rain started to fall, but then as it dried out towards the end, you had the late race pace.
Yeah, he definitely was faster when the rain was falling, but I just don't think he adjusted as fast as me.
You figured out it was drier quicker, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's a bit of experience there, and also that means that your championship lead is retained, so that must be pretty good going into the halfway stage of this season.
Yeah, hopefully we can just keep it going on to, like PF and Kim Bolton.
PF and Kim Bolton, on we come. Your winner, Albie J. Stubbs, championship leader in the Water Swift restricted category. That leaves just 1 class remaining, and that is our most populous class, Water Swift. That's up next.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Final race of the day here at GYG for the Wera Tours British Kart Championships, round number 4. And on the front row, we have an all-fusion 1, 2, 3, 4 on the grid. It's Austin Newstead from pole position alongside George Clark. I noticed that George Clark's kart is placed ever so slightly further ahead of Austin's. I wonder if that's a bit of psychological warfare between the teammates. No, it's not. George, second place on the grid. You fought hard with all your teammates and the other drivers this weekend. It comes down to this. What can you do in this race?
Well, we're just going to go through the race start, hopefully get a good start and don't get pushed to the outside and get a bad run up to the top corner. Hoping to come out like second, try to get into the lead and then just lead the way and then defend on the...
It seems like there's been nothing between any of the top 5 or 7 drivers in terms of pace, so it's going to be all about racecraft, I think.
Yeah, it's just going to be a hack.
It's going to be a hack. We look forward to that. Our pole sitter, Austin Newstead. We've got 1 minute until we're going green, so I'll have a quick word with our pole sitter. Austin, high five from the mechanic. What's in your head right now?
Hopefully I can just get a good start, hopefully a good race, and hopefully I can come off on top.
Any tactics that'll help you come out on top?
Hopefully I can just get away at the front, ideally drive by myself, but it's very hard around this track, so hopefully a couple of us in Fusion can get away.
So it looks like the teams are going to be working together in this one. A lot of Fusion drivers at the front of the field, but don't count out those green OMS racing drivers or even the Evolve Motorsport driver of Luca Narroway in 6th place. Water Swift, your final race of the day here at GYG, is coming up in just a moment.
Final race of the weekend then here at Glan Y Gors for event 4 of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships in 2025. And look at that. If you are a supporter of Fusion Motorsports, it's a page 1 lockout. Austin Newstead and George Clark on row 1. Harry Williams and Alfie Davidson on row 2. They will look to dominate this race from the front. On page 2, row 3. Oscar Kenny and Luca Narroway for OMS Racing and Evolve Motorsports. Callum Graham and George House go from row 4.
Well, on row number 6, it's an all-XL Motorsport line-up with Johnston Stewart and Charlie Clough. Row number 7 looks like Henry Clark with Colby Patterson. And then going from row number 8, we have Austin Gibson and Sophie Campbell.
Next up then, indeed, yeah, Sophie Campbell and Christian Kirby on row 9, row 10, and Nathaniel Hodges and Jensen Ackerman, Ian Carey and Ethan Robinson on row 11, on Daniel Ferguson and Orion Meta, we find them on row 12.
Going from row number 13 is Marjorie Kovekskis with Ada O'Brien, and 14 is Jack Carney with Andy Stewart. 15 looks like Effin Owen with Oscar Miller, 16 is Chester Fawkes with Ruben Sagu, and going from row number 17 all alone on the 30th row 3-spot grid is Joseph Davies.
Just going to note, George House starting from row number 4. We've been here before, ladies and gentlemen, in IAME Water Swift and X30 mini competition in 2025, but this is looking good at the moment for Fusion Motorsport. What can they do with this top 4 lockout? Away we go for the final. Great start for Austin Newstead. Defended his position from the inside very well. He will have the early run up towards Spoon Corner for the first time. George Clark is in the slipstream there in P2. Good amount of grip for the drivers as they head into the first big stop here. 3 wide in the second half of the field. They've all pretty much got through the first few corners unscathed, only the 123 taking to the grass there. That was Ethan Robinson for DMS, but a really good start there from Austin Newstead. Knew he could be in a little bit of bother here, Nicole, starting on the inside with unknown grip conditions. A good aggressive run to the middle of the circuit, made sure that he was going to exit turn 1 in first.
Great start for the likes of Oscar Kenny then, who's jumped up to 3rd positions, up by 2 places, and followed shortly behind by George House, who's up by 4 places into 4th. House, though, under a little of pressure going down the Dragon Straight by Harry Williams, who's had a tough showing so far within this race, was caught out in the early stages and pushed back down the order on that opening lap. Down the hill they go into Carousel, then Kenny under a little bit of pressure by George House, who of course has been sweeping up out in Europe at the IAME Euro Series, is leading that championship out there, but here has got a little bit of work to do if he wants to get into the top 3 of this race. Yesterday's racing then, George Clark for the first time in the British Kart Championships grabbed a podium. He sat there in 2nd position behind his teammate of Austin Newstead, behind by just under 0.3 of a second. The big question for me within this one then, Andrew, can Clark achieve another podium but maybe do one more today and get a race win?
I think definitely so with this strong early start for the driver of the 142. Right now though, Newstead and Clark, surely they want to work together right now, try and build a bit of a gap ahead of Oscar Kenny there in 3rd place, not make the battle too numerous, if you know what I mean. House, Williams and Davidson following through. There's the 151 filing through the order as well. That's Charlie Clough now with Excel Motorsport. Started the year with the Jamie Green Racing team. Is another driver who runs a dual national and continental programme here in the Rear Tools British Kart Championships and IAME Euro Series. The big difference here though, Nicole, when he's in the UK, he's Charlie. When he's in Europe, he's Charles.
Serious stuff out in Europe, and serious stuff within this race as he continues to try and charge forward to Christian Kobe. Kobe, then your driver from Fusion Motorsport, sat there in 8th. Was your driver that pulled it. Had some bad luck throughout heats, had to start really far down the order at the start of this race, but has gone up by 10 places so far to break into that top 10. Newstead and Clark continuing to try and break away from the rest of the field, try and break away from that OMS driver of Oscar Kenny there in 3rd. They do look like by eye to me, Andrew, they're trying to work together. Down the inside then goes Ferguson at that final corner. Ferguson has had an equally difficult day, just like his teammate of Kobe. Has been under investigation a couple of times throughout racing, but is up by 9 places to get into the top 15.
It's very good indeed there from Ferguson. Christian Kobe's also on the move up 10 to 8th. Saw Margus Kovetskis also on the inside on that run out of turn number 1. So at the next update, I think we're going to be seeing the driver who flies the flag for Lithuania going up the order. Has already got 6 places guaranteed. Oh, it's off there is Davidson. Alfie Davidson on the left-hand side and Harry Williams. That's a championship leader on the right-hand side. That's the winner from yesterday on the left-hand side. What has happened there to the 2 Fusion drivers who will fall all the way down the order? And this could be a real turning point in this championship, Nicole. Harry Williams hasn't quite been at his best, not really had the same form that we saw in the O plates or at Warden Law, but he was still consistently scoring points. The door is now open for the likes of Austin Newstead, for Colby Patterson, for others to step through. We could well have a new championship leader here this evening.
Williams then is your driver who had the success at Warden Law, your winner from the O plate at Wilton Mill. Davidson took the round 3 win yesterday. Those two drivers not only are winners within the championship so far, they're Fusion teammates. So I can't imagine Dan Hazelwood is stood on the sidelines very impressed. Those two drivers will not finish this race, and that's going to throw a big spanner in the works. As for championship points, this is a replay of the moment. So they head up the hill into Spoon, and in the background you can just see Harry Williams lose it. Then we flick to Davidson, who's a bit further down on the grass, and Davidson now, the 146, is under investigation for that. Eyes and ears back on the drivers that are still circulating in the field though. And Andrew, I just want to highlight somebody who's impressed me this weekend. Somebody who's come into this weekend with a team change, has jumped over and is now under the guidance of 2016 FIA World Champion Danny Curl. Ilyas Sami is in 7th place. That's got to be a championship best for Ilyas within the Water Swift class so far.
It's delighted me this weekend to see Ilyas take not just one step forward. I think he's taken about 3 steps forward from the last time I saw it. He was another one of the drivers out in Wera a few weeks ago, and if I may say so, the body language wasn't good. It really looked like a driver who was, I don't want to say starting to lose hope, but it wasn't in a good place. This is a complete transformation for Ilyas Sami this weekend. He has pleasantly surprised me. And
he's
who
found
knows
a
where
rhythm.
he's found. That's a very good way of putting it. He's found that rhythm, and he's got the belief now. There he is in the green and white cards, 3rd in this little train here. He's in amongst drivers who we've been talking about, whether in this championship for the Water Swift category or out in Europe for X30 Mini for a good 18 months. Your Colby Pattersons, your Charlie Cloughs, your Christian Cobys. These are all drivers who have been competing at the highest level in this category for a long time. Drivers who were big features in the IWF final last year. He is with them now, and it is no fluke because it has been happening session after session. There he is in the blue and yellow helmet. There is a young man who can hold his head very, very high. This has been a tremendous weekend for Ilyas Sami.
Absolutely, and I think, what's playing into this for me is that team change. He's now under the guidance of Danny. Danny is somebody who really pulled on a driver in Europe, the likes of Denny Babicek, who has had success in the IAME Mini category. So I just think it indicates that he's now with the right team for him, and that's helping him. He has just lost position there to one of the XLs. That's Kobe Patterson overtaking now. But Sami, for me, I think this weekend has really changed things. Let's focus, though, on this front end because it's starting to get a little bit hot for that race lead. Newstead still leads from Clark, but House now has absolutely arrived in that XL Energy course now. He's in 3rd place. Watch him, because I think House shortly is going to be attempting to overtake for 2nd, and then he will go for that race lead, and he is your purple driver out there on circuit.
Yeah, fastest driver at the moment. What is this doing in terms of championship? Well, Newstead right now would be your new championship leader by 4 points over Colby Patterson, with George House a further 5 points back. It's close. It's very, very close as we come to the end of this second doubleheader weekend for the IAME categories in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. If you're wondering where you can see these drivers next, we've got a couple of events time. We will be at PF International. So 26 days time. Being PF International, you could of course make your way there to Trent Valley Kart Club to come and watch some of the newest drivers are probably one of the most entertaining classes that you will find out there in not just British karting but European karting as well at the moment. And we've still got 3 minutes of this final remaining. Change for 2nd place. George House has got through. George House through into 2nd place. This is what he does, starting from the 4th row of the grid. I have never known a driver have more success starting from the 4th row of the grid in races than George House. He just seems to have this knack, this belief of when it comes to the big races, he gets his head down and starts to eat up the opposition. It's a big, big challenge, though, ahead of him, as out of the race is one of the Argentines, Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes has had a very tough weekend, but I'm sure he will bounce. strongly next time out at PF International, where he's on the podium twice in the restricted category last year. But we focus back again at the front of the order. Austin Newstead continues to lead this race. Is Austin Newstead becoming the new Mr. Sunday, like Will Green did last year in this category, on his way to winning the British Championship? If he is, he has got to hold off a very informed George House. Downhill once again through Devil's Elbow. That was a good run for Austin Newstead. He's got to go now. He's got to put the belief in the likes of George Clark and Oscar Kenny that all they're going to fight for today is second place. Start to disrupt things a little bit in that battle immediately behind him. There's been changes in the second group on the road. Colby Patterson's up to 5th place. Has got ahead of Christian Kobe. Elias Sami's got on the attack and has got past Charlie Clough for 7th place. Daniel Ferguson is also recovering, is into 9th place past Ozzy Gibson.
This is where the race is changing now then, Andrew, because with the driver in second, George House is no longer thinking about this race win. He's thinking about defending for this second position. Newstead, surgical precision from him from these past couple of laps. He's been like a rocket off the line in the early stages. He has not even thought about anything.
Clark.
As Clark again wants that P2 back off of George House, goes down the inside at that final corner and says thank you very much. He was sick of George House trying to defend for that second position and snatched it away once more. We're under a minute left of this race now. Oscar Kenny is sat there in 4th. Can he try and snatch a position and get himself onto the podium? We've not seen Kenny on the podium in 2025. He's had success in previous years. He's an E-plate champion in your mini classes. Within 2025, it's been development for him, but he's in the sharp end of your field for this final today. Down the hill they go once more. And for me now, Andrew, George Clark has found another gear compared to George House. It's a battle of the Georges for this second position.
It is indeed. 2 laps to go. Then Austin Newstead checks over the shoulder and can breathe easy. He's got a 7/10 lead at the moment over his teammate George Clark. Into Spoon Curve once again. Clark and House, they have to work together in these early stages, and they have. They've taken a huge chunk out of Newstead's lead through sector number 1. That was a really good run out from the clubhouse, up the Dragon Straight and round to Spoon Curve, because the lead battle is now back on. It's not just going to be for second place here today at Glan Y Gors. Time is up. Down once again, skittling their way through Devil's Elbow. That's very nicely done by all 4 of these drivers. Onto the final lap. Austin Newstead has got to keep his eyes forward. Very good sector 3 again from Austin Newstead. Gets his lead back up to nearly half a second. He's looking over his shoulder. Here comes George Clark. Here comes George House. Newstead, understandably, goes to the inside line on the run through Spoon Corner. That was brilliantly done by Austin Newstead. He'll go to the middle of the road again, down into Carousel Corner. That's another overtaking opportunity for the others gone. Next up, you've got to think the last corner is going to be the place for George Clark if he's going to put a move in here to try and take his first win in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Newstead is ticking the corners off. There is Devil's Elbow. 2 to go. Austin Newstead is going to win again on Sunday. He wins at GYG. He takes the championship lead in stunning fashion. It's another Fusion Motorsport 1-2. George Clark started the weekend with no Wera Tools British Kart Championships podiums. He leaves North Wales with 2 podiums. A brilliant weekend for him. George House, big points again for Excel Motorsport, is back on the podium in 3rd. And the title picture completely changes. Nicole Sutherland. Newstead takes the lead in the standings. Patterson up to P2. House 3rd, Williams drops to 4th.
Newstead then adds his name to the list of drivers, including Freddie Lloyd and George Edgar, who has gone 2 for 2 this weekend here at GYG. Clark then, another podium here for him this weekend. That means his tally is up to 2 for the British Kart Championships. This really has been a great weekend for George Clark. George House up there in that top 3, like you said, Andrew. We've then got Oscar Kenny and Colby Patterson that round out your top 5, a 9-place gain for Patterson to finish in that 5th place. Christian Kobe up by 12 places to finish in 6th. And then it's Ilyas Sami for one of his career bests to finish in 7th. Clough, Austin Gibson and Daniel Ferguson round out your top 10. And then we've got Luca Narroway, Henry Clark, Mason Hibbert, Marjoris Kavekskis and Joseph Davies as your top 15. We then have Danny Dempsey, Nathaniel Hodges, Johnston Stewart, Sophie Campbell and Callum Graham as your top 20. And then we have Ethan Carey, Effin Owen, Ethan Robinson, Andy Stewart, Jack Harney, Orion Meta and Ada O'Brien out there. Jensen Ackerman finishes in 28th, followed by Oscar Millen and Ruben Sagu. Unfortunately, within this final race of today, Chester Fawkes, Harry Williams and Alfie Davidson did not finish all of the laps. Retirements for all 3 of those junior drivers.
Wow, what a final. What a last race of the day. There is your race winner for the second time this season. I say these Sunday rounds, he does seem to like them. Austin Newstead, P1, once again for Fusion Motorsport. But now the extra pressure, of course. He will be championship leader when we head to PF International. Let's once again have a look at some of the highlights.
Newstead then at the race start really was a bullet out of the gate. He was absolutely ready from the word go. Ozzie Gibson was getting hustled at the start but made some good overtakes through that final corner. Daniel Ferguson went down the inside at one stage. Ferguson did finish higher up the order, development year for him, but this was that Fusion drama that we saw on top of the hill between Williams and Davidson. Of course, Davidson had that success yesterday. Williams had that success at Warden Law, but those 2 drivers out in this final. With battles going on between the XLs and the Fusions, really is overtaking hotspots on top of that hill. We had Austin Newstead command that race lead 100% of the way. This was the stage though. George House lost that second position to George Clark. George Clark making it 2 P2s for this weekend's racing. And there you can see the celebrations from the mechanics on the sidelines. A lot to be happy about here at GYG. And Piers Prior is going to be down there in Parc Ferme telling us a little bit or more about that.
Winner of the Water Swift category, Austin Newstead. Austin, you've done it twice in a row. That must be a pretty satisfying weekend for yourself.
Yeah, very, very good. Obviously, yesterday in the final wasn't too good. Led the first part, but then towards the end I dropped off a bit. But I'm just glad I could hold it throughout the whole races today.
Yeah, absolutely. You did a very, very good job this weekend. Sunday was your day today. Talk to us about the race. It was interesting to watch.
Yeah, I had a good start, and then George Clark was behind me, pushing me away. But then House was very quick with the pack behind, was catching up to us. Then on the last couple minutes of the race, they were there to defend, and then they started fighting behind, so I just had to quickly get away. But where the push is so big and so much time of it around this track, I just couldn't keep that gap. And on the last lap, they came back up and caught back up to me.
Yeah, well, you chose the perfect moment to run away and you took the win. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Bentley's my sponsor, SCS Builders and Decorators, all my sponsors, Tired, my mechanic, and my mum and dad.
Mum and Dad, of course, always get in there. Austin, congratulations, a win for yourself. The Fusion Motorsport team must be a good position to be in going into the second half of the year.
Yeah, very good. Obviously, now we're a lot higher up in the championship after we didn't have a good round of the first round, but it's good to be back up the front now.
Austin, congratulations. I'll let you go and celebrate with the team and get yourself cooled off after what's been a busy weekend. Off you go. No worries. You can go accelerate. Wow. What a weekend of racing it has been. 2 events, or 2 rounds, should we say. Round 3 and 4 for the IAME categories. Round 2 for the KZs. We're pretty much at the halfway season now, aren't we? Halfway point of the season for the IAMEs now. Of course, 9 rounds of the championship. Round 4's done, so effectively halfway. We've had winners, Edgar in juniors, Lloyd in seniors, Wolf in KZ2, Stubbs in Water Restricted, and then Newstead we just saw there in Water Swift. What a weekend of racing it's been. And we've got, we've got an amazing circuit we've been at. GYG has provided some brilliant racing. We've been well hosted, so thank you very much to them. And we hope everyone at home has been enjoying watching the racing. If you have enjoyed watching the racing, drop this video a like, and maybe even consider subscribing to the Karting UK channel as well while you're there, because then you'll be able to see more of what's to come in future. We'll have highlights going out on the channel this week of the races from this weekend. And also, if you hit the bell notification, you'll be notified next time we go live as well, which will be be in just a few weeks' time. I'll get onto that in a moment. In fact, the next time we are live is Event 5, Lark Hall, for the Rotax and Honda categories. That's the 5th and 6th of July, so make a note in your diary for that. Next time the IAME and KZs will be out or not just IAME, actually, KZs won't be there. IAME is out 12th and 13th of July at Paul Fletcher International, PFI, a favourite of many of the drivers and hopefully you watching us at home as well. All that there's left to do is a few thanks, including the organisers Motorsport UK for putting everything on this weekend. GYG we've mentioned already, a brilliant circuit so far. The marshals here at GYG have been amazing. Without the Orange Army, we can't go racing, so thank you to them. Alpha Live for the broadcast, Andrew and Nicole in the commentary box, and you at home for watching. Without the viewers, then this broadcast wouldn't be a thing. We'll see you live once again very soon here at the Vera Tools British Kart Championships.